it's up to you guys to ignore the noise in the same way that they're going to. So we'll do everything we possibly can to win today and then to keep winning moving forward.
Very interesting. Russell Martin with Kerdy Nidsa. I'm going to say, Tom English, he does not sound like a man under pressure. He's looking forward to the feeling being beautiful, and he seems to have been given backing, clear backing from what he said there by the chairman who went in to address the players and who laid it on the line to them.
Yeah, very interesting. See, and people have been asking, and we were on Sports Sound yesterday and we were talking about this, whether Russell Martin could survive a loss today. And a lot of people say, oh no, that would be it. But we don't know, because we don't know the way the owners are thinking. Now we've got a little bit of insight, albeit via Russell Martin, what Kavanagh is thinking. And he says it's a process, and it was deemed right 90 days ago, and it's still right. If that's what they're thinking, then a defeat today is probably not terminal for Russell Martin. You might think it would be, because we're programmed into thinking, well, this isn't working, he needs to go. But we don't get to decide that. The fans don't get to decide that. It's the owner, and the owner is living outside the Goldfish Bowl of Glasgow, and he's probably thinking, well, according to Russell Martin, it would appear that he's thinking, no, this is a process, give it time, a bit more pain. So maybe he's not under all that much pressure, certainly not as much pressure as people think he is.
Richard, just in relation to Rangers, I did ask Billy before we came on air about, Rangers had a template against Celtic in the last number of games. A template that they pressed high, they were nice and narrow up front. They just got it right, absolutely right. And Celtic really struggled. And I asked him the question, does he think that Russell Martin would have analysed those games and almost picked up on that and maybe gone with it today? I think your answer, Billy, was no. I think it's completely different. And that will be a question today. How will they approach this Celtic team, who will have lots of the ball or can build through the thirds of the pitch? Do they press them high? Do they do all of those things? Or are they going to go to what Russell Martin's philosophy is and try to build the game through the thirds of the pitch, be wide open, which they've shown this year I think that's the case. They've lost an unbelievable amount of goals, really bad goals, and Celtic will pick them off if that's the case.
We'll find out how it all unfolds. We'll start to do so in about 11 minutes time. So let's quickly hear from the Celtic manager, Brendan Rodgers.
Brendan, your team first, a couple of changes for you. Engels in, and your new boy Balak Wisha a start. What are you expecting from him?
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing him play. It's clearly a baptism of fire coming into a game with Ibrox, but it's also a great opportunity for him as well. He's a really gifted young player. He's very good in 1v1 situations. He works hard, and we feel he'll give us that creativity that maybe we haven't quite had up until now.
No Adam Idah in your squad. Can you update us on his situation? Is he about to move on?
Yeah, I think it's close. It's not quite there yet, but I think it's very close. Hence the reason why he's not here.
And does that mean, from your point of view and for your supporters, that the striker you want to replace him is also close? Is it Dahlberg from Anderlecht by any chance?
Well, we need a number of players in, not just in the centre forward position. We need players in on the side of the pitch as well. So I'm really hopeful that over the next 24 hours or so we can get the reinforcements we need in the front line, just to again give us that creativity and give us that speed and unpredictability that is good about this team.
That's been the hallmark of your team, that very thing, the creativity, the speed. How would you get that back into the guys today? They've maybe dropped off the levels from where you would want them, maybe the two European games in particular.
Yeah, I also think it's player profile as well. We've missed a profile of player at that top end of the field. But now we need to, as I said, hopefully get that in. But in the meantime, the guys that are here, it's about attitude, really. It's like, these games are all games of attitude, and you have to show that mix of a team that's winning games, which we have been, and playing with that confidence and intensity, but also then you have to show that fight and ability to withstand pressure. So that's hopefully what we'll see today. And for us, going and performing, and in these games in the main, when the teams have played with that confidence and fight, then we've done very well in these games.
Do you sense a weakness or a vulnerability in your opponent? They made lots of changes, there's been lots of noise off field as well, or can that be a danger?
No, I think, listen, it can always work. It can always work both ways. We arrived here last season in a good place in the league, and we lost. And they had a confidence from that. But whenever you play Celtic Rangers games, Rangers Celtic, they're always tough games, and no matter what the form, you come into this game, and it's always a good challenge. So that's what we'll look forward to today.
Brendan Rodgers with Kerdy Nidsan announcing there, confirming there that Adam Ida's departure looks to be close. It also sounds like it's going to be a very busy 24 hours or so, but a number of players to affect the forward areas. He said we want the speed, the unpredictability. This could be a pretty exciting next day or so for those Celtic fans.
Yeah, but it's incredible that it's down to 24 hours. You're almost on the line. Will they come in or not come in? And if they don't come in after him saying that, then there's a real deficiency in what they've been up to. That's for me. It's absolutely clear. A wide striker and a wide man and a striker. That's exactly what they've been talking about for the last probably maybe 2 months. And it hasn't happened. So that to me is quite. Now, talking about the game, he has to get the best out of his team. He's got to get the best. The last time they were here, it was utterly devoid of what we would expect from a Celtic team when they were here. They didn't play. There was none of the qualities. All the qualities was missing. They panicked a little bit when they were pressed high, and they give away goals. As soon as you give away goals here at Ibrox, you're under pressure. So they can't afford to do that today, but they still have to have bravery and go and play. And that's up to Brendan Rodgers and the players. That's not up to the board, anybody else. They've got to come here today, show that they can actually go out in front of this Ibrox crowd. They've got a little bit of support here, which is great. But they've got to go and play their game, which won't be any different. They will play from the back, they'll play through the thirds of the pitch, they will have possession, but then the bit that's missing at the moment is execution and creativity up front, and that they've got to get right today, for sure, absolutely.
Billy, you've had some time to digest the team news that we brought earlier. You've obviously written down your formations, you've began to try to work out how this game is going to be won by either side. What is your feeling as we approach kick-off time in terms of who might hold sway this afternoon?
I've not changed my mind that anything can happen. I found out Mikey Moore's going to play on the left and Gassam on the right. Rangers will have to. Pat was talking about in the previous games, Celtic and Spook, when Neil, myself, Barry and Alan were in the dugout where we pressed them high, but we also had and tried to keep a stable, solid defence. I don't feel as if they've had that yet. They've been pressing high, or trying to, but they're wide open at the back. If they can get that balance right, they have a chance. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up a draw today, but if they're not solid at the back, Celtic could pick them off Tom Saunders.
Do they have the personnel to retain that solidity at the back?
Well, Tavernier coming in will help, because Max Aarons was having a really hard time, as I said. Even though Tavernier's best attributes aren't defensively. The Goma's young, you can maybe get at him, but I'm really interested to see if he still throws the full-backs forward and leaves Suter and Giga. And I mean, when Rangers get into Celtic's final third, that they're in the Celtic half. If they go that way, Celtic will get them. That is my worry. I think there'll be goals here today, Richard. Who'll score them? Which way they'll go? I have not got a clue.
Thomas, anything that you've seen, heard, written, digested, given you any ideas to where this one is going?
Well, I just, looking at Rangers, looking at the goals they conceded, but also the chances that they've conceded, I just cannot, for the life of me, see how they're going to keep a clean sheet today, or even how they're only going to concede one goal. It's saying that Celtic's attack has been in poor form, but a Celtic click and the Rangers defence is today, as it has been in nearly every game so far this season, I can only see one winner. I just can't get past the state of this Rangers defence, the mistakes, the space that there's in the midfield, and how vulnerable they are. If Russell Martin has fixed that in a few days, then that would be a fair old feat of management. I remain to be convinced. I'll believe it when I see it. Otherwise, I've got to go with Celtic, even though Celtic, for me, are looking very average themselves.
Yeah, what is Rangers' strengths at the moment? It's not defensive, as you almost pointed out there. Is it playing through the thirds of the pitch, the way that he wants to play? Is it up front? Where is it at, Billy? You know, because
I think they've got a bit of strength in wide areas. Ant-Man started really well, then he's not been playing well the last 3 or 4 games. Gissam has kept a reasonable standard the last couple of games, maybe not, but he's been the most dangerous, so you've got to get the ball wide. I think if they can get at Celtic's full-backs, especially Anthony Robson, they have an opportunity to feed Miovski.
Yeah, and the reason why I asked that, from Celtic, you kind of know how they're going to play. You know that they can fill the game, they got lots of possession. Their big weakness at the moment is up front. That kind of execution of talking creativity, even penetration at time. If they get that right, again, they're not far away. Now, is that down to players? Is that down to the team in general? Is that down to the coaching staff? But they're not that far away from being what they were last year. A couple of players might change that, but Rangers have a bigger question to answer.
Well, questions will be posed for both teams over the next 90 plus minutes at Ibrox Stadium. Still to come later on, the 3 o'clock kick-off, Hibernian and St Mirren, Aberdeen against Falkirk. We'll have live commentary from the Dundee Derby at Dens Park. More details about that to come a little bit later. But right now, you can settle back and enjoy the first head-to-head of the season between Rangers and Celtic. It is at Ibrox Stadium. It's live here on Sportsound on BBC Radio Scotland. We'll hear more from Tom English later. Your commentary team are Pat Bonner, Billy Dodds and Liam McLeod.
Well, the sun is splitting the sky here in Glasgow, but there are storm clouds above both Ibrox and Celtic Park just now in the wake of their insipid Champions League failures during the week. And despite all that, the problems that Celtic have had recently, it is 3 wins out of 3 for them at the start of their Premiership title defence as they look for yet another title. Whereas for Rangers, it's not just been problems in Europe, it is also problems domestically. Without a win in their opening 3 league matches for the first time since 1989. You've got to go back to 83 to find an example of them not winning any of their opening 4 league matches. The Rangers team that hands a debut to Bojan Miovski, who arrived from the Spanish side Girona just yesterday. Butland in goal, Tavernier, Giga, Suter, Megoma, Diamonde, Barron, Osgaard, with Moore and Gissama up there with Miovski. Celtic, Schmeichel in goal, Ralston, Carter Vickers, Scales and Tierney, Engels, McGregor, Hatate, Nygren, Maida and the new signing Balikwisha. The referee's Don Robertson. The pre-match pleasantries, if you want to call them that, are just about over. The vast majority of the pitch in sunshine as the lower tier of the Sandy Jardine stand is over on the far side. The Celtic fans too, shielding their eyes over to the left on this late summer high noon. And the Rangers against Celtic for the first time this season. Celtic are going to kick it off. They're going to go from left to right in the green and white hoop shirts, white shorts, white socks. Rangers in the blue jerseys, white shorts, black socks with the red tops. It's rolled back to Scales, who knocks it off his old Aberdeen teammate Miovski. But it breaks Celtic's way anyway, and Balikwisha, who's starting on the left, Maida through the middle, gets a first feel of the ball as a Celtic player and rolls it in field to Hatate, back to Tierney, flicked on by Maida and swept to safety by Suter on his 18-yard line as Scales picks up and rolls it out to the far side. Tierney down the touchline for Balikwisha, who goes down, fouled by the Rangers skipper Tavernier, who's one of those 5 alterations in the side. Kieran Tierney, who's returning to this fixture after 6 years away, getting himself involved over on the far side with Gissama. It is a Celtic free kick which Tierney takes and rolls it back to McGregor, and Tierney will relish this one. I would have thought, Packy, having been so long away from it.
Yeah, of course he will. Absolutely. You come back, you want to play in the big games, and they're no bigger than this, especially away from home. And that, by that time, I think they wanted to take a quick free kick, and I think he was stopped from doing that, and that's why he kind of reacted a little bit.
Mikey Moore starting on the left, JD Gissama over on the right as it's rolled all the way back there to Giga, who finds Jack Butland, who chips it forward. It's too high for Miovski. Carter Vickers gets it away breaks back into the centre circle, the chest back by Miovski, but it's going to break back to Celtic, and it's Carter Vickers back to Schmeichel. What I would say is, in his time at Aberdeen, Billy Dodds, Bojan Miovski caused plenty problems for Carter Vickers, who's looked at times like he's got the cigars out in Scottish football, but Miovski did give him troubles in the past.
Yeah, fully fit Miovski, yes. We'll see how fit he is today. I think he'll get opportunities. And Rangers will get chances and will create. It's whether they can keep them out at the other end. That is a problem with him.
It's an epic failure. Miovski's moved to Girona, 4 goals, just 2 in La Liga. They both came in the same game against Espanyol last season. He was hooked at half-time in his only appearance this term. There's a long ball from Butland. Ralston chasing, Miovski's chasing him down, and he barges Ralston to the ground. And that's gone down well with the home fans, who want to see that combative nature in this fixture more than any other. We're 2 minutes in, 0-0.
That'll open the lungs up for him. I mean, that's a 40-yard chase. Ralston gets there first, puts his body in, and he just absolutely smashes into his back. Miovski, but Rangers fans loved it. Shows the intent. He knows what this game's all about. And this game does things like that to you, Liam.
Well, you two know it perfectly well, of course, and it can, on your debut, not just a debut in the fixture, but your club debut as well. This fixture, your first go at it, can either swamp you or you can become a massive hero.
Yeah, and for every player playing those early touches and what you do early in the game is also a critical factor, you know, and you want to get off to the right start.
Schmeichel has it at the edge of his box, plays it short to Scales. Rangers facing the possibility of going 9 points behind Celtic after 4 league games if the visitors win this one. A misunderstanding between Hatate and Tierney on the far side. The Japanese midfielder rolls it straight out of play, and Tavernier takes the quick throw in down the right hand side. Oscar chasing it and running it back at the right angle of the area, but Tierney does well to pinch it back off Oscar, then plays it off Tavernier, who thundered into the challenge. He blocks it, and out it goes for a Celtic throw in over on the far side. Probably the ideal fixture for both these clubs, really, off the back of such embarrassment in the week in Europe.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's a fixture that'll take care of itself. You can see them doing things, going into challenges that just wouldn't do in the normal domestic fixture against other clubs. No disrespect to them, but it just doesn't happen. This fixture is a different animal.
So they play for Celtic throw on the far side, just inside their own half. Celtic left, both forward to Balikwisha by Tierney. The Belgian holding off Tavernier, rolls it infield to Hatate, the edge of the box, into the area for Benjamin Nygren, but it just bobbles away from him. And Barron slips it out to Diamonde, who in turn finds Moore on this left-hand side for Rangers. Moore up to the halfway line. Forward it goes to Diamonde. Carter Vickers comes and closes him down and knocks it back off Diamonde and out for a Celtic throw-in. Rangers fans think that should have gone their way, but I think it's pretty clear that it came back off the Rangers number 10 last.
Yeah, just looking at Balogun, he's obviously gone almost long with nearly every single ball he's had so far. Just at the start of the game, that would be the way. I don't think it's going to be the way that they want to play, but that's maybe just the early stages of the game has dictated.
Miovski with the header, and he's managed to just about find Gassama. Plays it to Oscar, who then finds Barron in the centre circle. Back to Giga, square to Suter, steps onto his right side, back to Giga. Awkward one for him though, but Maida, despite his best efforts, couldn't get onto it. And that would have been a dodgy moment once again for Nasser Giga. He's had a few of them in a Rangers jersey, as Tavernier knocks it back to Butland, who'll clear it first time with the right foot. Out to that far side where Barron controls it really well, and he's brought to the ground by Hatate. And that will be a free kick over on that far side for Rangers, right on the touchline for Tavernier to take. It is goalless, 5.5 in.
There's so many nerves, even at this stage of the game, 6 minutes in, and just slashing at things. Physical duels where you don't get a second of the ball. It's just, it's car crash stuff.
There will be a throw into Rangers on this near side. Mekhoma is over at the 19-year-old on loan from Brentford as he pulls it back to Suter on his right side again, despite playing on the left of the back two. Giga into Tavernier, it's the edge of the D, forward to Diamande, who then turns it out to that far side for Asgard, who goes to Barron on the right. Barron looking to slip it through to Miovski. He's managed to get in behind Scales. He goes down, and John Robertson sees no penalty. And the Rangers supporters howl their derision at the decision. It stays 0-0 on 6.5. And I can tell you that it's a play on for that one there. Miovski barged to the ground by Liam Scales. And it's always dodgy for the centre-back when the centre-forward gets goal side of you.
Absolutely. First intent, I'll have a look surely, but when he gets there, you have got to make sure you keep your distance as a defender. You saw it here when the Rangers got a penalty late against Dundee. Once you're there, and Gassama was there, I mean, you've got to try and stay away, and that was a bit down the same lines, because Miovski definitely got goal side, as you say, Liam, and Scales goes clumsily under the back of him.
He's running the risk, I think.
It's one of them that if you're a clever striker, you'll go across the defender. Obviously, Scales got caught with the ball down the side. It was a good run from Miovski down the side of him, and then he just sort of gets across Scales, and that was a contact. So the referee's been close to it. He's read it. VAR's obviously checked it, so it's accidental, I think. I would probably say.
Andrew Dallas is on VAR, and he very quickly.
That's not always right, lads.
No, listen, we understand that, but I think both of them made the decision very, very quickly.
Yeah, you watched Chelsea Fulham last night, yesterday I watched it, and you see a couple there.
Seemed pretty quick to back the on-field.
Skill is gone from the game, Billy. Skill is gone.
0-0, 8 minutes played. Throwing Rangers over on that right-hand side, which Tavernier will bowl into the Celtic box towards the penalty spot, away by Giga. Bounces off Giga, and it's gone the wrong way. And he goes out for a throw-in on this near side after a loose ball by Rangers for Celtic. And Ralston is over at level with the edge of the D of his own box. Down the right-hand touchline, met there. Goma breaks to Carter Vickers, who will roll it back to his keeper. Schmeichel, short to Scales, stepping out of his box. A poor ball into defence by Scales. Diamonde's onto it, chops onto his right side. Tierney sticks with him and puts it out for a Rangers throw-in. They probably made the brighter start of the home team here, almost 9 in. They've got a throw-in level with the Celtic penalty spot on that far side.
Yeah, they're pressing well, Rangers. They have been a good start from them. Again, Scales playing into Rangers sort of what they want, trying that little ball through midfield, that penetrating pass, cut out, and then you're under pressure. Play it up to the striker early on in this game. That's what Rangers done. Buckland has done that on numerous occasions.
Tavernier, and it comes just too high for Suter. It's away by his Scotland teammate Tierney, and Hatate heads it behind for a Rangers corner. They have been the better start, Billy. They don't look like a team right now that was thumped 6-0 on Wednesday evening.
They're definitely up for it. Celtic are, you know the old film when the Celtic are playing at Ibrox, they come away from home, they're trying to just get through the first 15 minutes.
They might still be demoralised,
and settle into the game. I think Celtic will do that if Rangers don't score, but Rangers have certainly started the brighter team.
Conor Barron will take the corner right in front of the Celtic supporters over on the far side. What's a movement for Barron, and it comes with the right foot, headed away by Baizen Maida. We'll break back Barron's way. He's level with the 18-yard line, wide in the right. Curls across, it's a good one, and Scales flicks it away with Miovski trying to get his head onto it, just in front of goal. Rangers throwing, level with the Celtic 6-yard line on this near side this time.
Yeah, it was a great ball in from Tavernier. Obviously comes back to him from the initial corner, but what a really good header from Scales in the back post. He got up and flicked it on under real pressure.
It was, because Miovski's desperate for a goal. You can see the positions he's getting himself into right away.
Scored 4 times against Rangers for Aberdeen, 7 appearances against them as Tavernier's throw-in comes in, and it's flicked behind. Is that another corner? Yes, it is. Rangers keeping the pressure on. This one will come from the right-hand side again for Conor Barron.
I thought that was one of maybe Schmeichel could have came and punched. It's a loopy, it's a long throw, I've got to say. It's cleared almost the near post and round about 5 yards, 4 or 5 yards out. It just come punching away and take the pressure off his defenders.
Seems crazy to say it 4 games in, but it could be viewed as a must-win for Rangers, this one. Barron takes the corner, comes off Scales' head. It's going to drop from this left-hand side of the box. Miovski beats Ralston to it on this near side. And he decides to roll it back the way to Giga. Under pressure from Maida. It's now with Ngoma who will turn it back to Buckland. So Miovski got a little bit fortunate there with his ball back as it's nicked towards Gassama. He steps away from Engels, middle of the park. McGregor with the challenge, and the referee's happy with that challenge. Russell Martin, I can tell you, is most certainly not down on the touchline as McGregor picks up the scratch here just outside the centre circle, and pass to Ralston goes beyond him and out for a throw-in. And Brendan Rodgers is furious as well down there.
Yeah, listen, Celtic are trying to settle the game down, trying to get their passing going. Obviously it hasn't worked so far, but Rangers are really aggressive and they're really putting that ball higher up the pitch and getting after Celtic. So maybe they've learned from that analysis, Billy, that I was talking about before the game, from your games.
Yeah, Celtic couldn't live really with the aggression of Rangers in the last few meetings, really. Ngoma is ready to take a throw-in on this near side, just beyond the midway point of Celtic territory. Ngoma looking for an option. He's got Oscar just making the move towards him. Instead he pulls it towards Moore. Moore trying to control the ball with his back to goal. It breaks to Diamonde. Nicked away by Nygren, and now Maida will chase. Giga will get there first though. And he smashes out the play Brendan Rodgers at the duck. There as that ball came rampaging towards him and out into the stand for a Celtic throw-in on this near side. Approaching 13 minutes at Ibrox. Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
Yeah, sort of desperate for the game to settle down, aren't they? You know, just to get a little bit of a momentum in this game, but it's not happening.
Moore for Rangers driving down the left. 3 green and white shirts around him. Looks to get the nutmeg on Ralston. It breaks to Engels, who puts it out for a Rangers throw-in on this near side. There's an argument to say Rangers have played better in the opening 13 minutes of this than they have in any of their last 3 league matches. 3 draws. Maida picks up, he's got Hatate in field, and another loose one. Hatate's to slide to retain possession for Celtic as it breaks to Tierney and then out to Balikwisha on the left. Looking to return it to Tierney, which he does. Barron with a slide challenge, and it's back off Tierney, last and behind for a Rangers goal kick.
That's energy that Barron brings. I've said it before, and it's not the first time. I really can't believe he's been out the team at times. He was really progressing, he had a wee bit to learn defensively, but the energy of him, and he showed it there by covering maybe 20 yards to smash that off to Kieran Tierney.
They're playing it short again, Rangers, Butland to Giga, who then has to put it out for a Celtic throw-in on the far side. I'm sorry, if you can't play that way, don't play that way.
No,
you lose goals because of it, and Rangers have lost 18 goals because of it this season.
That is the point. You need players to be able to play.
And now they're going to be punished even more here. Tierney to the edge of the box to Ralston. Didn't really open up for a shot. He's not a goal scorer, of course, under pressure from Miovski. He's back to McGregor and out to the left for Hatate. Has a look at the box. Rolls it to McGregor, who goes down, challenged well in the end by Oscar. And Rangers pick up with JD Gassama driving down the far side. Scales slides in, breaks to Balikwisha. Celtic have it back. He's rolled back up the line. Tierney then moves it into his own half for Scales. Scales square to Carter Vickers. To Scales again, and then to Carter Vickers, who'll then take it at walking pace up to the halfway line. Rolls it low along the grass out to Nygren, and then infield to Ralston. Back to Carter Vickers, who goes back to Schmeichel. Goalless here in Glasgow, and it's an extremely busy day. Another derby to come at Dens. Dundee against United. 2 o'clock kickoff for that one. Aberdeen Falkirk hits St Mirren at 3 o'clock. Sportsound is full coverage across the afternoon. Final games before the first international break of the season. Nygren back to Carter Vickers, forward to McGregor, and then he goes back to Schmeichel and to Scales. Celtic is trying to calm things down.
Yeah.
I get a feel of the ball here.
Yeah, just moving the ball around the thirds of the pitch at the moment, yeah.
It's now with Tierney. Plays it square to Scales. To Carter Vickers, who'll roll it into the Rangers half from Ralston, and back to Scales in the centre circle.
Yeah, you can see Brendan Rodgers actually as the most animated I've seen him for a long time down here on the sideline, trying to get some instruction out to his team to either play.
Scales almost short with the back pass. Barron is on to potentially, but Schmeichel has it, plays it short to Carter Vickers. Now it's Ralston, goes all the way back to Schmeichel. Celtic looking a bit nervy at times. And the thing that struck me across those two legs against Kyra was how lethargic Celtic looked throughout both legs.
You know what? I'm not just saying this. I know Rangers had a hard time in Europe. Celtic obviously disappointed in the long journey. They look a wee bit leggy, Celtic. They're usually sharp, bright. We'll get that in stages of the game. It's as if they're trying to manage through these stages of the game, get through this first 15, 20, see if it'll settle in. Try and spring that high line from Rangers. But Rangers have been the better team.
Carter Vickers across the halfway line. Pushes it forward to Maida. First time back to Engels. Curls the ball with the right out to the left hand side of the boxer. Balikwisha's level with the penalty spot to the cross in. Headed away by Moore. Oscar takes it down, facing his own goal, then slips it out to this near side for Migroma. He's going to get onto it. With his ball forward to Miovski's cut out by Carter Vickers. And then it's with Ralston. Back to Scales. And then to Tierney. Left of the centre circle. Forward to Hatate. And stabs it back to Scales. Paki Bona.
Yeah, the bit that's missing at the moment from Celtic is that sort of, there's a ball in. And they've tried it obviously from Maida.
I'll just describe it and you can pick it up. He's bent it across the 6-yard box and it's gone the other side of the goal frame. No problem for Jack Butland, and a goal kick to Rangers.
Yeah, that piece, that just penetration, that movement up front, and that's the bit that have Celtic. They've got plenty of the ball now in the last probably 5, 6, 7 minutes, but it's that ball that kills teams when you've got movement up front, and they tried it on that occasion for the speed of Maeda. Couldn't get there. I want looking at some midfielders to go there also. Even the wide guys, can they make that run? It can't always be the centre forward.
Ralston goes back to Schmeichel. Is it short to Carter Vickers? And then back to Schmeichel. Miovski's in close attendance. Schmeichel dumps it out to the left for Tierney's header's going straight to Tavernier. Right of the centre circle, out to Gisama, wide on the right. Miovski's in the middle. Oscar arriving there too, as is Moore. Gisama down the far side towards the corner flag. Tierney with him all the way. Balikwisha too, but that's going to go behind. It looked like a corner. And the assistant referee over there, Chris Ray, has indicated it's a goal kick, which Schmeichel takes quickly and short to the right for Ralston.
Yeah, they were represented, wasn't it, the assistant, so it was obviously deflected off the Rangers player. So I wouldn't argue with that, Liam.
Carter Vickers out to Ralston. Up the line towards Maida. It's breaking the ball off Suter. Moves in field. Now it's Hatate. Hatate then fires it first time with the right foot out to the left for Balikwisha. Can take on Tavernier here. On that left hand side, chops in field. Rolls it in field to McGregor. Square to Ralston. And then back to McGregor at the edge of the centre circle, just pushes it to the left for Tierney.
Yeah, just on that,
Scales.
On that last move, Maida did brilliantly, but he's a striker out here on the left-hand side. As soon as he went on the inside, open up, you're looking for Balikwisha to make that run. And if that was Maida in that position, I'm certain that he would have made the run in behind Tavernier.
Here comes Moore for Rangers, back to Diamande, and now it's with Barron. The halfway line, look, it was opening up well for Rangers there, but they've played it back instead. It's now with Barron. Short to Diamande and then back to Suter. And then to Giga and out to Tavernier. Chip ball forward for Oscar. He flips it on towards Miovski. Was Oscar fouled there? Yes, he was. Rangers free kick.
He's doing well, Oscar. He's obviously in McGregor's area all the time defensively, but he's getting himself high and supporting Miovski when they have possession. Sorry, that's how they've got that free kick, but he's the man today. We did it with Bayrami on him, trying to just nullify Callum McGregor. He's tried to get in the game, but he's finding it difficult. But he's also getting forward, which has got Rangers this free kick, Liam.
He's a Scouser, is Oscar, despite the name there, Norwegian father. Joined from Luton here, 5 years at Wigan. He was in the Liverpool Academy, Norway international. Tavernier clips the free kick into the right hand side of the box. Suter heads it back, stabbed away by Scales, and the flag's up on the far side. We played almost 21 at Ibrox. It is Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
Yeah, the game's settled down now into a little bit more of a pattern, to be honest. Rangers have done really well now, this opening sort of almost 15 minutes where they put Celtic under lots of pressure, aggressive, on the front foot. So they're just getting into the game a little bit more now and trying to find their pattern of play.
Carter Vickers out to the right, low ball to Ralston. Same for him, forward to Engels. Mosgaard with him, down goes Engels, free kick Celtic. Right in front of the Rangers manager, Russell Martin, who appears to be already walking the tightrope here. As he tries to keep his balance as the Rangers boss, and had been appointed less than 3 months ago.
We'll be happy with his team start on, and Diamande jumped too quickly to get out, and they just passed him out the game, freed up Engels. Maybe Conor Barron could have got over a little bit quicker, but there's a time to just wait your ground, and Diamande jumped quick.
The Rangers throw in, Nygren thinks it should have been his.
That's the example I was talking about. Nygren playing out on the right hand side. He's always going to come in on that left foot, and it's easy to read, and he just outfoxed him there.
Giga almost got the ball caught underneath him there. Thanks Tavernier. Suter is instructed by Tavernier to get rid of it. In the end, he's actually put a decent ball out to Barron on the right, but then the turn from Gassama, but the ball doesn't stay with him, and it goes out for a Celtic throw-in, which Tierney bowls back to Scales.
Giga gives me the jitters at times. I mean, there's been that one thumped at him with Suter, but that one was a nice pass, and it come off both his feet, and Hatate was nearly on it, and he's just got to make sure his touch is pure, the pass is pure, and just keep things really simple.
There's Carter Vickers, everyone bar Kasper Schmeichel in the Rangers half right now. Rolled out to Nygren. Ngoma does enough as Nygren has to come back out to Engels and just slashed at it, smashed it towards the box. Rangers get it back, but they've given it away. Double quick time. Engels has it now. Nygren attacking the Rangers penalty area, breaks off Barron, breaks out to Ralston. His ball takes a deflection on its way through, and Jack Butland holds on. We've played a quarter here, in fact, just gone over the quarter mark. Remains 0-0.
I'm looking at two centre halves there. They don't really want it, do they? Butland's got it in his hands. He's now being forced to kick long again.
Suter will take it, he'll take it and wrap it through the lines to get quick enough, gets a bit of space, but sometimes it looks uncomfortable.
Rangers have it with Ngoma down this left hand side. What about the cross? Instead he plays it back to Diamande. Hear the groans from the Rangers supporters. In from Diamande, headed away by Scales. Diamande will let it go out for a throw into Rangers on this near side. Balls it infield to Barron. Back to Diamande. Will then chip it back to Giga. Steps out to that right hand side. Driving forwards. He makes a challenge of Maida. That's with Gassama, who hauled Maida to the deck, and the referee didn't like it. Celtic have a free kick on what's become an extremely scrappy affair.
Very scrappy today. Tierney's down injured.
Yeah, Giga, I just, what was my words to you a minute ago? Just keep it nice and simple.
Hi,
Nice and simple pass. But he goes off the one again, overruns it, and then just smashes into Kieran Tierney. He picks up a sore one. Celtic in a free kick. It's a bit of realise the occasion. Just keep it simple, big man, and you'll do fine.
Tierney's okay. In fact, he's over the free kick, but now he's going to roll it back the way to Scales.
Big Joy's comrades, why a lot?
To Schmeichel at the edge of his box. Plays it short to his right for Carter Vickers, who'll side foot pass into the centre circle for Maida, first time. Loopy ball out to this near side, but Ngoma gets it away ahead of Nygren. One back by Engels to Nygren on the right, back to Ralston, and then into his own half. He sweeps it to Carter Vickers, who steps away from Miovski. Still it's Carter Vickers, driving forward, he's away from Miovski, he's up towards the edge of the box. Miovski eventually gets the challenge. He wanted too long to the centre back, who's now out of position. Mikey Moore for Rangers. Switches it out to the right for Tavernier. Forward towards Barron, who shifts it back to Tavernier. And into the left of the centre circle for Suter as Rangers try and find a way through here.
Those two are Rangers players.
Out wide left, Ngoma. Nygren with the challenge. Right for a Rangers throw in. Level with the edge of the D of the Celtic box. On the main stand side here. Ngoma is over it. Which one of these sides will seize the initiative? I think there's only been the 1-0 draw since these two renewed acquaintance back in 2014.
Sorry.
That League Cup semi. Let's move towards the edge of the box. Moore goes down, Celtic clear. Giga with Maida all over him as well. Finds Suter. Suter's ball out to the far side. Gassama goes after it. He's on it now. Up against Tierney. Rolls it back into his own half for Tavernier, and then to Giga. He was back to Butland. 26 played. Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Here on Sportsound, BBC Radio Scotland across the frequencies, online and on digital. Live from Glasgow. Rangers Celtic crossing swords for the first time this season.
And coming into it in the worst possible frame of mind.
What
Both
do
of
you
them
know something uninteresting?
to their Champions League disappointments. Billy Dodds.
It's definitely playing out the game what you've just said. You can see that there's a bit it's a nervous affair anyway playing an Old Firm game, but when they come into it on the back of poor losses, you can see they're nervous, they're tense. It's not a great spectacle. You would think it's got to improve as the game settles down, but it hasn't done that yet.
He is rather funny.
St Mirren, Aberdeen and Livingston. Rangers those draws against Motherwell, Dundee and the Paisley Saints. As Rangers pick up a free kick in the middle of the park there.
Yeah,
challenge.
Till they get the ball at the back, fine. They're looking for a penetrating pass. Maeda comes all the way in, about 20-30 yards into his own half, but there's no the wide players or even the midfielder isn't occupying his space that he's left to give another option. The ball's played into his feet. He ends up losing it, and now they're under pressure.
That's what happened when you used to do that drop the striker, then Kuhn would take off and York would take off. They've not got that kind of personnel today. So you get to see the best of Balakishwa. It's his debut, we know that, but Nygren's never going to do that.
Rangers with Tavernier with the free kick, footed, chipped into the box, headed away by Carter Vickers. Balakishwa beats Kisama to it on the far side. Tavernier's cushion head at the back, like Tavernier chasing right hand side of the box. Across it comes and behind it goes. Corner.
Yeah, good play. Obviously Tavernier getting in that sort of byline and getting our Scales doing again really good job at a near post, picked up a really good position, had to go to ground to make a contact, but it's an inner corner for Rangers, and these set pieces of course is not a thing that Celtic like defending.
Barron, outswinger, right footed. And Gubbins stand side. As Rangers attack the Broomloan Road end, and it comes headed away by Maeda. Oscar heads it back towards the penalty spot, but it's nodded clear by Engels. Engels might get back onto it himself here, and goes back to Schmeichel, who clears with the right foot, wallops it forward high into the Rangers half. Comes off the head of Giga, heads it away. Nygren heads it back the way. Giga heads it back towards the halfway line. Engels with a header. Diamonde scoops it forward to the foul, and Oscar go right in front of the referee Robertson, and that will be a free kick to Rangers as we approach the half hour at 0-0.
Yeah, such a scrappy game at the moment. There's been really no quality in this first half from either team, even though they've worked hard. There's not that's a typical Celtic Rangers game, but you're looking for the quality, and it's not there at the moment.
Screen guardians.
Yeah, either side. Just wonder how long this malaise goes on, if the new signings
they all came from the
pick
same
up
system,
with their hearts and heads, might fancy a little go at the top two this season. See how Aberdeen do in the window as well. This transfer window closes tomorrow. Difficult, obviously, for the clubs outside of these two to sustain it over the course of a season.
Will it be Sky or what's 2018 now?
The sides have made positive starts to their campaigns. Suter, a long high ball out to the far side. Gisama controls well. Up against Tierney. Level the penalty spot, drops the shoulder, back onto his right side, crosses in and bites it off Biowski's chest.
For help for people who want to see
Kasper Schmeichel, and it will stay Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
A half an hour gone, Rangers are still the better team. They're the one team that are really forcing it. Celtic are like, as if they're just trying to get through half time, maybe take any chances that come their way, maybe in the counter attack. But Rangers are forcing, but they can't really create a real opportunity.
You can get ones through European providers as well that get some British games. They all of them get this one, this specific one. They will from games, so Rangers, Celtic
record signing.
Like that.
He's got to move the ball quickly.
Yeah, that team died, yes.
Too many touches.
There's Moore taking on Nygren, driving down the left-hand side. Ralston's out here too.
So it'll be Sky
trying to keep this going. Ralston, though, It's back on to
I do, yes.
line clears. Suter wins the header ahead of Maida and brings Tavernier.
Standard ticket price is either 28 or 35
Celtic are there for the
For
taking
this
right
one
now.
at Celtic Park, it's 45.
Diamonde through to Oscar.
Obvious reasons.
Tried to feed it out to Megoma on the near side. Ralston with the challenge. The referee didn't like it. He was
And
tackling
for
one sitting
this
on the
match
ground.
at Ibrox,
And it's going to be a Rangers free kick in an attacking position.
Yeah, listen, that's a kind of outlawed. You're on the ground and that you can't do that. So it gives Rangers another opportunity to put this ball into the box. This time it's a good angle. And obviously Taverniers come over here onto this side to play it in.
Right-footed delivery coming up from James Tavernier. He and Callum McGregor, the most experienced
There's
players
going
of
to
the
be like
pitch of this
2,000 to
fixture.
2,500 Celtic fans at
Tavernier,
Ibrox
right-footed,
just now.
beds it in. Schmeichel thought about it, and it's ended up in the net.
Maybe some of my
The
in-laws.
goalkeeper came, didn't get there. It might have come off a Celtic head. Moore celebrates. But the bottom line is that Rangers have taken the lead here against the champions. Celtic appealing. Rangers celebrating. Rangers 1, Celtic 0.
They're having a look at something, but Celtic are all at sea. They've been kind of hanging on this half. That's the feeling you get, Pat. It's a quality ball in. It looks as if it's an own goal, but they're really just trying to manage their way through the game. Celtic have been caught with a free kick and they're down 1-0.
Okay, yeah, but that was a brilliant ball, and I've got to say, it's that ball
go down that road.
just nicely whipped into
They're drawing lines. They're drawing the lines for offside.
And, you know, it's one of them where the goalkeeper is really struggling to come. Maybe the starting position is a little bit deep. Where he comes, he's no man's land. And then the rest of them just piling on top, I think, of Scales and Carter.
Suter got the touch. Suter got the final touch on that.
My
So it's a Suter goal. If this stands.
is a Rangers
Brave
fan.
because there was plenty of bodies. As you say, Pat, he stays
I
in
know
his line
she's
a
out.
lot.
She's
Schmeichel
not at the
doesn't
match,
let you
but
leave.
she's
He's not the biggest. He's not the biggest. He's not.
She
If
checked
you're going to
some of
come,
the
you've
results
got to
and
be
watches the
brave. You've got to put
highlights.
your fist on it. You're not going to
But
catch
she
that
doesn't
ball.
usually
Especially
cheer.
these games.
Yeah. So he's come. This time his man was meant to come, but he was never getting there.
And Scales is down, injured.
Hang on.
Decision imminent here.
Yeah, there was a.
This goal's not going to stand. The goal's going to be disallowed here. John Robertson's going to have to disallow the goal, and the Rangers supporters are going to be furious any second now.
Oh, I know who
Celtic
it is.
have got away with one. It is no goal, and it stays Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
Yeah.
Suter's header does not stand.
Yeah, they've got away with that, Celtic. Obviously, you're offside. You're offside, and you know that's what VAR's there for. To clear that up, but from a point of view of the ball in, Celtic trying to deal with it, and Suter, obviously the strength of Suter coming in, 2 or 3 bodies in on top of that Celtic defence. The goalkeeper probably will be relieved, put it that way.
By the sound of it, or
Celtic, I'm surprised they've not played with real pace up front. I know Balaklisha might be quick, my head is certainly a flying machine. They've always, we looked at analysis when we were looking at them, and they always, when we were building, they always kept too high and wide.
So that means if it was a foul, it means
and it gave you all sorts of problems if you're trying to get a squeeze on them. And they've not got that today, and I think Rangers know that. They can squeeze and they don't have to worry too much about those dark runs through, especially from wide players. I'm surprised that Forrest hasn't started today. I'm going to say.
They're also kind of neutered on this side by the absence of Alistair Johnston, aren't they?
That's another
well as
just
you
goes on with quality.
Yeah.
Ralston looks as if I just want to defend first. He's not enjoying the game. You can see Brendan Rodgers having a little bite at him. To me, it was McGregor's fault. He wanted him to step on, I understand that, but McGregor fizzed the ball far too quickly, and he had a bite at Ralston. I think he set him back.
Yeah, and the other point, Liam, the other point is if Maeda is playing out on the left-hand side, out on the left-hand side, he's a real threat for that. You know, I don't see, Balakwisha, has he got that real presence? Does he even have to know how
the other
to run
side
in
of
behind
the Atlantic?
Nygren will never do it on this side here.
I know there's lots.
You know, and you can read him. He hasn't got a pace.
Balakwisha looks quick, but he's never really tested Tavernier. There's a couple of times I thought, oh, he could shift, but he's not been direct, got it down and say, I'm getting at you.
Game back on here, and Scales is back on the pitch as well. That free kick for offside is right on the 18-yard line. It came from the goal, it was disallowed. Moore goes down, no free kick. Celtic have it with Engels on this near side. Challenging back is Moore, breaks to Nygren, won back by Makoma. Forward to Diamonde, goes down, fouled by Ralston. Free kick Rangers on the near side. Celtic would be probably best served just trying to see this through until half-time and regroup, because Rangers are swarming all over them. There's 9 minutes left of this first half. It is still goalless, but they can't live with Rangers at the moment.
Yeah, just a point. I was looking at Maeda up front. Giga had his arms around him, holding him when the ball's out in this right-hand side. He knows the threat in behind, and that was a way of stopping him. Now, obviously, nobody picked it up because the game's out in this right-hand side. But oh my word, it was just hold him, don't let him run.
There's nothing to spook Rangers.
International people came by
Celtic, and they were
doing
well, but you always see something
matches.
happen there. They got a break and it absolutely spooked us and the players on the pitch, and that's not happening.
You'll get
just what we were touching
comprehensive
on, there's been
highlights
nothing happening. You
later
go,
on if
we could get caught here.
Whatever
Rangers
your
are comfortable that
equivalent
back
of
line.
like Sky is.
So your old pal
I would
Hamza
assume.
Igaman scored a double in his debut for.
I was talking to Tom English about it.
Yes. It will be a
Unless you've actually got
Rangers
Sky.
free kick. Of course, Igaman scored
Over
the
there.
winner at Celtic Park for.
You probably do actually.
0-0 at half time, 7-0 finish when he come on.
Free kick Rangers then. Tavernier to take over on the
Oh,
far side
well, there's
touchline,
two
midway
Guardians.
inside Celtic half. Into the box it comes. McGregor throws up his left boot and gets it away. Diamonde heads it into the box, away by Tierney on the penalty spot. And it is collected by Makoma. Infield to Barron, who goes back to Butland. 37.5 on the clock. No goals. Souttar's header, which found the net, ruled out for offside after the lines were drawn. Schmeichel comes a long way from his box, right-hand side, and clears. Souttar wins the header, and out it goes for the throw-in on this near side to Celtic.
Once I get my,
Ralston's going to take.
once I get my Celtic
It's been a
TV
difficult
subscription up and
first
running,
half for the
I
Scotland
might
international,
actually be able
who
to actually broadcast
will be
watching the matches.
hoping to keep his place in the Scotland
I will
team
need to
despite
check on
the
the legality
return
of
to
that
fitness of
stuff,
Aaron
but if
Hickey.
I've
He's
got
clearly going to be the
subscription,
long-term right back for Scotland,
I
but has he
can
played enough to start
broadcast it
in the Parkin against
on my
Denmark on Friday night? We'll wait and see. Barron goes back to Giga, and then Barron's not a good touch, but he's enough to get back onto it. Pass it back to Butland, he clears long high ball into the Celtic half. Carter Vickers heads it forward to the Rangers half. Now Balikwisha, nice touch away from Tavernier, having got it from Atate, gets it into the box. But can't find Maida or Nygren, and out it goes for a throw in on the near side. This is a Celtic team, and there are new players in there. This Celtic last season averaged 3 goals a game across the entire campaign, across all competition. They just don't look anywhere near as threatening as they were last term.
No, they're not. And you know, Balikwisha there, first time he's really got in behind what obviously Tavernier's kind of slipping, and he elected to cross the ball, just drive on, use that pace that you were talking about, Billy, and then create a problem for the centre half to come to him, to stay on the man, but he just elected to play it into the middle, and it was to nobody.
Yeah, Scales has just put it straight out for a Rangers throw-in.
Who actually used their
Celtic there to be had, but it's whether Rangers can capitalise on that and get goals that will kill them off.
The Celtic manager's normally the calmest man you'll ever see. He was once again, he had his head in his hands there, and that ball went out of play from Liam Scales. Throwing Rangers, Tavernier, really long one towards the goal. It's headed away by Scales, picked up by Tavernier, level with the penalty spot, looking for Gassama down that right-hand side. It's on the byline, Hatate for company, rolls it back to Tavernier on his right and on his left, and then back to Barron. Barron challenged by Maida, and Maida throwing himself into the tackle on the far side. He's emerged with it, the whistle goes, it's gone Rangers' way. On the touchline.
I had thought it was a foul there, because I'm sure
he
stopped.
Once I get my subscription, I can do it on Discord, and you can come and join us.
He's got a bang in the
15
face.
minutes, it's crazy. Usually settles down. I've never seen one so scrappy for this long.
It'll be Celtic home matches.
I think Maida's that's why he stopped. He got a bang in the face, and he's now got treatment.
Celtic's going to be playing Feyenoord.
Apparently.
Yeah.
It's on the opposite side of the pitch from where we are. We do not have monitors
because
in front
Kairat
of us.
Almaty took us out of the
so the guys aren't able to see any replays.
I'm still
if it's happening the other side of the pitch, then we have to rely on the information coming from elsewhere. But into the final 5 minutes of the first half, There'll be a good few added on because of injury stoppages, because of the VAR check for the Suter goal that didn't stand.
Yeah, just talking about he's just offside. I just seen a picture of it there, but just from Tavernier being in the team or not in the team, the quality of the ball is worth him even being in the team. I know sometimes he gets criticised for his defending and so on, but ultimately that's where Rangers' strength is. We talked about before, what is their strengths? Balls into the box from set pieces, strength in the air, and that's he's got to be in the team for that, Billy.
Agreed. I just think when you get players in, they've got to be better than what's already there. And up till now, and I'm not saying it won't get better, but up until now I don't see where there's been an upgrade.
So Rangers fans aren't happy because of the treatment for Maida. I think they want him off the pitch to get this fixed up, and that's what's going to happen now. The referee just telling Maida and the Celtic medics to get off the playing surface.
Critical time, 4 or 5 minutes before. I know there'll be probably some extra time, but critical time in any match.
3 or 4 minutes added on, I think. Tavernier right-footed free kick from the edge of the box, and it comes, it's bouncing around, and eventually it bobbles behind for another corner. Rangers keep the pressure on. Far and away Rangers' best league performance of the season. Still in its relative infancy, of course.
Yeah, not from play in general, but the way they've gone about it, the aggression they've shown, they've got into the faces of Celtic high up the pitch. They've created numerous corners, set pieces.
Corner will be taken by Barron. Well, despite all that, it doesn't feel like it. Celtic have had 62% of the ball.
I am
at this moment, approaching 43 minutes. It's felt like Rangers have had more of it as it comes in from the corner from Barron, away by McGregor.
It is.
Makes towards the penalty spot. And able to bundle it away. Celtic through Arne Engels on the far side, and it's off Maida and out for a throw in over there to Rangers.
Post things.
And Celtic need to wake up here. They've dodged a bullet, obviously. But the vast majority of this game is being played in their own half. And Tavernier will take another long throw into the Celtic box, and it comes away by Carter Vickers. Barron heads it back towards the Celtic box, when it breaks to Nygren, who looks to spring the Rangers defence here. Maida, Balikwisha chase, but Butland read the danger, comes a long way from his goal.
He's alright, he's doing okay, I guess.
It's going to bounce all the way through to Schmeichel, and it will stay Rangers nil, Celtic nil.
Yeah, it was important. Obviously, he picked up a good position. Butland, edge of his box, just read the situation, kept his eye on it, and
Brendan Rodgers is cool. His football career on the whole,
Rangers though might well go the other way anyway. Moore to Diamonde, back out to Moore, left hand side, level with the Celtic penalty spot. Rangers smell blood here. Nicoma's cross, poor, headed away by McGregor.
Oh, Brendan Rodgers
helps it away.
He's fine.
Wilson looks like
Don't get me wrong, he still has
sometimes.
temper and shit like
He's not
that.
even opening up to see runs behind him, and that Gomes not his man. He's lucky there as well.
Michael comes to claim at the feet of
the one I love the most, both player and manager.
After the slip by Carter Vickers, and it went through him. He's fortunate that there wasn't a blue jersey onto it. Michael pulls it forward there to Ralston. And then to Engels, long ball, Balikwisha, Tavernier goes down, whistle goes, and Rangers have a free kick. Balikwisha asking what the problem was. Don Robertson says it was a foul by he and Tavernier.
There's a good correlation between
there will be
Celtic
4 minutes added on.
by the way.
Wrong choice in pass, Pat,
No, I think it was the wrong decision. He had a simpler pass out
Because
to
a
the
lot
right
of
hand
Celtic
side here
fans are also
for
Liverpool
Nygren, and they had
fans.
players
Can't
high up
forget
the
it.
pitch. It was a good throw out from Schmeichel, I've got to say, to pick him out in an area where there was nobody on him in the middle of the pitch, but then the decision from him was poor.
Long ball from Butland, Scales is underneath it, heads it clear. Moore flicks it on, looking for Miovski. It's headed away by Carter Vickers, and it's Barron. Barron heads it out to this left-hand side for Diamonde. He's away from Nygren, and across it comes, cleared by Carter Vickers. He escaped the first defender, he was Ralston. It went into that corridor between the keeper and his defence, but there's nobody in a blue shirt able to stick the foot on it.
Yes, he did.
And it's cleared by Arne Engels. Bouncing ball, Suter will
I was
to Jack Butland. There can be no underestimating how important these
Gerard,
next few
what
games
the fuck
are
you doing, man?
for Rangers. They've got Hearts after the
I thought he was
international
quite good
break, then it's
football.
Hibs
He was a
here
good
in the League
player.
Cup. massive games.
No, got the
put this
attitude
one
to be a
into
manager,
that
I think.
bundle. They've got to emerge from that unscathed to get their season back on track here. It's come off the track so very early in the campaign. Diamonde comes down the left and it breaks to Ralston, who turns it infield to Carter Vickers inside his own box.
There's a prime example of Nygren out on the right hand side, and just Diamonde just read it like a bit, used the line, knew that he was going to come inside, and just easily defended against him.
Oscar is fouled by Maida, and a free kick to Rangers here, left of the centre circle in the Celtic half.
Yeah, they need the half-time whistle, Celtic, there's no doubt. Not the Rangers they've got the offside goal and they've had a couple of little chances, but they've pressurised them, they've forced the game to them, and they just need to get in, regroup. Celtic, Rangers deserve to be in front, but they've not got that all-important lead.
Brendan Rodgers is telling his players to keep their concentration. Free kicks worked out to the
Really?
left to Moore, whose cross comes in, it's too close to
I've been
Schmeichel.
listening to the way they're
He'll
playing.
pull it out quickly to Kieran Tierney over there, challenged by Gassama. Tierney has it again though, as he rolls it back to Scales.
That's just
to
my
McGregor. And then roll it to his right for Ralston, out to Nygren on this near side. Scored twice last week, Nygren against Livingston, as Engels goes down. He thinks he was tripped, the referee disagrees. The Rangers fans boo him for diving. Diamonde finds Suter midway inside his own half on the Rangers left.
I thought it was a foul. Don Robertson just wasn't looking at it.
It's kind of the way he went down. It was strange, but it did look that there was he had been impeded anyway. Play goes on, and it's Suter for Rangers, and he rolls it back to Tavernier inside his own box. Right hand side of it, out to the right for Osgaard. Infield to Tavernier, clips it forward, looking for Gassama, turns it to Barron, the challenge from Tierney, and it breaks favourably for McGregor. Goes back to Hatate, who in turn goes all the way back to Schmeichel. We played almost 3 of the 4 minutes of stoppage time at the end of the first half here. Rangers nil, Celtic nil.
That's Celtic.
Engels for McGregor. Much needed possession for Celtic this. Hatate back to Scales and out to that left hand side for Tierney. And then move it into Scales. Back to Kieran Tierney, who goes all the way back to Schmeichel. Just a bit too pedestrian from a Celtic point of view, Packy.
I just can't see how they're going to score goals today, Celtic, from that perspective. That's a mistake maybe from a Rangers player at the back.
Proven capable of that, the Rangers players this season. Brilliant long ball switched out to the left here for Balakisha for Celtic, who are high up the pitch. Back to Tierney, left foot cross, it's off Tavernier. Breaks to Moore at the edge of the penalty box, and then he flicks it forward, but the referee stopped play because Rangers have a man down inside their own penalty area. It might well be Diamonde who's
he was tracking Engels, Liam, and I thought it was he played it cute, Mo Diamonde, because Engels had got a little half yard on him and he went down, and then obviously Engels has landed on top of him. Brilliant ball, as you said, by Carter Vickers, but Celtic aren't functioning. They've not got their full backs forward all day.
Half time at Ibrox, no goals, and not a brilliant football match in all honesty, but what has been played, it's been played better by Rangers off the back of their 6-0 humbling in Brugge on Wednesday evening. It's been much better from them today. They have been at it. Not too many saves for Kasper Schmeichel to make. John Suter had the ball in the net though. He was ruled out for offside after the VAR check, that coming on 33 minutes. Precious little for Schmeichel and Butland to do either side of that, in all honesty. Miovski's been relatively quiet after a start which you could clearly tell he was trying to make an impression early on. Balakrisha struggled to get into the game as well. Indeed, Celtic have struggled to get into the game, and given the weeks that these two have had, it is no surprise that the half-time scoreline here at Ibrox Stadium is Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
The Old Firm Derby.
Live on Sports Sound.
Look again! Scottish football lives here.
On BBC Radio Scotland. We've gathered together for generations.
They're the kind of supporters who'll follow their team anywhere in the world.
With every hope.
The Tartan Army celebrate. Jordan, and it's a goal. McFadden going for goal. The stuff of dreams for Scotland.
Flags flying, pipes playing, hearts pounding. now, the next chapter begins.
Comes back to McTominay, goal!
Belief lives here. The road to the World Cup.
Oh, it's brilliant!
Catch Denmark versus Scotland on Friday night. Watch on iPlayer or ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Scotland Extra.
Well, you can watch it on Sportscene. You can also listen to it on Sportsound. Friday night, World Cup qualifier. The campaign gets up and running. Denmark against Scotland. We are 45 minutes into the first Rangers-Celtic encounter of season 25-26. I think the main hope, Tom English, for all of us is that things can only get better. That's been dire for the large part, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been dreadful. The lack of technique, the lack of control, the lack of accuracy has really kind of followed on from their European exits. No wonder they're out of the Champions League, because technically both these teams are very, very poor right now. In terms of aggression, in terms of being up for the fight, Rangers are way ahead of Celtic. Like, Celtic haven't had a shot. As an attacking team, they haven't existed in this match. That's 210 minutes against Kairat Almaty without a goal, and another 45 minutes here. So their attacking game has collapsed around their ears. Rangers are kind of, I know the possession, kind of disregard this possession, because the evidence of our own eyes is that Rangers...
Yeah, it's like 57% Celtic.
Yeah, mad. It's
but
mad,
it's what you do with it, and let's be honest,
you do with it, exactly.
They've done nothing.
They've done absolutely
nothing.
They haven't had a shot. Not to mind a shot on target. They haven't had a shot on goal, which is kind of feeble. Rangers, a lot of huff and puff, a lot of endeavour, a lot of aggression. Miovski, I think, has gone back into defence and robbed Carter Vickers. He's robbed Engels of possession, working very hard. Barron working very hard. Mikey Moore working very hard. Diamande the same. So there's a lot of kind of grunt from Rangers. They're the better team. They look like they want it more than Celtic, but there's precious little inspiration or quality out there.
It was an aggressive start by Rangers, first 10, 15 minutes, and then Celtic had a spell there for 10 or 15 minutes where they settled things down. You expected them, that was where they got the bulk of their possession, I think, during that spell there, and you expected them to start to move on, but they've been so passive, haven't they? It's allowed Rangers to then re-engage and to re-grip on the game as well.
They've no control over it. I mean, McGregor, a million times in his fixtures had total control over it, but Asgard is sitting on it, and he's hustling and harrying McGregor, and McGregor's given the ball away a few times. A lot of the Celtic players have given the ball away. It's a kind of repeat of what we saw from them midweek. There's no kind of composure in their game whatsoever, because Rangers are going at them hard, and Rangers are working very, very hard. And we speculated all week and all season so far about Russell Martin, and as he lost the dressing room and stuff. That first half performance would indicate that he has not lost the dressing room, because these Rangers players are working extremely hard.
This is the fourth game.
Working really, really hard, covering a lot of ground.
There's only been 4 games in the league.
Miovski, he has a presence about him, and his presence in this game is not as a potential goal threat, but it's in terms of his work rate and his aggression in that. He has upset Scales, and he's upset Carter Vickers, but there's no end product to it so far for either of them. But Rangers should be feeling better about themselves right now than Celtic, because Celtic they've been nothing. They've put nothing into this game so far.
Rangers thought they did have the end products. 33rd minute, free kick whipped in by James Tavernier. And I mean, there's a whole cluster of bodies there, but it is John Souttar who clearly gets his head to it. The ball's in the net, celebrations around much of Ibrox Stadium, but then of course we always have the weight these days, Tom, when it comes to the top flight, and sadly for Rangers and indeed for John Souttar, he was I assume you've seen the freeze frame. He's clearly offside.
He's offside, and it's a disappointment for Rangers, but it's also a kind of put a little bit of a pep in their step that they've put the ball in the net. Okay, it's disallowed, but they put Celtic in a bit of disarray. Schmeichel has come off his line and flapped at it, and it's ended up in their net. It hasn't counted, but it just shows that Celtic are vulnerable back there.
I want to get Pat's thoughts on that, because you actually haven't seen the replay, I don't think, Pat. He is clearly offside, John Souttar, but Tom talked about Schmeichel flapping, he doesn't even get to flapping stage.
No.
He waits, he advances 3-4 yards, and then he stops in no man's land. I mean, it's a terrible piece of goalkeeping.
Yeah, he decides to come. That's the first thing. But his starting point is probably not at a point where, you know, that he's going to command that space. He's almost, well, I have to come almost and saying that I'm going to dictate here. I'm going to be the best. That ball's played in to that area with a bit of height at all. I'm the one that's going to get to the ball first. And when he gets to it, but he never gets to it. That's the point because it's the starting point.
Does he not try and stick his arm out?
As I say, he came forward 3 or 4 steps. He knows no man's land. He puts both our hands out to try and make himself bigger. But I mean, it was one of those. I appreciate what you were saying, Pat. But if he stays in the line, he makes a comfortable save, probably.
Does he or does he not? That's the question for a goalkeeper. That's the decision you've got to make. I think it's all about. I don't think he's that type of goalkeeper anyway that comes and commands his box from centre. So he's always going to be under severe pressure. He's not the biggest. He's not like his dad, where he was 6'4" and he would come. He's probably maybe a 6'1" type of goalkeeper. So that space is always going to be vulnerable. You're relying probably on Scales much more than anybody else, and the Scales there's some decent headers in there. He was under pressure because you've got 3-4 players coming in top of you. You've got to try to win your one player to try to win the ball. So you need your goalkeeper to be strong and be able to come and command that space. And if he can't do it, that's where you're vulnerable. And I don't think he's that type of goalkeeper from that perspective.
Well, he certainly wasn't under those circumstances. VAR also called into action very early. There was a Scales challenge on Miovski. It was I think they clearly got it right. There was no penalty there. There was contact, but you're allowed contact. It wasn't illegal contact, and Miovski made sure that he threw himself to the ground. So the referee and VAR in agreement there. No penalty for that one. And Billy Dodds, of the two managers, Russell Martin is certainly going to be happier with what he's seen thus far.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, he's got a response from his players. I think this fixture looks after itself in terms of you can't show a bad attitude in this fixture. The fans will be on you, especially when you're at home. And they've had a real reaction. They've not played brilliantly, but they have been up for the fight and they've won most of the battles in the midfield, especially through that first 15 minutes. Then, as you said, it's settled, Richard, for the second 15. But Celtic have clung on. And this game is about how Rangers have handled it mentally. They really do well, physically and mentally. And Celtic haven't functioned, and I've been surprised with Celtic because you've got to get in the mindset of I've been in games when Celtic you get after them, you try and press them, but you're always cautious, say what's at the back, and they give you a spook, as I said in commentary, and that is like a Jota run or a Kuhn run or a Maeda run from a wide area. They've not got that today. Or a fullback joining in with them, Alistair Johnston or Greg Taylor when he joined in. You were always wary of it. I don't think Rangers have to be wary of anything today. There's no threat in attack, which is it's a get out of jail free card for Rangers. I think I'm so surprised James Forrest hasn't started this game just for the threat rather than
they've got nothing out wide. I mean, as you've been saying, Nygren cuts inside every time he gets the ball. The new signing Balikwisha is still, a novice.
He's made no impact at all.
No impact. You look at it, at some of the stats. Total clearances: Rangers 6, Celtic 36. 36 clearances. Not to mind having no shot on target, no shot on goal, no shot on target. Celtic haven't even had a corner, and they've had 3 touches in Rangers' box. 3. Now Rangers have only had 6 touches in Celtic's box. Shows you the overall kind of state of things. But 3 touches.
But normally Tom, Celtic pin teams back, good possession. They're playing in their own half. They're not playing in the opposition half today because they're not being allowed to do. That's one thing. But going back to the 2, I can't believe, Billy's already touched on it. James Forrest on the bench. Yang's on the bench. You bring a new player in and he's only in the door. You've no time to work on him. He goes into a huge game. It's a huge game for Celtic and for Rangers. But Celtic, it's a huge game to get a result here today. And he's playing on the left-hand side. And you can see that he's trying to find his way in. James Tavernier must be delighted. Must be absolutely delighted that he's not up against Maeda. Only
from a player's perspective and a coach's perspective, you're always like, you've got to watch that. Especially whoever was playing for Celtic up front came short. then if they laid it off to a midfielder, you knew one of the midfielders was taking off, or one of the wide players was just running in where the striker was. They have had no threat today. They can't do those runs, and Rangers at the back have got the cigars out.
And Billy, that's been evident, sorry Richard, that's been evident not just in this game. It was evident in 2 European games, and it was evident for me at times against even Livingston in the games that I've watched so far. That's something that's down to Brendan, his staff, and the players to get right.
Well, they're going to have to find something. One of our stats boffins at the BBC has come up with this incredible stat. It is the first time since November 2017 against Ross County that Celtic have gone through a half of football without a single shot at goal. Not just a shot on target, a single shot on goal. So you're talking almost 8 years.
And Richard, you can't blame the board for that. You can blame maybe that you might not have a quality, but there's other players there.
You can blame everybody, Pat. This is Glasgow. Everyone gets to blame.
but you know what I mean. But it's ridiculous.
What we have to wait to see is if Brendan Rodgers he tries to change things now. But I think what has, if anything else, this first half has absolutely backed up what he was saying earlier, that they needed a number of players in the forward areas, needed speed and unpredictability, because they've had nothing. In that final third.
And that's fine, Richard, and he does need new players.
And obviously on 4 games out for the domestic season.
No, he's not. No.
You know, so Brendan Rodgers does not get a pass.
For the European one?
Because these performances are substandard. Yes, he needs reinforcements. Yes, he needs a centre forward. Yes, he needs another wide player, particularly on the right hand side, and possibly needs 2 more wide players. He needs.
But he has 2 on the bench.
Yeah, Yang isn't. I don't think he's good enough. No. Forrest, yes, I definitely agree with you on Forrest. I don't think Yang is up to it.
We'll see if James Forrest comes on for that second half. From Russell Martin's point of view, from Rangers' point of view, Billy, it's, I guess, more of the same, but with more of a cutting edge.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're going to go out and play great football and create loads, but what I do think is, from free kicks or corners, go and get your head on something and go and win it. I think if Rangers score first here, there's no way back for Celtic. I just don't see them having the cutting edge to go and change it. Not unless Brendan Rodgers, I would do the changing out. I would bring, even if Yang's not good enough, he's still that threat.
Absolutely.
You're still wary of him, and just take off one of the central midfielders, and maybe put Nygren in there, and then take off Hatate, who's been non-existent, or Engels. Just take them off, put Nygren in there, and put a wide man on. I think it'll give Celtic more options, Rich. But Rangers, same again, and make sure they take a chance.
Remember, it's a 2 o'clock kick-off in the city of Discovery as Dundee take on Dundee United. We'll have the first half of that game live on FM Sounds and online. And we'll have the second half live across all the frequencies because of the scheduling. And that one, of course, the first game live on Sky, second one live on Premiere. They haven't left much time in between, so there'll be plenty to mop up off the back of the first game. So the first half of Dundee United live on FM Sounds and online. The second half live right across all the frequencies. And then we'll be across Aberdeen against Falkirk, Hibernian against St Mirren. And when it's all done and dusted, you can settle down this evening and enjoy the highlights on Sports Scene 7:15 on the BBC Scotland channel. I'll also keep an eye on the SWPL action this afternoon, the big game, which will be live streamed on the BBC Sports Scotland website. Rangers against Hearts. It's a 4 o'clock kick-off. SWPL highlights tomorrow night, 7:30 on BBC Scotland channel. And also look out online, and it's a great package that the guys do. The SPFL lower league highlights, all the best of the action from the Championship Leagues 1 and 2, and of course the Scottish Football Daily podcast is published Monday to Friday. You can pick it up wherever you get your podcasts. And looking ahead to next Friday night, the World Cup qualifier, the campaign gets up and running. Denmark against Scotland, live on Sports Scene on BBC 2 and live, of course, here on Sports Sound and BBC Radio Scotland. The teams are back out. It is Rangers 0, Celtic 0 at half-time. Pat Bonner, Billy Dodds and Liam McLeod.
Bring it.
Thank you. Just waiting to see if there are any changes for either team. It look like it. Celtic are going with the same 11 that started the match. Rangers likewise. Less reason for them to change anything, I suppose, given what we saw in the opening 45 plus 4. It will be Rangers who kick off left to right towards the Copeland Road end. Blue shirts, white shorts, black socks with a red top. Celtic in the green and white boot jerseys. White shorts, white socks.
Say hello to Super Hubby, everyone.
Towards the Broom Loan. Given what we heard at half-time there, they didn't shoot once at the Copeland Road end in that first half. Brendan Rodgers will be furious with what he watched as Rangers kick off second half when it's Miovski back to Oscar.
Yeah.
Long ball looking for Gassama. Tierney will try and shepherd it behind, which he does. With the match poised at 0-0. It is Butland in goal for Rangers. Tavernier, Giga, Suter, Megoma, Diamonde, Barron, Oscar with Moore and Gassama supporting Miovski. Celtic with Schmeichel in goal. Ralston, Carter Vickers, Scales and Tierney. Engels, McGregor, Hatate, Nygren, Maida, Belikwisha. It is Rangers on the ball with Tavernier here, along down the right-hand side. Tierney got his eyes on it here. Gassama trying to flick it onwards. Tierney recovers and passes it back into his own box for Scales to Tierney, flicked on by Hatate. Belikwisha to Hatate, forward to Maida. Looking to get it into the path of Engels. Well played in the end by Diamonde, wins the free kick, drew the foul from Arne Engels.
I'm trying to think what other channel.
And it will be a Rangers free kick. Slight surprise, Paddy, that there's not a change in personnel at the start of the second half for Celtic.
I think it'll come. It has to come. Obviously, he's got in at half-time and he's obviously tried to sort a few things out and maybe give some direction to the players out there. They won't change the way they play, of course. They'll try to get a ball down, but it's that pace and that.
I got
just what we described at half-time is missing up front for them. So I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes on bench fairly quickly if he doesn't see any change.
Misawa's the sub-goalie. Yang, McCowan, Yamada, Bernardo, Sarachi, Murray, Forrest, Donovan. Rangers of Kelly's the sub-goalie. Evans, Rodwell, Dessers, Bairami, Antman, Fernandez, Curtis, Danilo. Rangers have it. A long-range effort from Moore, which was high over the crossbar. Ralston falls to the ground and it'll be a goal kick. And Ralston, look, he might have been injured there. He's back on his feet now. It was a tough 45 minutes for him. In that first half, as Scales rolls it out to Tierney on the near side. Up the line, Belikwisha with the dummy, but there's only Giga behind him. And turn it all the way back to his goalkeeper, Butland. No real centre forward on the bench for Celtic outside of Shinya Mada, who's quite raw given what we've seen from him. No Kenny, no Ida. Rangers have it with Diamonde over on the left. Midway inside the Celtic half. Back it goes to Megoma.
We're crying out loud, Celtic.
Just to Diamonde. Back to Suter.
It's
short ball to the
0-0.
left for Barron, out onto the touchline. And a chance for Megoma to drive forward. He's done well, gets the ball across, and it goes just behind Miovski. He went past Carter Vickers, so the Celtic centre-back delighted that it didn't fall to the North Macedonian.
Yeah, and it's a good start from Rangers again in the second half.
Tati to Engels, head back to Carter Vickers, short ball to McGregor. Goes back to Schmeichel. Short to the right of the box there for Carter Vickers, 48 on the clock. McGregor to Hatate, back to Scales.
The other thing is that centre halves now know that they can go all the way with Maeda. They can go right in there. Maeda's dropping off into the Celtic's own half. They know that they can go because there's not going to be a run from any of the wide guys or a midfielder.
Celtic give it away on the near side. It's with Gassama, plays it infield, right footed to Barron. Miovski ahead of him. A slight challenge from Engels. It's going to be brought back for a Rangers free kick here. Just look like they've got a little bit extra in the tank, Rangers, this afternoon.
They're growing in confidence too. I can see that in the second half.
Megoma getting away from Nygren. Nygren trying to stay with him.
What
Megoma
the hell?
Barron in the centre part of the pitch to Oscar, then out to Gassama. Just a bit too much on it though. It was out for the Celtic throw-in. Level with the 6-yard line. Tierney takes quickly to Hatate. Back to Tierney. Long ball forward, it's Maida with a touch and can't control, and it's Tavernier. Katiga He looks lost, Aizen Maida, right now.
Yeah, I don't. To be honest,
he doesn't look comfortable in that position. No. I know he's played there and he's scored a few goals, but it's from really good build-up play, and he's busting through and he's running beyond. But hold-up play and he's just not a striker.
Yeah, and where would you love him? You'd love him running.
There's a chance though. Balakisha through from Maida.
I didn't think that was a free
kick. He's given a free kick for a foul and Oscar on this near side.
Got away with one there.
Welcome, back of Ice Comrades. Hi.
But I was just going to say about Maeda, you know, he's going deep. That's where you want him to go. You want him running into your own half. You know,
this be soccer.
You don't want him running in behind you. That's for sure.
You think of the goals that Celtic scored when Postecoglou was the manager when Rodgers first came back. Hit the byline, pulled across. Somebody
this is Rangers v Celtic. I am a Celtic fan. Hello.
Out on the wings to Celtic right now.
Football! Yes.
Kasama on this near side.
Hello.
Midway inside his own half, maybe just a little bit more withdrawn than that.
Gemma! Hi, darling.
Field to Hatate, forward towards Maida. The challenge from Giga's a good one.
Yes, good match.
Line for John Suter.
Well, both got kicked out of the Champions League, really. Rangers in spectacular fashion. 9-1 on aggregate.
New Celtic number 10. Moore comes back to help out. Balakisha goes down and the referee doesn't give him the free kick. It slaps the turf in frustration. Tavernier takes the throw infield to Barron. Looked a little bit timid there.
This is the second
half. Into his own box for Giga.
It is 0-0.
Barron's giving it away. In his defensive third to Balakisha, who finds Engels back to his countryman Balakisha, who is fouled this time.
Really lost my mind.
Have a free kick level with the edge of the D. It's been taken quickly by Engels to Hatate, who dinks for goal, and Butland holds on. 51.5 on the clock. Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
The idea was good. The idea was good to take the quick free kick, but the execution, Hatate was very, very poor at the end of it, and he was in a great position.
Lacked belief, didn't it? Lacked the belief that was going to find the net. Balakisha turns it back to Scales.
He's just doing enough in his derby, isn't he, Balakisha? It's just like the energy has been sapped out of him, the excitement, the adrenaline is getting to him as if he's not got that final bit just now.
Mind you, that is the
Vickers being allowed to maraud forward. Infield it comes to Hatate. Surely Celtic cannot be as poor as they were in the first half. At least they've had an effort on target, I suppose. Didn't have a single shot in the first half. Ralston with a cross, right hand side, headed away by Tavernier. Engels cushion header goes straight here to Miovski, who's going to flick it on to Kasama on the right. Kasama now driving across halfway. Bojan Miovski infield. Oscar getting up there in support as well. JD Kasama, he's away from Tierney, he's in the box. Smashes it across, it comes off Scales and Schmeichel holds on.
It was good though, it was direct, leaves Tierney for dead and then smashes it. I think it was the right ball because they had one for Celtic to handle because they're busting back at pace to about the 6-yard line. And Miovski was in there if it just clears the front man. Was it Scales that hit off and Liam?
Scales, yeah.
Yeah, and it just bounced up there.
You are
Celtic
correct,
got lucky, but I thought it was the right type of ball from Gassama.
Taking a ball.
Carter Vickers has it. Side through ball to the right there for Ralston.
The main commentator you are hearing is
coming
Paul
back after Celtic had one of their best periods in the match.
Yeah, it was a
3+ decades.
I think it was a quick free kick. Goalkeeper picks it up and then the counter attack. But yeah, but that's it.
Don't get me wrong, he's good at his job, but he is infuriating.
Schmeichel with the long ball forward. It's helped and it's
just not working up front. I can tell
afternoon here. Good morning, afternoon. The Ferret King. Hello, my Texan comrade.
It's
V football.
Skips away from Diamande. Maida.
Everyone, go and follow.
Into his own half. Ralston now, then McGregor.
The Ferret King. DBBs.
Out to Tierney on this near side.
Spilled back of ice.
John Kennedy's joined Brendan Rodgers at the edge of his technical area.
They have to be thinking about making changes. They've got to. And you know, I'm surprised that I don't know if Johnny Kenny's injured or if he's got something wrong with him today, but he's not even on the list.
How do the lovely
you've got
felines?
Shinamada. Is that an option? And put Maeda wide.
Well, here's Nygren from distance. And it's ballooned high over the crossbar.
No problem with Negrin coming in the pitch, because that's what he's used to doing, that's what he is. But you need your fullback giving you the width in, and that's not happening. So that's one point. The other one is when it got clipped up to Negrin and he stayed wide and he wanted to head it in the pitch. Maeda, who's not the natural striker, he's the wrong side of the man, because he walks into he's got to be over that side when he plays. When Celtic choose to go right, Maeda's got to be over on that side, because he's going to get flicked round the corner. They just look all at sea.
Oh, it was a bit dodgy from Schmeichel with Miovski there. He's managed to get it up on it, to get it out to Ralston over on the far side.
Lily goes more to my sister than
his Scales, who has it inside his own box. To Tierney, it's away from Gassama, goes down, free kick Celtic on this near side. It is goalless here in the derby in Glasgow. There is a derby in Dundee to come, 2 o'clock kickoff if you're making your way to Dens. The team news, McCracken in goal for Dundee, Wright, Ashley, Robertson, Graham and Samuels, Wesley, Jones, Hamilton, Danda and Murray. For United, Kucharenko's the goalie, Iovu, Esselink, Karetsis, Stevenson, Chevy, Kamara, Ferry, Marfata on the right,
loving your ferret, by the way,
that looks amazing. So that is the United side, the first Dundee derby of the season. 2 o'clock kickoff follows this one here. Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Then 3 o'clock kickoffs at Pittodrie and Easter Road, where Falkirk and St Mirren are the respective visitors.
How many times have we seen actually Kieran Tierney as an outside left today, getting forward, getting into those positions?
I don't think I do Beachy, but I like him
in the first half. And that's not.
Don't get me wrong,
that's not his game. He bombs forward and either picks the ball up high up the pitch at times, or bombs forward and gets crosses into the box. Not happening.
Maida's done well to win it back off Barron. The pass forward's poor, goes straight to Giga. I mean, honestly, the quality in this match. The lack of it has been there for all to see. Here comes Suter. Right football out to the left-hand side for Mikoma, across the halfway line. And field Suter on the halfway line. It's a long ball forward, looking for Miovski. Flicked away by Scales and behind for the corner. It's brilliant. Miovski trying to whip up the Rangers fans.
Really good from Suter, because he's got a man chasing, he's got composure to pass it, then he gets it back and he hits the diagonal. It's nearly on the money. It's brilliant from Scales to get the touch. If not, Miovski's in.
Rangers corner. They're looking for their first league win of the season.
He's a Celtic fan, by the way.
What a time to get it. What an opponent to get it against. Just change the dynamic, you feel, around the club. Certainly would change the mood. Tavernier prefers to take. Right-footed, outswinger, in it comes, flicked half away, and Engels completes the clearance.
Oh, they still
Balakisha
exist.
will chase after it. Diamonde's the covering Rangers player. Balakisha battling, as to is Diamande. He's done well. It's back to Mikoma, who's back to his goalkeeper, and it's Butland at the edge of his box, turning it out low to this near side for Tavernier. Approaching 58 minutes, 0-0. Long ball forward, headed away by Carter Vickers. Collected by Gassama, who's surely fouled there by Tierney. No, says the referee.
Do not let this end 0-0.
Tierney had a fistful of Gassama's jersey there. The referee didn't think it was a foul, and Russell Martin speaking to David Dickinson, who's the fourth official. Stays nothing each here, and it's Carter Vickers back to Schmeichel.
Yeah, again, just Celtic, when they get any possession, it's all in their own half. It's all in their own half.
Right.
Yeah,
referee who is actually on
hoping
the
that the
pitch,
game's going
two
to
linesmen
come.
or two assistant referees,
whittle down and just get out of here with a
so
drop.
there's the actual ref who's on the pitch
forward.
and two linesmen.
Balakisha chasing a Ralston pass. He has to be careful, and he gets rid of it. Butland, I think, was wanting to claim that ball, but Giga, remembering he's made several mistakes that have cost goals this season, decided he's not leaving anything to chance this time. You can almost see him thinking about that.
Straightforward thing, but Butland didn't help him there. He's kind of caught no man's land.
Balakisha to Hitati, left foot cross comes in, it's poor.
He's
beaten everyone. Ralston's going to be able to keep it in play on the right hand side level with the 18-yard line of the Rangers box. Infield to Engels. Back to Ralston. Steps away from McGowan, not once but twice, and turns it infield to Engels, edge of the box. Hatate goes for goal. It's a comfortable take for Butland to hold on. There's a little warning for Rangers there that Celtic, they can go through the gears. We know that as we approach the hour mark. It stays 0-0. Tavernier to Osgaard, meantime. The Rangers coming forward.
How long have you been
Dark
doing this,
clouds
Liam?
have
For fuck's
descended
sake,
above
man.
here at Ibrox. Barron
Get me in that
to
commentary box.
Osgaard.
I'll be better than him.
His ball out to the left is poor, straight to Nygren. My goodness. How often have we seen unforced errors in this football match this afternoon?
Try to show composure at times, certain players for both teams.
Thank you for the
take
raid,
touch
very
too
much
many, you ain't getting
appreciated.
that here. Because the pace, it's one thing about the pace and the energy of the game, it's kept up, you get no time on the ball.
Yeah, that last chance for Celtic came from a penetrating pass, first penetrating pass, and the first run we've seen from Balikwisha running through the middle, coming away from his position wide, getting through the middle, and suddenly he's into a position where he threatens the goal.
Balikwisha's preferred role is the one he's in right now, wide left, but he can play through the middle as well. Just wonder if that might be going through the manager's mind as he surely makes changes shortly now that we are beyond the hour mark. Tierney down the line here for the aforementioned Belgian. Back to Tierney, field towards Maida, defended well by Giga on the halfway line. Miovski goes down, fouled by Scales.
See, Celtic had the set up there, Liam. They had Nygren really wide. They had it was Maeda through the middle, and Balasika on the left here. They were high, but they've not got the movement. The movement's not there that they usually have. It would be into the striker, back to a midfielder, bang, the wide player would be through, and they have no options. The players on the ball for Celtic, absolutely zero.
Rangers free kick then. Tavernier is over it. It's 5 or 6 yards away from the near side touchline, midway inside the Celtic half. The Rangers right. As Tavernier sizes up Kasper Schmeichel's penalty box. And it comes, Tavernier, the Rangers skipper, towards the 6-yard line, headed away by Tierney. Giga chasing it wide on the left to keep it going here. Now he's found Diamonde, takes a touch, gets the cross in. Doesn't beat the first man, Carter Vickers, who heads clear. Barron heads it back towards the box. Headed away by Scales. Osgaard helps it on its way. Miovski, little header to the left, looking for Moore, and it's bundled behind for a Rangers corner by Ralston. It stays 0-0. I just wondered if Miovski might have been in for himself there.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely. And the other one is Celtic was so slow getting out to the second phase of that it just sat back in.
Usually get me a little bit jittery.
I think you're right. I think they've played for a point here today. It looks that way. I know they've not, but I think they'll be happy to get out here with a point.
Yang and Bernardo, I think, maybe coming on shortly for Celtic. And James Forrest perhaps as well. We'll wait and see.
I won the
An in-swinging corner from Tavernier from the Rangers left. They attack the goal to the right. In from Tavernier, it's under the keeper's bar, and Schmeichel gathers.
Yeah,
Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
Slightly overhit, but there was almost a bit. I think both sets of players, nearly everybody was inside that 6-yard box.
Here comes Celtic. It's Nygren. He's not far from the Rangers box. Moore with a challenge, and it is a foul. He's arguing with Don Robertson, the referee. Nygren's down. Hart, the yellow card's out here as well.
Yeah,
and I think Moore's going to get booked. Whether it's for the foul or for the dissent, I'm not sure, but it's going to be a yellow card for the on-loan Spurs youngster. And it's going to be a Celtic free kick in a decent position.
If
now,
you've got any added context, Ryland,
they've
just
sat
put it in
back
the chat
down
if
now.
you can.
James
Thank
Forrest
you so much.
and Shin Yamada are being readied for Celtic, so that'll be the changes in the very near future. 63 minutes played. And a Celtic free kick in an attacking position here. They've done precious little in the attacking third from open
27
play.
minutes left.
So this might be the way forward for the champions. It's not often we've said that down the years. Nygren
Come on,
is over
Celtic,
it.
what the fuck, man?
Line of players along the 18. And it is Nygren. Chips it towards Carter Vickers, whose header comes back towards Hatate, breaks to McGregor, shoots it goal to Tierney on the overhead kick, and it's held on to by Butland. Well, there's a warning for Rangers there. Tierney gets that either side. He might have been getting something a little bit better than that as Ralston heads away with Schmeichel coming a long way from his goal line. Ralston dealt with it though, and you're just waiting, and what's going through your head, and I think just about everyone else, is that Ralston and Schmeichel clash into each other.
Exactly, that's exactly what's going through my mind. He's made a decision to come all the way to his goal. Schmeichel, I think Ralston was always, Ralston was always in control of it. All he do is just keep his eye on the ball and head it, and Schmeichel is waiting for him to just clash into.
You're waiting for the Joe Miller-Hansen thing, isn't it? You're waiting for that.
He's putting fear into the Celtic defence and panic. You can see it with the offside goal. As Richard was talking about half time, you're just thinking, just stay. The worst that can happen is he misses it, Ralston, and you just get the ball, but really took the two of them out.
Balakisha and Engels, the two Belgians, have come off, replaced by Yamada. By Forrest.
Yeah, we've been asking for that change probably to happen. Yamada, never sure yet what he can produce, but that's Nygren back into his normal position now in the middle of the pitch. Just a swap over for Engels, obviously with Forrest and Maeda going out on the left-hand side. We'll see how this develops now.
The fact is, as poor as Celtic have been, it's 0-0.
Yeah,
they're not losing this game.
Game's there to be won.
Yeah, 25 minutes still to play. Ralston for Yamada, couldn't quite flick it out to Nygren. I've seldom seen Brendan Rodgers so obviously frustrated and annoyed as I have this afternoon.
He's got a better, I'm not sure that they're going to win it, but
Brendan Rodgers
he's definitely got a better balance about his team now.
Forrest on the right, infield to Hatate. Hatate, dreadful ball. I'm not sure what he's thinking there. He's put it straight through to Butland.
Rylan, I love you.
Wow, that was a pass come shot, wasn't it? It wasn't a shot, but it was almost ended up like being a shot, but he was never in control of what he was doing.
The pass was so bad, it was a shot.
A lot of online commentators and stuff said, look, Celtic fucking Marxists. They're evil leftist bastards.
Too high for Gassama. Tierney wins the header, and it's McGregor back to Scales. They don't finish goalless terribly often, these fixtures.
Engels is a semi-common surname, by the way. Did they not realise that?
Gone down, meantime, he's looking for a free kick, which isn't coming. Hatate in the centre circle.
He's got off the 2 or 3 today, Mo Diamondi. I was watching him there, definitely just clipped him. Look.
Maybe really, you don't know.
Trip there, and the yellow card's out again. It's Diamondi this time, joins Mikey Moore in the book.
Yeah, just a late tackle.
That is
is there any marks?
Yellow card for persistent fouling.
Obviously, actual surname, not.
Mohamed Diamondi.
I don't know if there might be marks as footballers.
To
who knows?
Centre half, Giga inside. So that space between the two of them now will be really interesting to see if Maeda can exploit it.
Carter Vickers sweeps it into the Rangers half for Shin Yamada. Back to Hatate. He's managed to loop it out to Maeda over the head of Tavernier. Maeda back to Tierney. Tierney forward to Nygren. Remember the tries there for Celtic. Did go 9 clear of their neighbours with a win today. Hatate has it at the edge of the box. He's gone down. The referee doesn't see any foul. And once again, Giga, so haunted by previous errors, batters it away when it was calmly coming through to Butland. Celtic take the throw in quickly. Hatate in the box, goes down, and it's going to be a goal kick only. Hatate is an optimistic look at referee Robertson, no foul. Goal kick Rangers, it's 0-0. But you can see every time Nasser Giga is in that kind of position, this time he's inside his own box there, he's just he's just getting rid of it.
Yeah, even when the
goalkeeper's going to get
his confidence.
And they trusted the goalkeepers today. That's what I'll ask you.
Oh, there we go. He trusted Giga there, the goalkeeper.
There's Suter.
The old Union.
Just like Messrs Aitken and White and the rest used to trust this man. Yeah, as Giga picks up and plays it short to his right for Tavernier.
If they didn't trust me, I would let them know, that's for sure.
I'm sure you would. Got no doubt about that.
It's a fair mind battle, that.
Yeah. Carter Vickers wins it back off Miovski. It's McGregor. And Ralston. All the way back to Schmeichel. Heading towards the final 20 minutes at Ibrox. It is Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Dundee derby to come in half an hour. at Dens Park. Aberdeen, Falkirk, Hibernian, St Mirren, 3 o'clock kickoffs. Mammoth Sports Sound this Sunday afternoon. Late summer. Liam Scales for Celtic. Forward it comes to Hatate. Low ball out to Tierney and back to Liam Scales. As Pat Bonner said, there is a game there to be won. Do either of these teams have it in them to turn 1 point into 3 with 20 left?
Yeah, you can see Celtics are a little bit more comfortable now, and what they're doing. The threat is still up front there. There's the run into the striker.
I've dislodged Vera.
Yamada surely fell where G-Guy was. Free kick, Celtic, left of the centre circle in the Rangers half.
Liam, there's been no threat yet, but you can see right away he's comfortable holding the ball up. Right, I don't know if he's a good enough player. And these runs.
Yeah, and Maida chasing it. It's going to go behind for a corner, indeed, for Celtic. He's taking a little nick off James Tavernier there.
You know what I mean? He's comfortable. Maeda's more comfortable making that run. Forrest more comfortable. Listen, he probably thought coming here today, Brendan Rodgers will be tough to beat. He's got this far without losing a goal, so you can't have a pop. But I'm so surprised that they chose the balance they did today.
Celtic's first corner of the derby arrives in the 71st minute, and it comes towards the penalty spot from Nygren, headed half away. Hatate trying to get back onto it, booted to safety by Suter. Deep into the Celtic half, where Schmeichel gets onto it. Rangers changes coming. There's going to be one for Celtic as well. Cyril Dessers is going to be on for Rangers in just a moment. I think Oliver Antman's the other. Celtic are going to look to their new signing, Marcelo Saracchi. You would imagine he'll be replacing Tierney, who seemingly can't complete 90 minutes. Here's Forrest. Rangers giving it away cheaply. Forrest got it through to Yamada. It's a poor touch though, and Butland comes and claims. There is just a sense right now that this match is beginning to tip towards the champions.
Yeah, they're much more comfortable there than they're.
Butland gets there just ahead of Yamada, clears, and suddenly the natives are restless here at Ibrox.
It's only because that they've been asked to do that. That's what's brought the pressure on, and that's what the fans are letting know. Why take chances when we're dominating the game?
50,013 inside Ibrox as Kieran Tierney is subbed off once again. The Scotland international, and Saracchi's on loan from Boca Juniors in Argentina. Uruguay international comes on for his debut, and off come Moore and Miovski. He'll be replaced by Dessers and Antman. How did you rate Bojan Miovski's debut, Billy?
Oh, I thought he walked his socks off. I'm surprised that he lasted this long. He was getting in goal scoring positions. I think he'll score goals for Rangers, but he worked hard enough, and it'll be really good for him. He's got all these minutes under his belt, Liam.
Yeah, had a dreadful time in Spain. It didn't happen for him, albeit Girona had a shambles of a season last time around themselves as Diamondi clips it through looking for Dessers. Carter Vickers gets there and knees it back. I thought he kneed it back to Schmeichel, but he's played it with his foot to the Celtic keeper. Ralston up the line on the far side looking for Forrest, but he's put it straight out for a Rangers throw-in. 72.5 minutes on the clock. Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Like Dessers coming on there. Could this be his final appearance in a Rangers shirt? Window closing tomorrow. Here's Oscar for Rangers, the edge of the box, shoots, deflected. Schmeichel prevents the corner with his foot. And he slid out along the byline to make sure Rangers weren't getting their 7th corner of the piece. Played back there, Nygren to Ralston, the byline. He bounces it back off Antman, and behind it goes for a Celtic goal kick. Is there going to be a winner in this game, this first derby between these two this season?
And saying that, I think both managers would probably be happy with a draw coming out of this fixture. I think Celtic would be delighted with a draw, the way they played in that for most of the game up until
I don't want to draw.
probably 5 minutes.
I want to go. I want to win.
You know, but just with the way the things have been in the last probably week or so, not to get beaten this game is probably
Come on, Celtic.
Both teams, I know Rangers are trying to win it, but still not really created outstanding chances.
It's all set pieces, isn't it?
Yeah.
The problem they've got, though, to be happy with a draw is to accept that you've not won any of your first 4 league games. For the first time since 1983.
Yeah, the attitude was always going to come in this game. You can't hide the attitude here. If people are questioning whether the players are with the manager or not, you get out there and this fixture takes care of itself. If you're hiding out there, you're not applying yourself, the crowd will soon let you know about it. But Rangers have been dominant today. They've been in Celtic's faces. Celtic have got through this far. They've dogged their way through the game, and now they've kind of, you're right, Liam, they probably sense that they could maybe nick it. That's where I am with the fixture.
Nadim Bayrami is going to come on here for Oscar, who appears to have picked up a knock. He's kind of limping off here. Yeah, Rangers haven't won any of their opening 3 league games, drawing them all against Motherwell, Dundee and St Mirren. First time since 1989. It was Maurice Johnston who scored against Aberdeen in match day 4 to secure victory. He would win the league that season, despite not winning any of their first 3. It's the second of their 9 in a row in the late 80s through the 90s. But 1983, he went on to finish 4th, and they last failed to win any of their first 4 league games. As it stands, will be the case. 15 to play. 0-0. Giga back to Butland. Long ball forward there. Butland, it's underneath it is Carter Vickers. Bouncing ball on the far side. It's headed away by Ralston. Next to Bayrami, who's just on, looking to get back onto it from Ant-Man. He's going to get back onto it himself here, the Finn. Blocked by Hatate. Ralston finds McGregor. And Ralston passing it forward. Yamada, was he fell by Sita? Yes, he was. Another example of what Billy Dodge was talking about. He doesn't look like the biggest centre forward, but he's holding off a powerhouse in John Suter there.
I think it's a good part of his game. Like, he likes holding the ball up. You can see he's comfortable with it.
There's Nygren picking it up, looking up in the box, shoots for a goal over the bar.
So many options there.
You can hear the groan from Packy Boner.
Yeah, so many options. The space had opened up when he picked it up, and the first thing in his head was just to go and have a strikeout goal. For me, it was a wrong decision. Wrong
That's
decision.
A former
Forrest has let them know about it as well. But he had Hatate, Yamada.
He's called Patrick, by the way. That's
a
proper name. That's Packy Boner.
John Suter for Rangers. Long one, looking for Dessers. The sun comes back out here in Glasgow. It's Carter Vickers who's doing the defending. He's gone down hoping to hear a whistle, and he has done. Free kick.
Clever.
Dessers is having a go at the referee. Schmeichel plays it short there to Scales inside his own box. Long ball with the left foot, flicked on by Yamada. Nygren's not going to get onto it though, didn't read the situation. And now it's Migoma for Rangers driving forward, but he's played it straight off Ralston, who'll in turn play it back to Schmeichel. Oh, Schmeichel to Scales, he controls it inside his own box. Celtics are just obsessed with playing this way. 15 minutes left, and the referee has awarded a free kick to Celtic here, just to the edge of their own box.
I'll tell you, Scales did well there, didn't he? To even control that ball. It was.
He did, yeah.
And plays way out.
Nygren, first time ball out to the right for Ralston. Rolls it back into the path of Nygren, who's got the new signing Sarachi here. He plays it up the line with the left foot for Maida. Infield to Nygren. Tried to force it through to Maida. It breaks off Barron, back to Nygren. Sarachi on the left. In comes the cross, looking for Forrest. Forrest in to try and take it down. He goes down, no. Question of penalties. Rangers clear only as far as Callum McGregor. Out to Forrest at the right angle of the box, taking on Diamonde, looking to get to the byline. Comes off Forrest last. That may well be a goal kick. Yes, it is. Forrest wants a corner. It did look as though it kind of rolled down his torso and behind for the goal kick to Rangers, and that is exactly what happened. 12 minutes of the 90 left. Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Dundee derby coming up in just over 20 minutes.
Man.
It's got, you're right, Pat, I think it's got better for Celtic. Still not brilliant, but you can see now this balanced team is offering a threat, and they're picking up a lot more balls in midfield, and they've got threats going forward, so Rangers full-backs are pinned back, and now Rangers are having to defend a bit.
Sarachi will take a Celtic throw in here, and in an advanced position he's found Yamada spinning away from Barron, trying to do likewise with Diamonde. The Rangers midfielder emerges on top and goes down and wins the free kick. Well by Shin Yamada. He pointed at himself there as if to say, what, me?
The one thing about Diamande, he's not. He doesn't look a big, strong physique, but by God, he gets in.
Oh, he's a strong boy.
I
know he doesn't look it. He's so skinny, but oh my word, he is so strong and energetic. He usually blows up after about 75 minutes. So
just over 10 to play of the 90. Suter infield for Diamande, away from Yamada, not away from Nygren. It's the Celtic midfielder on the ball here.
Barron's hamstring looks if it's gone.
Yeah, he's struggling. Down goes Sarachi to win the free kick. And yeah, Barron's not going to be able to continue by the looks of it. Billy spotted it there. It's going to be a Celtic free kick when all is said and done. It's out wide on the left and a chance for them to load the box here.
Let's hope it's just cramp. He just gripped it right away, and I thought, and he was trying to run, but he said no game time at all this season, and then big fixture they come into it, hard to sustain it for 90 minutes.
No Lyle Cameron today, of course. Connor Barron might not be able to continue here and go into the final 10 minutes. Brendan Rodgers is having a conversation with his captain. They do, even though they're not really testing Jack Butland, they do look more likely now, Celtic. You wouldn't put it past them now. At this point, we know that late goals are woven through the club's history. You just wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's the bit that's for up until
Curtis for Barron, by the way.
Sorry, yeah, he made the substitutions. There was no threat.
Rothwell for
absolutely
Barron.
No threat.
Sorry, I saw Curtis. He is coming on, and he's going to replace Kusama. Rothwell's going to come on for Barron, Billy.
Yeah, he's been really good. Connor Barron, he's been excellent in the game. Big part of Rangers having a good performance, energetic. And Rothwell comes on, got to keep it going for the last 10 minutes, and then Finlay Curtis, you know what he's like. He's a boy with a brilliant attitude, so he'll come in and try to get Rangers into forward areas, but also make sure they're solid at the back.
Scored that goal, didn't he, last week in Paisley? Salvaged a draw against St Mirren. As Nygren prepares to take this free kick, just a few yards from the near side touchline. It's almost level with the edge of the D of the Rangers box. In from Nygren, might break Scales' way, it doesn't. It's clear by Rothwell. Sarachi is the deepest outfield player. He's on it now in the centre circle. Outside of the boot, forward out to Nygren. This certainly won't face Sarachi, man from Uruguay, who is on loan from Boca Juniors. Some of the matches you get there, particularly that one against River Plate. Good experience of all that as Forrest skips in field. He's overhit that one though. He flicked it with the outside of the right, looking for Nygren. It's going to go behind to the goal kick. 8 minutes left, 0-0.
Yeah, it was good movement from Forrest there, just coming in inside, just overhit the pass again, a penetrating pass for that man Nygren running, and that's kind of the feature of his game.
You honestly can't take your eyes off it when sometimes you think when a team gets a goal kick, that gives you a chance to reset and just check a couple of things. Not so much these days. Rangers playing it out of the back. Just keep an eye on it for me, that'd be good. Rangers have it wide in the left of the Celtic box, chance potentially here. Fired in towards Curtis and cleared as Bayrami's cross came in. And Rangers have their latest corner kick as we approach the 83-minute mark. Looking to make the breakthrough here late in the day.
This is where sometimes when you make all the changes that there can be a little bit of confusion, who's picking up who, so they've got to get that sorted very quick. That comes from the players on the pitch.
Last 0-0 between these two was on the 30th of December 2017. It's heading that way right now, unless Tavernier with the corner, and it's headed away well by Scales at the near post. Breaks back to Tavernier, second chance. His cross cut out at source though. Dies in Maida, can just smash it clear, and Shin Yamada driving forward, as is Forrest on the counter here. The ball eventually nodded on by Forrest. Diamande gets back and heads it back to Butland. Yamada thinks he's fouled. That's brilliant from Diamande, because Yamada would have been very interested in that long ball that was bouncing horribly towards the defence.
Yeah, the threat was there again though. There was a foot race and Forrest and Yamada putting Diamande and Co under pressure, and they had to handle it, and they nearly got there, but they managed to get it back to Butland, who's now picked up a knock.
Butland's down, and he fell as he launched the ball forward.
Yeah, there's nothing on him, I don't think. I think
he's okay.
He's onto that left foot, which is not as strong as one.
Yeah. Sports Sound here at BBC Radio Scotland across the frequencies, the closing stages.
How's the Dutch League looking?
The first Rangers-Celtic match of the season. No goals. Rangers, who are bossing large spells in the first half.
The Scottish Premier
Celtic have been more in it in the second.
Premier League is
both teams have looked pretty toothless. As Tavernier looks for Curtis. Sarachi's underneath it. Curtis will try and get back onto it in the near side.
Mind you, saying that the Dundee Derby is usually quite exciting.
How often do some players
do that?
Yeah, you can see him. I just plant my body. That's what happened with the penalty claim. I'll just get there first and I'll stop. And if I stop and he wants to be clumsy and get in the back way, I'm going down. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, Celtic are going to bring Luke McCowan on for the closing stages. James Tavernier has a free kick, just about a yard from the near side touchline, beyond the midway point of the Celtic half, on the Rangers' right as they attack the goal to our right. And up high behind Brendan Rodgers' technical area in the main stand.
How's the Dutch League
Tavernier's
looking?
free kick, headed behind for the corner by Rio Hatate. Rangers keep the pressure on.
Yeah, these set pieces is, I think, the way for Celtic or for Rangers to score. Celtic have got to be really strong defensively on these.
Close to double figures in the corner count. Rangers, Celtic have only had one of them. An outswinger from Tavernier. On the Rangers' right then. Any goal now you feel would win it. It's in from Tavernier. It's poor. It's headed away by McGregor. Back out to Tavernier. Takes a touch to control. Gets the cross in. Headed away by Maida. By Rami at the edge of the box. Tried a cushion pass to Ant-Man. Cut out by Yamada and cleared. And back to his goalkeeper from Migoma. And gets it back from Butland. Migoma stepping forward away from Forrest. Long ball with the left foot out to the right, looking for Curtis. Curtis onto it. Sirachi's the covering player for Celtic. Curtis
as you can tell, I'm not happy with my team either at the minute.
Little back heel, back to Curtis. He's in the box. Maida's challenge. The Rangers fans want a penalty.
With football, funny old
slides
game.
in as Sirachi clears. Then Yamada's hurt now after the challenge with Giga. Yeah, I think Yamada's leg underneath Giga's challenge there. And it's going to result in a yellow card for the Rangers defender. But they will be having a look at that. Challenged by Daizen Maida inside his own box.
Yeah. They'll look at it, but I didn't think it was that. I thought he got usual thing. He gets back quickly and gets himself in between the ball and the player.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know what Giga's got in the book, because I'll tell you what, Shin Yamada's done well, because it hasn't been the best service up to him.
If he got the ball
first, he's been, as you said, Liam, he's shown that strength, but he's drawn foul after foul. He showed strength to get there first, which you'd always do as a striker, and try and take in. If they want to foul you, your team's going up the pitch. I think he's done well today, the lad, because it's not been good passes to him. He's had to fight it all the way.
Hatate coming off to be replaced by McCowan for the final 2.5 minutes of the 90, plus whatever referee Robertson adds on at the end.
Yeah, I thought Hatate has not been his game today. He's not really got on the ball and passed it, or it's just been such a dogfight in the middle of the pitch that not allowed him any space.
Not much of a dogfight. Don Robertson speak to the two camps, calm it down.
That's how football goes.
Yeah, Shin Yamada, 25, signed a 4-year deal. He was previously at Kawasaki Frontale in his homeland. He did make his Japan debut earlier this year. It's the one cap against Hong Kong in July. So he looks for his first goal in Celtic colours. 2 minutes of the 90 left, and I believe 3 minutes will be added on at the end of that.
Actually.
So 5 left of this derby. Is there to be a winner? Long ball from Schmeichel, headed away by Tavernier, only as far as McCowan to Maida. Appealed to Yamada, back to Maida, couldn't find McCowan. Rami snapping around.
Yeah, I do actually check up on Ajax, actually.
And Dessers chases, but Scales is there. Scales goes back to Schmeichel. Just gets it back to Scales.
Oh, he was
Dessers,
so lucky.
He almost gave it straight to Dessers.
So lucky, he never caught it right.
Long ball, Carter Vickers straight onto the chest of Tavernier.
For anyone who
Forward
wants
to Curtis, back to Rothwell,
Ajax
to Suter.
is a Netherlands
Suter rolls it out to Ant-Man on that left-hand
Ajax
side.
is a Greek hero.
We've seen late winners down the years in this fixture. Ant-Man finds
Because
Rothwell,
a lot of
flashes it forward there
commentators
to
get that
Bayrami.
one wrong and they call
Right
them
of the D,
Ajax.
misunderstanding with Curtis. And it goes behind for the
Ajax
goal kick, and
is a
it will
football
stay.
team.
In minute 90, Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
Yeah, listen, you know, it's going to, I think, as I said earlier, I think both managers will be happy to come out of this one with a draw. Brendan Rodgers obviously much more happier with the way they've played. Obviously, Godibrooks also getting a draw at the start of the season. You haven't given anything away, and from that perspective. But even Russell Martin, I think he'll probably take it.
Definitely. But he'll say his team gave him everything today, and
maybe
should have won the game.
A draw enough to take Celtic back to the top. Ahead of the international break on goal difference, ahead of Hearts. As it's picked up by Ant-Man on the far side for Suter. And find them as we go into the first of the 3 minutes. Celtic emerge with the ball with Shinyamada on the right. Level the edge of the D of the Rangers box. Out to Forrest, back to Ralston. So yeah, 3 minutes added on. And the first is underway here. Forrest on the far side. No way back. The team concedes at this point. Ralston,
yes, unfortunately.
back onto the halfway line, gets it down the line, but it's gone straight to Ngoma.
What a 0-0
Long
draw.
ball forward,
What the
Scales
fuck?
with a header. Bouncing ball on the far side. It's a long one from Diamande, but it's collected by Scales, whose header finds Carter Vickers back to Schmeichel. Long ball forward, looking for Maida. Loses out to Tavernier, who's had so many issues with Maida down the years. Tavernier, he's kept in quiet since Maida was moved out wide. Long ball, Scales heads away. Sarachi up into the air, headed on by Nygren. Tavernier is all the way back to Butland, who controls in the penalty spot. Long ball forward, Scales are going to get underneath it, wins the header. And it's dropped Curtis's way. Curtis standing on the right and then stepping in field and passing it back to Rothwell. Side put ball to the left. Ngoma, it's a poor pass for Ant-Man, though. He's given it straight to Ralston. It's been symptomatic of what we've watched out there today. Eye bleeding at times. Oh, and Callum McGregor just stood waiting for a teammate, and he's lost it to Dessers at the edge of the box, but recovers.
Delightful turn of pace there, Liam.
Has it on the far side, gets the cross in, headed away by Carter Vickers. And bounce was awkward for both Suter and Yamada, and it breaks the Giga. We're well into the second of the 3 minutes. Rangers 0, Celtic 0. Giga goes all the way back to Butland. The Rangers supporters wanted it to go the other way.
And they're offside, two of them.
It's not going to get that far. Carter Vickers wins the header, nods it forward, but Giga will head it back to Butland. Final minute. Otherwise, it's a point apiece. Neither can find a goal in these 60 seconds. Long ball headed away from Butland by Carter Vickers. Ngoma picks up the scraps on the far side, back to Suter. Now it's with Rothwell in the centre circle. Plays it to his right for Tavernier. Tavernier chips it through. Curtis goes after it. Headed away by Sarachi. McGregor clears. I mean, just got away with one a moment ago. Tavernier forward towards Dessers, then headed back to his keeper by McCowan. And it stays Rangers 0, Celtic 0. It's not often Callum McGregor's head is swimming, but he just seemed to stop and wait, and Dessers nicked it off him.
It's not often that he doesn't see around about his body, that's for sure. His orientation, just he got caught badly, and it could have led to something, but Rangers didn't have the capability, probably. That's it.
It's all over. It's all over. Celtic will be the happier of the two. They've maintained a start to the season. And they go back to the summit of the Premiership ahead of the first international break of the campaign. But they were poor again today, the champions. Barely threatened Jack Butland throughout the 90 minutes plus. And that's 3 of their last 4 matches where they've failed to score, including the extra time period in Kazakhstan the other night. Rangers did have the ball in the net. John Suter's header, it was ruled out for offside. They felt they should have had a penalty for a potential foul on Miovski in the first half in the box when the debutant went down under the challenge of his old Aberdeen colleague Liam Scales. But they barely threatened, as I say. It was a toothless display.
That was infuriating. Let us find. Oh, actually. Welcome, Pure Mad Bam. May I assume that you be Scottish? Yeah, that was. Hello. Welcome. Madcat79 Scotty, aye? Scottish disabled Marxist streamer, also Celtic fan, and I thought, fuck it, let's stream me listening, because I can't watch at the minute. I will be able to watch all the home games once I actually buy the subscription. Cool. That work? No. Okay. Okay, I'll just put that down there. That was a shit game, Leckers. I will be back momentarily, comrades. The one that I found might actually be quite interesting as well, because some of the rivalries across the globe, especially with football, soccer, yeah, they're deeply, deeply problematic. Who'd have thunk it? I'll be back in a minute. Your girl is back. Hello. Oh, your lass is back. Okay. I'm going to have to lose use of my stream manager. Yes, sir. Nope. Wrong one. There we go.
Here in England, football clubs remain largely apolitical. A majority of match-attending Liverpool fans may lean slightly to the left, and Dulwich Hamlet in the National League South certainly have strong community ties and subsequent political involvement, but by and large, there is very little radical political leanings at English clubs.
Thank you, Lickers.
This is not the case in much of the world, where many of the most fiercely contested rivalries are either built upon, or have elements of, fervently held opposing political viewpoints involved in them. Subscribers to this channel may recall that in October 2019, I made a video looking at 7 of the most political football clubs on earth. Much to my surprise, that video wasn't demonetised and had quite a lot of views, so naturally, today's video will probably be demonetised and watched by about 13 people. Naturally, I won't be including any of the clubs who featured in part 1 of this video, and though I doubt it, I could easily make a part 3 if the demand for one existed. Political football clubs tend to fall into one of 3 categories: right-wing, left-wing, and separatist. You don't tend to get many radical centrist football clubs with or conservative. I have always remained very much apolitical on this channel, for obvious reasons, but purely when it comes to the politics of football clubs and their supporters, I would suggest one side is clearly more toxic. You don't tend to get a group of centre-right ultras chanting at opposition fans about sensible fiscal policy or the merits of the death penalty as a means of deterrent. No, clubs with well-known right-wing ultras tend to operate strongly within the areas of fascism, racism, and homophobia, whilst more liberal clubs often end up that way purely by means of protest and disassociation from the far right. There are literally thousands of politically associated football clubs, and picking out which are the most political clearly can't be an exact science. I've tried to include clubs from all political aisles, right, left, and separatist, and if nothing else, hopefully I have at least picked out some interesting examples. Here are my 7 most political football clubs. AC Omonia. AC Omonia and Apoel Nicosia are perfect examples of the political divergence between 2 teams within a single city. Omonia were actually formed in the late 1940s after Apoel sent a telegraph to the Hellenic Association of Amateur Athletics complaining of communist mutiny during the Greek Civil War. A number of left-leaning Apoel players subsequently distanced themselves from the club, or indeed, they were actually expelled themselves, and ended up joining Nicosia's newest club, AC Omonia. So both Omonia and Apoel were politically charged from that day on, and such tendencies have never subsided. The 2 clubs are the 2 most successful in Cyprus, with Omonia having dominated in the 1970s and 80s, whilst Apoel have reasserted their dominance over the last decade. It would be fair to say Omonia supporters are more fervent in their political views than their eternal enemies, with 80% of Omonia fans aligning themselves with the AKEL in a recent survey, which is a Marxist-Leninist organisation and the second biggest political party in Cyprus. Omonia supporters have strong ties with fellow left-leaning clubs like Standard Liège and Hapoel Tel Aviv, both of whom made my shortlist but don't feature in the final 7. The club's best-known supporters group Gate 9 are also renowned for their left-wing positions and left-wing imagery such as banners bearing
Rejoice, comrades. Reza Lindsay is here. Hi, Reza. Yeah. Delightful, isn't it? I feel for your team, I really do. they do quite well in the Champions League, by the way, Reza. I will be either listening or watching to the matches whenever I can. Christ. We need to ask, as friends Rust, about how he feels. Yet again. It's going to turn into a meme at some point, Man City playing Real. It really is. Place is probably already there, come to think of it.
The face of Che Guevara can often be spotted on the terraces at Ammonia Games. Zenit St. Petersburg.
Oh dear God.
We will be slaloming from left to right throughout this 7, and in 6th place is a side whose right-wing support seems to have grown over the years. Unlike Ammonia, Zenit wasn't founded on an already presupposed political principle, and for most of Europe, the extreme views of certain sections of the Zenit fanbase has only really become clear over the last decade. Given that the city of St. Petersburg has long had a strong sense of nationalism though, along with the fact that Zenit are owned and bankrolled by the state-owned multi-billion-dollar company Gazprom, this perhaps shouldn't come as any great surprise. Back in 2012, Zenit supporters group Landskrona sent an open letter or manifesto to the club demanding that Zenit refrain from buying any black or homosexual players. This demand for an entirely white heterosexual 11 was defended by Landskrona, following widespread condemnation as not racist or homophobic, no of course not, but instead as Zenit looking to maintain an important tradition. Silly me. Good thing they cleared that up. I must admit I was one of those who thought it was a teeny bit racist. Throwing bananas at black players obviously isn't racist either, just a good old-fashioned Zenit tradition. Fun for all the family. Since then, Zenit have continued to be marred by incidents of racism. A banner proclaiming "there is no black in Zenit's colours" has been cited many times, along with monkey chants and KKK headgarments. Not all Zenit fans are emboldened by the ultra-xenophobic wing of the club, but even liberal Zenit fans concede that the sentiments resonate with... Although FIFA UEFA and various...
Pause. That's not right. Oh, fucking it.
The winner to organize the 2022 FIFA World Cup is Qatar.
Maybe. Anyway, I'm getting closer. Sorry about this. I will get better, I promise. Fuck it. 7. Oh, that's a tough one. So.
Many clubs are inextricably tied to a certain set of political ideas. In almost all cases, this boils down to one of three positions, either being fervently left-wing, staunchly right-wing, or passionately supporting a separatist cause. It's often the case that when you have two rivals within a city, one will identify as the people or workers' club and will tend to be more left-leaning, whilst the other will be seen as the club of the wealthy or of the establishment and be more conservative. I have always remained very much apolitical on this channel, for obvious reasons, but purely when it comes to the politics of football clubs and their supporters, I would suggest one side is clearly more toxic. You don't tend to get a group of centre-right ultras chanting at opposition fans about sensible fiscal policy or the merits of the death penalty as a means of deterrent. No, clubs with well-known right-wing ultras tend to operate strongly within the areas of fascism, racism and homophobia, whilst more liberal clubs often end up that way purely by means of protest and disassociation from the far right. There are literally thousands of politically associated football clubs, and picking out which are the most political clearly can't be an exact science. I've tried to include clubs from all political aisles, right, left and separatist, and if nothing else, hopefully I have at least picked out some interesting examples. Here are my 7 most political football clubs. AC Omonia. AC Omonia and Apoel Nicosia are perfect examples of the political divergence between two teams within a single city. Omonia were actually formed in the late 1940s after Apoel sent a telegraph to the Hellenic Association of Amateur Athletics complaining of communist mutiny during the Greek Civil War. A number of left-leaning Apoel players subsequently distanced themselves from the club, or indeed, they were actually expelled themselves, and ended up joining Nicosia's newest club, AC Omonia. So both Omonia and Apoel were politically charged from that day on, and such tendencies have never subsided. The two clubs are the two most successful in Cyprus, with Omonia having dominated in the 1970s and 80s, whilst Apoel have reasserted their dominance over the last decade. It would be fair to say Omonia supporters are more fervent in their political views than their eternal enemies, with 80% of Omonia fans aligning themselves with the AKEL in a recent survey, which is a Marxist-Leninist organisation and the second biggest political party in Cyprus. Omonia supporters have strong ties with fellow left-leaning clubs like Standard Liège and Hapoel Tel Aviv, both of whom made my shortlist but don't feature in the final 7. The club's best-known supporters group Gate 9 are also renowned for their left-wing positions, and left-wing imagery such as banners bearing the face of Che Guevara can often be spotted on the terraces at Omonia games. Zenit St. Petersburg. We will be slaloming from left to right throughout this 7, and in 6th place is a side whose right-wing support seems to have grown over the years. Unlike Omonia, Zenit wasn't founded on an already presupposed political principle, and for most of Europe, the extreme views of certain sections of the Zenit fanbase has only really become clear over the last decade. Given that the city of St. Petersburg has long had a strong sense of nationalism though, along with the fact that Zenit are owned and bankrolled by the state-owned multi-billion-dollar company Gazprom, this perhaps shouldn't come as any great surprise. Back in 2012, Zenit supporters group Landskrona sent an open letter or manifesto to the club, demanding that Zenit refrain from buying any black or homosexual players.
It's not that, I'm just kind of pissed off with the football match, the result, 0-0, what the fuck. I'm just kind of dejected, really. I'll be fine. No, I'm all good. I'm good. Just, meh. 0-0, really. Celtic, what the fuck? Just, meh. I'll be more animated now, don't worry. Thank you for asking, Elron, though. Very much appreciated. Yeah, it's quick. Fibula. Right fibula. It's the leg joint below the knee, obviously on the outside of my right, so it's down this. It's on the outside of the right leg. It's doing quite well just now. It's still kind of aching and stuff, but I'm not in actual agony anymore, which is good. Agonizing, really. What can I say? Each to their own. Obviously, we've all got different pain scales that we live with on a day-to-day basis. I'm used to it. I don't want to equate it to anyone else's sort of pain. My sisters do, though. Especially where my pain's concerned, they put it on a scale using me as the scale. Thank you. That's nice. Yeah. Rejoice, comrades. Elron Hubbard is here. Hi, Elron. How you doing, man? Or are you up? Whereabouts be the bowler-hatted person? Well, he did put it out. He does identify as bowler hat man, so I will say man and I will ascribe he, him. Whereabouts is he actually based? Bowler hat man, the streamer. I can't remember what riding he's in. I can't remember what riding. Kev was watching him last night again. He is an interesting individual. Oh, I thought, You don't need to look him up. If you want to see any analysis of him, just come over to Kev or Helena or even mine's. Do I need to cover? I don't think I need to cover him. I think Kevin Helena's got him covered, really. I would like to talk to Graham Hughes, though. He seems interesting, to say the least.
This demand for an entirely white heterosexual 11 was defended by Landskrona, following widespread condemnation as not racist or homophobic. No, of course not. But instead, as Zenit looking to maintain an important tradition. Silly me. Good thing they cleared that up. I must admit I was one of those who thought it was a teeny bit racist. Throwing bananas at black players obviously isn't racist either, just a good old-fashioned Zenit tradition. Fun for all the family. Since then, Zenit have continued to be marred by incidents of racism. A banner proclaiming "there is no black in Zenit's colours" has been cited many times, along with monkey chants and KKK headgarments. Not all Zenit fans are emboldened by the ultra-xenophobic wing of the club, but even liberal Zenit fans concede that the sentiments resonate with far more casual supporters than one can feel comfortable about. The city of St. Petersburg is just one big juxtaposition in so many respects as a cultural capital of arts, music and free trade, whilst maintaining rigid nationalistic, xenophobic and intolerant sentiments in large parts. In many ways, Zenit are no exception, but the club now has a pretty sordid reputation on the international stage. AS Livorno. Although there are countless examples of left and right-wing football clubs, the really fervent ultra groups in particular do tend to harbour more far-right sentiments. That is particularly true of Italian football, where the likes of Triestina, Verona, Inter Milan, and to a certain extent Juventus, Ascoli and Padova all have rather right-wing ultras. AS Livorno don't stand alone within the Italian game as a club with a left-wing fan base, but certainly no club wears its left-wing political views more proudly than Livorno. Their home ground, now named in honour of former starman Armando Pichi, was originally named in honour of Mussolini's daughter, Era Ciano Mussolini. This was never fitting for the city of Livorno, which has always had a cosmopolitan left-wing population, or at least since the city was part of the Republic of Florence. The workers of Livorno have long had a strong sense of camaraderie against their wealthy bosses, and when the Italian Communist Party formed in 1921, it was no surprise that it called Livorno home. As the far right began to associate strongly with football clubs in the 1970s and 80s, the far left sentiments could be felt more strongly at AS Livorno. The city itself continues to elect far-left politicians, Livorno fans regularly brandish Soviet and Cuban imagery on the terraces rather than Italian, and they drew the ire of the Italian public when a group of supporters booed during a tribute to Italian soldiers killed in Iraq. Livorno's fan groups maintained the booing was directed towards Italy's participation in the war, not the deceased, but it was unsurprisingly unpopular with many. Lazio. We might as well go from the most left-wing club in Italy to the most right-wing, although there are plenty of right-wing clubs in Italy, none come close to SS Lazio. Lazio was said to be the club of Benito Mussolini, although the Italian dictator actually sought to unite the major Rome-based clubs to form a rivalry with the Milan and Turin-based sides, a proposal which Lazio firmly rejected. Mussolini may have been shot and hung from a metal girder back in 1945, but support for him and a rising neo-fascist sentiment has...
Hello, Fencer. That is the master, by the like. He's the overseer, the one with the glorious moustache, if I want to call it that. Upside Down Man is holding his hips and knees in the wrong position. His opponent, the other fencer, he's bent his left knee too much to an angle. Are they foil? Those are foils. They are thin swords. They're slashing, not point. Or you're only meant to do points, so basically just short jabs, or jabs really. Excuse me, Master, you should be educating both of your fucking fencers here. They're not holding themselves correctly, and they've both moved down, squatted down a bit too far, in my opinion. I'm going off of what height I know that Upside Down Man is. We know his height. I don't know his opponent. But going on the layout, they're probably about equivalent heights. They don't look right to me. He fucking deserves it. My God, I'd love to see footage of him actually being in a fencing duel. That'd be quite funny. I could pick apart how he's actually fighting. Sorry, I can't help it. Get wrecked, Mussolini, you fucking wank.
Proposal, which Lazio firmly rejected. Mussolini may have been shot and hung from a metal girder back in 1945, but support for him and a rising neo-fascist sentiment has long been felt on the terraces at the Stadio Olimpico. Lazio fans are the most violent and racist group of supporters in Italy, and there's a fair bit of competition on both those fronts. Back in 1998, Lazio fans unveiled an anti-Semitic banner in a game against Rome which read, "Auschwitz is your country, the ovens are your homes." Roman salutes, monkey chants, and depictions of Mussolini have all been common tendencies of Lazio's so-called ultras. More recently, they mass-produced images of Anne Frank wearing a Roma shirt, which the brain-dead perpetrators described as mere mockery and teasing, as well as denying the notion that there was anything racist about monkey chants. In the summer, Fabrizio Piscitelli, who led Lazio's most extreme supporters group, was shot dead on a bench in the city of Rome. St. Pauli. I spoke about St. Pauli on this channel in reference to their rivalry with Hansa Rostock recently, who have a large number of far-right and neo-Nazi ultras, but whilst Rostock missed out on this 7, St. Pauli had to feature. At the start of the 1980s, St. Pauli were a lower league German club like any other, attracting 2,000 to 3,000 fans for games in the third tier. The politicisation of the club didn't come from within, but rather by force from those around them. During the mid-1980s, football hooliganism reached its peak, often with racist, xenophobic undertones or outright stances, and German football was no exception. This was particularly prevalent with St. Pauli's much larger near neighbours Hamburg, where some supporters felt they could no longer sit or stand alongside people who held these type of views. In search of an alternative, they stumbled upon St. Pauli. Right-wing activists were banned from attending St. Pauli fixtures, making them the first German club to take such a stance, as St. Pauli's popularity in Germany and across the globe began to take off. Ever since, the club has taken strong socialist, workers' rights, anti-racism and anti-homophobic stances, and just this month the club released Turkish midfielder Cenk Sahan after he uploaded a social media post in support of the Turkish military's occupation of northern Syria. Beitar Jerusalem. Beitar Jerusalem are a club whose supporters have previously boasted that they are the most racist club in the world. Beitar have had strong ties to right-wing Zionist militias since their foundation in the 1930s, and to this day, they are the only Israeli Premier League side to have never signed an Arab Muslim player. The club did sign 2 Chechen Muslims in 2013, which supporters responded to with widespread protests, burning down the club's administrative offices and walking out the stadium when one of the players scored for the club. The 2 players didn't even register double figures in terms of appearances between them. The club's trademark chant is shouting the words "Death to Arabs," with the extreme far-right supporters group La Familia dictating a lot of the club's most controversial actions. Earlier this year, Beitar signed Niger international midfielder Ali Mohammed for €1.5 million. The former Maccabi Netanya star was a Christian, La Familia were pleased to find out, but they still demanded that the midfielder change his name from Mohammed as it sounded, quote, too Muslim. Beitar's owners threatened to sue the group for the demand as he bids to remove some of the extremist fringes from the Beitar support, but a culture ingrained that hard is tough to shift. FC Barcelona. When football clubs come out with tedious, vomit-inducing slogans like "it means more," one could be forgiven for dismissing them as haughty arrogance. In the case of FC Barcelona though, their slogan of "more than a club" does actually hold some weight. The club itself and the Catalan sovereignist movement are inextricably tied. Catalan independence and Catalanism are not issues pushed by FC Barcelona themselves, who enjoy vast support from other parts of Spain, Europe, and indeed the world, but the club's historical importance to the movement means the team retains huge importance to the movement on the terraces. In 1926, Barcelona's Les Corts Stadium, which preceded their move to the Camp Nou, was shut down after supporters booed the Spanish national anthem. Repression of Catalan culture intensified during the era of Franco, when the Catalan language was banned in most public places and limited to family use. This only strengthened the ties between Catalan culture and FC Barcelona, with the club stadium serving as a rare public forum in which Catalan people could speak their own language. In 1936, Barcelona's president Josep Sunyol was caught by Spanish nationalist troops and murdered. In the 1940s, Franco commanded that Barcelona change their name and remove the Catalan flag from their badge. Throughout the era of Franco, Real Madrid were promoted as the club of Spanish nationalism, and naturally, Barcelona were viewed far less favourably by the dictator. Numerous instances of foul play have been suspected by Barca over the years, from allegations of threats from police at half-time in a game Barca went on to lose 11-1 to Real, to the controversy surrounding the transfer of Alfredo Di Stefano. The football club were once again intertwined with the Catalan independence vote in 2017, and the ties between FC Barcelona and the idea of Catalan pride and separatism are impossible to overlook. That's it for today's 7. Thanks for watching, give us a like if you enjoyed the video, and obviously make sure you're subscribed to HITC7s. Also, if you're watching on mobile, just try tapping your screen now. Apparently that is sometimes required to bring up our little subscribe button and a couple of other videos that YouTube thinks you might enjoy.
Ooh. Yeah. I keep an eye on it. I like my football, obviously. With any luck, Elron. With any luck. That one might actually be quite fun. Okay. How old is it? Okay, let's just put in. Oh, this is more recent.
Adolf Hitler being consumed by hatred, I hear you say? Surely not. Say it isn't so. He always seemed like such a fun-loving, laid-back kind of guy. Well, I'm afraid that it's true. Old Addy wasn't always as mild-mannered and friendly as his funny moustache and silly little hand gestures would have you believe. In fact, if you caught him at the wrong moment, such as, any time between about 1913 and 1945, the genocidal fascist dictator could actually be quite unpleasant. Hitler's hatred spread far and wide, from Jews and Marxists to Roma, Sinti, Slavs, Poles, Russians, black people, gay people, trans people, disabled people, trade unionists, social democrats, Jehovah's Witnesses, and, of course, the entrance examiners at the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna. Oh boy, you better believe that he really hated them. Another thing that Hitler and the Nazis hated, you might be more surprised to discover, was Bayern Munich, who are now the most successful club in Germany and among the biggest football clubs in the world. I often see foreign football fans respond to or taunt Bayern Munich supporters on social media with messages like, "Now show us your badge between 1938 and 1945. For reference, this is the Bayern Munich badge that they are referring to, and I regret to inform you that isn't the Hindu symbol representing prosperity and good luck. The inference, when Bayern's old badge gets brought up, isn't particularly subtle. It is supposed to be evidence of close ties between Bayern Munich and the darkest period in German history, the Nazi era, and all of the negative connotations that brings with it. It has led to a perception, at least in some quarters, particularly outside of Germany, that Bayern were the most enthusiastic Nazi club of them all. After all, other German football clubs didn't have swastikas in their logos even during World War II. Not only is that not true though, it is a gross distortion, and a pretty offensive one at that. And the reality of Bayern's past and of the relationship between Nazism and German football is far more interesting. So in today's video, that's what we're going to focus on. Bayern Munich's relationship with Nazism, the reasons behind their swastika logo, and the bizarre world of German football under the Nazis as a whole. The first fact, which somewhat undermines the idea that Bayern Munich were an inherently Nazi club at any stage prior to the Nazis taking power in 1933, is their deep-rooted Jewish heritage. Bayern were founded in 1900, during the same year as the DFB, as football first began to be popularised in the German Empire. The club's founders were all members of the Münchner Turnverein 1879 Sports Club, but influential gymnasts at the club, who took a dim view of the up-and-coming new sport, had voted against establishing a football division to join the newly formed German Football Association. In response, football enthusiasts at Münchner Turnverein 1879 decided to split off and form their own club, FC Bayern München. Of the 17 people who signed Bayern's founding charter, 2 were Jewish, including Dortmund-born Benno Elkan, who fled to Britain following the rise of the Nazis in 1933. Elkan became a successful sculptor in Britain, with one of his most famous works being the giant menorah, which still stands in front of Israel's parliament building, the Knesset. In 1901, a 17-year-old named Kurt Landauer from a wealthy Jewish family joined Bayern, but he soon departed to train as a banker in Luzern, Switzerland. Landauer returned to Munich in 1905 though, and in 1913 he became Bayern's president, still aged only 29. At the time, Bayern had already had 2 mergers for financial reasons, and though they had tasted some success on the local level, they had struggled to establish themselves beyond that. FC Nuremberg were the undisputed titans, not only of Bavarian but of all of German football during the post-First World War era, winning 5 out of 7 German championships to be crowned between 1920 and 1927, and earning themselves the nickname simply Der Club, or The Club in English. Landauer resisted calls to build a new stadium and instead focused Bayern's resources on improving the playing squad, looking to compete at a higher level. Landauer hired the Englishman William Townley as Bayern's first ever professional coach, a two-time FA Cup winner at Blackburn Rovers and former England international, who was considered to be the leading coach in German football at the time, having won the German Championship with Karlsruhe in 1910. Landauer later appointed Richard Cohen, a man who also went by the names Dombey, Little Dombey, John Little, Jack Dombey, Ricardo Dombey, and the Hungarian Wonder Doctor, despite the fact that he was Austrian. Like Landauer, Dombey was Jewish, and in 1932, the Jewish duo guided Bayern Munich to their maiden German championship in their first ever final, owing to a 2-0 win against Eintracht Frankfurt. Bayern's Jewish roots were strong then, but they weren't alone. When the Nazis took power in 1933, an estimated 10% of German Jews, totaling around 40,000 people, held official roles within local sports clubs. It is hard to imagine a better illustration of Jewish integration into German society, but nonetheless, having two Jews in such key leadership positions singled Bayern out as having especially strong Jewish ties, an undesirable reputation, having just been crowned as national champions on the eve of a rabidly anti-Semitic party and Chancellor taking power. Bayern were nicknamed Judenklub, literally Jew Club, by the Nazis, a derogatory and anti-Semitic term which the Nazis also used to describe Austria-Vienna following the 1938 Anschluss, another club who had decidedly Jewish roots. Dombey departed as soon as the mood shifted in 1933, returning to Barcelona, before settling in the Netherlands, where he played a key role during 3 separate stints in establishing Feyenoord as a super team. Landauer also resigned in 1933, but in 1938 he was arrested and sent to Dachau concentration camp. Having fought valiantly for the Germans during the First World War, Landauer was given a reprieve and released from Dachau after 33 days. The rest of his family were less fortunate. His siblings Paul Gabriel, Franz and Leo were all murdered by the Nazis. Meanwhile, his sister Gabriella was officially deported, but disappeared never to be found. Landauer's other sister, Henny, who fled to Palestine in 1934, was the only other member of his family to survive. Landauer exiled himself to Switzerland after being released from Dachau, but whilst Bayern were forced to appoint a, quote, Aryan club president, they refused to appoint a Nazi party member, as was the norm at most clubs following Hitler's ascent to power. In fact, Landauer's initial successor was a man named Siegfried Hermann, who had been his vice president, and Hermann had fallen out with the Nazis long before he was appointed by Bayern, and he sought to allow Landauer to continue to run the club from afar until he too was forced out in 1934 and later sent to serve a prison sentence in Vienna. Following Landauer's enforced resignation, Bayern went through 5 different club presidents in the space of the next 5 years. It wasn't until 1938, the same year that Bayern's badge changed, that a fully fledged Nazi was elected president. Josef Kellner was the man in question, who became a member of FC Bayern in 1910 and of the Nazi Party in 1933, having leaked official state secrets to the Nazis in the Weimar Republic. Kellner eventually rose to the role of district administrator in what is now the Czech Republic, and was allegedly involved in judgments against officials who had made statements against the Nazis or had contact with Jews. None of this was in the public domain, and very little was known about Kellner in the wider public until quite recently, as increased scrutiny has been applied to not just Bayern, but all of German football during the Nazi era. Whilst there was a great reckoning and process of denazification in Germany post-World War II, which was much more comprehensive than the reckoning that most countries have had after carrying out their own atrocities, football was rarely part of that conversation. The DFB largely washed their hands of any responsibility, portraying themselves as powerless pawns during the Nazi rise and reign, and claiming that most of their documents from that era had been destroyed during an Allied bomb raid, which had burned down the building where their files were held. Both claims are heavily disputed, and the reality paints a much darker picture of German football. Hitler himself hated football, and no senior Nazis could understand its appeal, but they did appreciate and understood its importance as propaganda. By the 1930s, football was no longer a fringe sport, able to be suppressed by gymnasts at local sports clubs. It was a mass participation, an audience sport which had taken Germany by storm. The 1932 German Championship final between Bayern and Eintracht Frankfurt had a crowd of over 55,000 people, and the biggest stadiums could accommodate as many as 80,000 fans. It wasn't actually until 1935 that Jews and other so-called Untermenschen, that the Nazis considered undesirable, were formally banned from participating in sport. But as soon as Hitler came to power in 1933, Jews disappeared from football. In some cases quite literally. Over 300 Jewish figures effectively or literally disappeared from football in 1933, including Godfrey Fuchs and Julius Hirsch. Fuchs scored a then world record 10 goals for Germany in a single game, a 16-0 win against Russia at the 1912 Olympics, but fled to escape the Holocaust and managed to resettle in Canada. Hirsch, meanwhile, was Germany's first ever Jewish international, having won the German championship with Karlsruhe in 1910. A passionate German patriot, Hirsch was awarded with the Iron Cross for extraordinary bravery during World War I, the same decoration that a young Adolf Hitler received. Hirsch divorced his non-Jewish wife after the Nazis came to power in an effort to protect his children, and he believed that his valiance in World War I would see him spared. In 1943, Hirsch was deported from Karlsruhe to Auschwitz concentration camp, where he was killed. Hitler's disdain for football is summed up by the fact that he is believed to have only ever attended a single match. That match was the quarter-finals of the 1936 Summer Olympics, which Germany hosted. The entire games were primarily a propaganda exercise, and football was no exception. Germany versus Norway at the Poststadion in Berlin was supposed to be a major propaganda victory for the Third Reich, with Goebbels, Goering, Hess and Hitler all in attendance. It didn't turn out like that. Germany lost the game 2-0, and Hitler didn't even stay until the final whistle. I know, just when you think that your opinion of someone couldn't get any worse. To make matters worse still, as far as the Nazis were concerned, the man who scored both of Norway's goals was Magne Isaksson, a Jewish-sounding name. Isaksson wasn't actually Jewish at all, but sounding Jewish was enough to irritate Hitler, who Goebbels described in his diary as being incensed. The head coach of the Norway team, however, Asbjørn Halvorsen, was a Norwegian Jew who had spent 12 years playing for Hamburg in Germany and represented Norway at the 1920 Summer Olympics as a player before becoming Norwegian football's Secretary General and acting head coach at the 1936 Olympics, where Norway took bronze. After Germany successfully invaded and began occupying Norway in 1940, Halvorsen was one of the key figures of the Norwegian sports boycott, which ground almost all organised Norwegian sport to a halt under Nazi occupation. Combine Halvorsen's highly effective activism with his Jewish identity, and he became a prime target for the Nazis. Halvorsen was arrested and held at a police station for 24 hours before being sent to Grini concentration camp, when he was later transferred from a concentration camp in Alsace to one in Neuengamme close to Hamburg. According to journalist Kate Connolly, Halvorsen weighed just 40 kilograms, or 6 stone, and was suffering from typhus, pneumonia, rheumatism and malnourishment. At Neuengamme, Halvorsen reportedly encountered his former teammate, Otto Tull-Harder, who wasn't a fellow inmate, but was working as a guard at the camp. Harder, who is one of Hamburg's greatest ever players and spent more than a decade playing alongside Halvorsen, joined the NSDAP in 1932, the SS in 1933, and he was drafted into the Waffen-SS in 1939. Harder was eventually promoted to the role of SS Untersturmführer after serving as a guard at several concentration and death camps, and he was even a camp commander at the Ursen subcamp when it had to be evacuated following British attacks. Halvorsen survived the Holocaust, but only just, and the typhus that he caught at the camps killed him 10 years after the war ended, aged only 56. Harder, meanwhile, was arrested after the Nazis lost the war and tried for war crimes, where, in his own defence, he said that he treated the prisoners well, providing them with a football pitch, and claimed that the only reason that people died was because they were used to poor quality food in the Jewish ghettos and were, quote, unable to cope with the quality and quantity of food offered to them in the camp. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison, later reduced to 10, and he was out in less than 5. The contrasting fates of the two teammates of more than a decade is stark. Harder was by no means unique as a prominent figure in pre-war and wartime German football who supported or appeased the Nazis and helped to facilitate their atrocities. Felix Linnemann, the president of the DFB or equivalent, from 1925 to 1945, helped to dissolve the DFB when Hitler came to power. As domestic football in Germany was overhauled, the Gauliga structures were established, Marxists and Jews were expelled, the records of German Jews were erased from the record books, and Hitler salutes were made compulsory. In 2020, it was revealed that Linnemann's role went far beyond that. As a commander of the Kriminalpolizei, Linnemann was, according to the DFB's own internal investigation in 2020, directly involved in the registration of Sinti and Roma as the head of the Hanover Criminal Police Control Center. That led to several hundred Sinti and Roma people being deported to Auschwitz, where they died. Linnemann never stood trial for his crimes, and it wasn't until 2020 that he was stripped of his honorary presidency of the DFB. Broadly speaking, the Nazis were mystified at football's popularity.
Really?
Hitler much preferred boxing and athletics, as he sought to create his warrior-like master race. Meanwhile, a perplexed Goebbels once wrote, following a second successive wartime defeat against Sweden, quote, 100,000 people left the stadium in a depressed state. Winning a match is of more importance to the people than the capture of a town somewhere in the east. End quote. Because of that fact, Goebbels, the Reich Minister of Propaganda and, if anything, an even more committed Nazi ideologue and anti-Semite than Hitler himself, was placed in charge of overseeing the German national team. It was a telling appointment. To the Nazis, football was viewed solely through the lens of propaganda. The fact that Goebbels knew nothing about football, well, that wasn't considered to be too big of a deal. When Germany began losing games, Goebbels began to avoid accepting fixtures against stronger teams, and when that didn't work, and Germany still lost games against the likes of Luxembourg and Slovakia, Goebbels forbid the national team from losing any more matches. Aye, that'll do it, Joseph. Actually, it didn't do it. And after a 3-2 defeat against politically neutral Sweden in front of 90,000 fans at the Olympiastadion in Berlin in September 1942, Goebbels had seen enough. 2 months later, he banned international football and decided to focus on the domestic game instead. Yes, that's right. The ingenious solution that the Nazis' propaganda minister stumbled upon was that you can't keep losing games, because you're hopeless at your job, if you just don't play anymore. Before the ban, German footballers were forced to undergo a strict Nazi education, learn and celebrate the Führer's birthday, and practice doing the perfect Nazi salute every Tuesday afternoon after training. Players had to sit an ideological exam. Fail it, and you were off the team. Pass it, and you gained certain privileges, such as subsidised rail travel and a small fee for representing the national team. The latter was highly unusual for the Nazis, who looked to stamp out the creeping professionalism that had been coming into German football before they came into power. After Landauer was released from Dachau and moved to Switzerland, Bayern travelled to Zurich to play a friendly game against the Swiss national team in 1943. By this stage, the club had been completely gutted of its Jewish players, administrators, and identity, but the affinity towards Landauer endured. Concerned at that fact, the Nazis prohibited Bayern's players from meeting Landauer during their time in Switzerland, but they couldn't actually prevent Landauer from attending the game. When Bayern's players spotted Landauer in the crowd after the match, they lined up and applauded their former president in a prominent act of defiance. At the time, Landauer knew that he had lost everything. He had lost his job, his home, and almost all of his family who had been murdered at Dachau, and now the Gestapo were preventing him from even interacting with the club that he had built up for the preceding 2 decades. but still, he retained the affection of FC Bayern. It wasn't the only act of defiance that Bayern were involved in. In 1934, Bayern's players were involved in a brawl with Nazi brown shirts. 2 years later, Bayern winger Willi Ziemert-Streiter, who was renowned for his speed, made a point of having his picture taken with the African-American track athlete Jesse Owens, who enraged Hitler at the 1936 Olympics by winning 4 gold medals, undermining the idea of Aryan physical and athletic supremacy. Bayern fullback Siegmund Haringer was nearly sent to prison for describing a Nazi flag-waving parade as kids' theatre. Meanwhile, club captain Conny Heidkamp and his wife hid Bayern's entire trophy cabinet following an appeal by Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering for football clubs to hand over their silverware to be melted down to help the war effort. Few other clubs defied Goering's appeal. Ultimately, football didn't prove to be very fertile ground for propaganda for the Nazis, but not for the want of trying. A relatively weak and horribly mismanaged national team meant that it resulted in more propaganda failures than success stories. Yet the domestic game was still a powerful tool of Nazification, aided by supporters and collaborators at almost every level of the game. And that is kind of the point. It's not as though there aren't dark truths or hidden secrets worth scrutinising about German football's past, most of which went unchallenged until the early 2000s, but that makes it all the more important to focus on real abuses and injustices rather than imagined ones. Bayern Munich were not wholly angelic resistance fighters throughout the Nazi era. History tends to be a bit more complex than that. Between 1933 and 1945, 21 of Bayern's 41 board members were members of the NSDAP, and in the early 2000s, Bayern reportedly refused to pay into a compensation fund for former Nazi slave labourers, stating that they themselves were victims of the Nazis. Many critics claim that Bayern had gravely missed the point of the fund. Nonetheless, Bayern's 1932 championship, pioneered by 2 Jews, did put a target on their back. Unlike Austria Vienna, the other so-called Juden club, Bayern weren't forced to change their name, but they were targeted by the Nazis, and their swastika badge was viewed as a form of punishment. In the final wartime football match played in Germany, a week before Hitler committed suicide by gunshot, and 2 weeks before Germany unconditionally surrendered to the Allies, Bayern beat their rivals 1860 Munich 3-2. In 1947, Kurt Landauer was one of few high-profile German Jews to make a speedy return to Germany, where he was once again appointed as Bayern's club president. He remained in the role until 1951, when he failed to get re-elected, and he died in Munich in 1961. It wasn't until the early 2000s that, thanks partly to Bayern's ultras, Landauer's legacy was properly appreciated and celebrated with banners and memorials. In 2013, he was named as Bayern's honorary president. In 2005, the DFB established the Julius Hirsch Prize for outstanding examples of integration and tolerance within German football. Bayern Munich were the award's first recipients, after hosting a game between their under-17 team and a combined Israeli-Palestinian youth selection. It took Bayern a lot of time to rebuild following World War II, and the club was on the verge of being declared bankrupt in the late 1950s. It wasn't until the holy trinity of Franz Beckenbauer, Gerd Müller, and Sepp Maier came along in the 1960s that Bayern returned to the heights that they scaled under Landauer and Dombey in 1932, winning their first Bundesliga title in 1969 and a trio of European Cups during the 1970s. There are lots of legitimate reasons to dislike Bayern Munich. Principal among them, from an outsider's perspective, the fact that their dominance over the past decade has all but removed any semblance of excitement at the top end of what would otherwise be perhaps the most competitive and entertaining league in Europe throughout so much of that time. The club's badge between 1938 and 1945, though, forced upon them by the Nazis due to their reputation as a Jewish club, probably isn't one of them. The reality is that Germany's biggest and most successful football club was co-founded by Jews, they were inspired to their first German championship by 2 Jews, and still their longest ever serving president was a Jewish German, despite being exiled from his role for 12 long years by the Nazis. That is a remarkable legacy, and one which profoundly undermines the Nazi ideology of Aryan supremacy and Jewish or Untermensch racial and social inferiority. Those who seek to tie buy into the Nazis, therefore, when they were actually despised by them, and ignore their deep-rooted Jewish heritage, typically only for partisan or tribal football trolling reasons, are actually, without realising it, I'm sure, making a pro-Nazi argument, or at least serving to undermine a powerful argument against Nazi dogma. Bayern Munich's first German championship in 1932 was evidence not only of Jewish excellence, far from racial or social inferiority, but far more importantly, of Jewish integration and assimilation at the heart of one of Germany's most recognisable and influential institutions. And that ought never be forgotten. That is it for today's video, but thank you all very much, as ever, for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed it, let me know your thoughts down below in the comments, and of course, make sure that you're subscribed, it goes without saying, and have notifications turned on for both this channel, HITC7s, and also my second channel, Alfie Potshamer, both of which should be on or about to appear on your screens now, along with a couple of videos that you might fancy watching after this one. They might be a bit more light. You can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, or Threads via the username @HITC7s on all three, and all of those links plus a whole lot more should be down in the video description below. Cheers.
Oh no, I'm not going to tick history or infographics. I'm loath to go to Vice, but fuck it.
The oldest rivalries in world football.
There's a guy lying in bed, a Catholic Celtic fan in that rate, he's lying in bed, he's total dive. There's a guy lying in bed, a Catholic Celtic fan in that rate, he's lying in bed, he's total dive, last legs in that, right? They're like, oh, his family around and that, it's like, any last requests? Obviously what's happened, the guy's like, I want to become a proddy. And I'm like that, film like that? What? Excuse me? What? They're like, honestly, I know, that's really what I want to do. So they get a minister in, the minister comes in, converts him to a Protestant, a Rangers fan and that, and they film like that. Dad, why would you want to do that? Because see if I die, That's one less proddy bastard to worry about.
In late winter 2011, I travelled north from London to Glasgow to get an up-to-date look at one of the oldest rivalries in world football. The sectarian divide that splits Rangers and Celtic has its roots in things that happened across the Irish Sea centuries ago. Today, the hatred is just as strong and continues to split the city in two.
I definitely think people do see themselves in a context of Old Firm as either green or blue, Catholic, Protestant, British or Irish.
I think at the end of the day though there is a sort of mutual respect for each other's fans.
So what do you think of Rangers fans?
Scumbags.
Celtic fans, I think they're crass, disrespectful, and definitely Irish.
Fucking hate Rangers.
Rangers fans are they don't know who they are. They get brought up to hate.
The kind of lunacy that you get with Celtic, why you would seek out, the company of people who are mentally disturbed, has always been a bit of a mystery to me.
I bumped into a Celtic fan with one shoe on. I went, "You've lost one shoe, you stupid cunt." He went, "No, not, I found one."
The songs I've heard sung at football matches the last 2 seasons that have no place in Belfast in the 21st century, never mind Glasgow.
Follow, we will follow Rangers. Anywhere, everywhere, we will follow on. Dundee, Hamilton, fuck the Pope and the Waterton. If they go to Dublin, we will follow on.
Living in England gives you a very black and white impression of the Old Firm. If the clichés about Celtic fans are true, they're all Pope-obsessed IRA gun runners.
No, no.
And if you're a Rangers fan, you're probably a right-wing Protestant who only smiles when you think of the Queen.
No, they're not.
Of course, these clichés don't tell the whole story. This is a complicated hatred, but one thing both sides seem to agree on is that they should be allowed to hate. The Scottish Parliament feels differently and has just passed a new bill aiming to make songs about Huns and Fenians a thing of the past. In Glasgow, there were murmurings of money problems at Rangers that threatened to make the Old Firm itself a thing of the past. But on my first visit to the city, it was time to get a tour. I met Joe Miller, founder of Celtic fanzine Not The View.
This is a traditional route that Celtic fans will walk up to Celtic Park. This is called the Gallagate. It's a very kind of strong Celtic area. This used to be massive Irish community here. Celtic Park, paradise we call it.
After watching Celtic fans bond with the players, we headed over to Rangers' home, Ibrox, in the west of the city.
This area here is Bridgeton. This is where my father's from, in fact, and it's a massive Rangers area.
Do you ever hang out here?
Oh no, God no. Glasgow is... You walk into a pub, anything can happen, it's just the nature of this city is very hard.
Okay, this is from 13 years ago. I'll give you a little bit of an update so you've got a little bit more future context, let's put it that way. It's got a lot better now. Don't get me wrong, they're still fucking idiots. I'm very egalitarian. Some of my friends are Rangers fans. They're also leftists, which is odd for all the connotation that Rangers and lots of Rangers fans have put on their club. They like football. I like football. We want to get rid of my friends and family members want to take the politics and the history and the religion out of the football. I don't think that's going to be happening, really. Just my analysis, really. But it's got a lot better now. Case in point, during the summer, we went down to the other side of the river, literally. There's Partick, and you can cross over a bridge over the Clyde and go into Govan. And there was an opening for the new bridge that was crossing the Clyde. And we went down there. The pub that we went to first, after we'd done some shopping, bought some stuff, looked around, listened to some music, some live bands were playing all day. It was delightful. I loved it. my joints didn't though. The first pub that we went into was classified as a Rangers pub. I was wearing green. I looked kind of cute. It was a knee-length dress and a cardi and a lovely sort of light mint green top underneath, like a wee short dress, the kind of thick straps and stuff. I did look cute, and they pointed me out. "We don't accept your kind here," then just kind of winked to me. I recognised the barmaid that said that to me. I drank with her in Partick. "I was expecting to see you today." "Thank you." There was no football on that day. It was during the summer break. It looked quite good. The pub was stout, or basically packed, so it's calmed down quite a lot. She's a Rangers fan, by the way. Said, "It's good to see you in here. It looks good in this pub." Are people on the whole quite good? They're fine. All the ones that you might be worried about, they are not allowed in during the day. They can come in after 5. So you're safe, don't worry. Majority Rangers fans in here, but you'll be cool. You'll be cool. Is he still ambivalent? Pretty much, yeah. He supports my obsession, really, so cool. It really has calmed down, barring few fucking bastards, really. But mostly all of the ones who are like that, who still have that violent tendency, they really don't. They're mostly away now.
I got a kicking once going to Ibrox. I got a sore one right between the legs. This is Paisley Road West. Just hold your breath here, guys. It's coming up to Ibrox. You'll probably smell it.
Have you got a name for Ibrox?
Oh, yeah. Castle Grayskull, the Hunnery, Ship Pit.
At Ibrox, we found our first proof that the rivalry extends beyond Scotland's borders. It came in the form of a friendly German football bigot. When did you first start liking Rangers?
First game was in '86.
Okay. What do you think of Celtic?
Oh, Fenian bastards. Shouldn't say that on camera. You just shamed the whole of Germany.
The next day we went to meet a man named Mark Dingwall, who runs Rangers fanzine Follow Follow.
Obviously, because of the background, it means more to more people, I think, than some of the rivalries that you would get down south. But it's not really quite as serious, I think, as it's often portrayed in documentaries, where, because of the religious side of things, they try to make it out as though Glasgow is a sectarian hotbed.
Yeah.
I think that's a myth.
Maybe Dingwall's right, and the idea of Glasgow as a furnace of sectarian hatred is a false one. But pretty much every flag we saw for sale on match day referenced the old troubles in Ireland.
Well, it's about their culture. I mean, if you look at the links between Scotland and Ireland, we've had, over the last 200-300 years, we've probably had about 1 million people immigrating to Scotland from Ireland and vice versa. So you do have this culture. My view would be that a lot of the media and a lot of the political class, they only want to concentrate on what they would perceive as violence and bigotry. They don't actually want to look at the positive aspects of that, or in fact the historical reality.
What do you think of this phrase, 90-minute bigot?
I think it fairly well sums up what happens at Old Firm games. This is the release valve for mainly working class people at the end of the week, because they go to the football, they can say what they want, do what they want, have a drink, have a laugh, be loud and boorish in a way that they aren't during the rest of the week.
The next day, I jumped on the train north to Dundee to meet Joe Miller and some of Celtic's loyal away support.
It wouldn't bother me tomorrow if they went first, and it was a big test score. I would gladly shop in it.
It is a kind of religion to folk. It is because you turn out every week. Glasgow's got a strong Irish community, but we couldn't express yourself in the community. There's no St Patrick's Day parades or celebrations. A woman once said to me, and she goes, "Are you one of those Fenians?" You know, and I was actually taken aback. You know, she labelled me a Fenian, and that basically.
Was it a girl that you were trying to crack onto, or an old woman in the shops? Or?
It was an older woman.
Yeah.
No, I was still trying to crack her as well.
Yeah.
That label was right away was, I'm a Celtic fan, I'm a Catholic, I'm an Irish Republican. Now these are all the labels that are tied in with that.
Yeah.
And I might not have been any of them other than a Celtic fan.
Celtic fans, there is this cult of victimhood. On the one hand, then the other hand, you know, they want to be the tough guys, they want to support the IRA and push people around. I would say that Celtic in the last 5 to 10 years are probably more Catholic, more Irish and more Republican.
Do you think that Rangers fans and Celtic fans are sort of inherently different people? Maybe because of their upbringing, or...?
We're more open, I think. When the Rangers fans go abroad, they go on the rampage. When we go abroad...
Hello. As I say, Celtic fan. My dad, Orange man, Lodge member, Rangers fan. My mum and dad divorced when I was 6 years old. I reconnected with him when I was 16. He knew I was a Celtic fan. He was fine with it. It has actually split families, which is... I don't like it. I don't. Being able to heal just one family, I would see that as a win, a huge win. But it's not always possible, unfortunately, for many different reasons. Like I say, Celtic fan, atheist also. I love football. I like sports. I would like to be able to do more sports. I'm not entirely sure my body would allow me to, though. It's not all that bad now. It used to be fucking wild, obviously. Delightful. No overt sectarian violence, like actual bombings or things of that nature, because there's quite a lot of funding for them for both sides. Both the Unionists and the Republicans over in Ireland. Quite a lot of their money comes from the west coast of Scotland, especially here in Glasgow. And it's the same for a couple of different teams down in England as well, I believe. Not to... It's hopefully it's changed quite a lot, and it's calmed down a bit. Don't get me wrong, we still get a bit argy and stuff because if our team are playing like fucking Bellines, ending in a 0-0 draw. We understand, we get frustrated with our team not actually winning or not actually playing decent enough football. I get it. We've put a lot of time, dedication and money into following our chosen team. I get it. And we do get frustrated with results and the way players play. Like I say, funny old game. The beautiful game, if you wish. Still funny at times. Still weird and deeply, deeply wrong. Just play better football.
We're probably up singing and dancing having more fun and making friends.
Do you have friends that are Rangers fans?
Acquaintances.
Yeah.
I've acquaintances that would be nominal Celtic fans, but general delusions about persecution, about being member of the IRA, about claiming that your grandfather fought in the General Post Office against the British, that your granny was raped by the Black and Tans. I mean, this is not really the type of people that you want to associate with.
We saw a sticker up at Ibrox, just had a picture of the Union Jack and said "Love it or leave it."
Yeah. Well, we're told to go back. Their famous shout is, "The famine's over. Why don't you go home?" I'm Scottish. I live here. I like this country.
Do you think the bill will help?
The bill won't help that, because it's just attacking football fans. It's a culture out there that has to be changed.
Celtic! Come on, you boys are green! Come on, you boys are green! Glasgow, green and white! Glasgow, green and white! Glasgow, green and white! Glasgow, green and white!
Sorry lads, no it isn't. It's a weird mix of football teams, as you should know.
Celtic! Celtic! Caravan!
Recording crappy footage on my phone, I made my way into the ground where Celtics fans were going through their repertoire. They didn't seem too worried about falling foul of the anti-sectarian bill. I'd made an appointment to see Nil by Mouth, a charity based in Glasgow that wants to eradicate sectarianism from Scottish life. It was set up after a 15-year-old Celtic fan died after having his throat cut on the way home from a match.
I came to university in Scotland in 1999 and I went to watch an Old Firm football game in the Student Union's bar, and I heard this shocking taunt, which was 6 million Jews and it should have been Protestants. How many layers of ignorance do you have to get through to come out with that type of stuff? People have often put to me the idea that in Scotland we have 90-minute bigots.
Yeah.
Now, that kind of idea, for 90 minutes we go, we watch football, we taunt the other sides, we use these kind of words, and then we go back to our kind of life. Now I'll put it to you in this kind of context. If I use the term nigger to you, you'd find that quite offensive, and quite rightly, because it's a disgusting term. Does that make you a 90-minute racist? Does it really? We all have to have laws, and we have to have kind of boundaries as what is acceptable behaviour and what is not. And if you don't have that, then it's a bit of a free-for-all. People can do what they want as and when they want.
This is Abdul Rafiq, a Muslim Rangers fan who's banned from football matches for 5 years for singing anti-Catholic songs. So how has the sort of ban order affected your ritual? So I imagine it must have been a pretty big part of your life before.
Yeah, I used to go to all the Rangers matches, but now to suddenly not be allowed to go to matches, it's had a big effect on me,
Yeah.
And I just don't think, the punishment fits the crime. It's just for singing songs,
Yeah.
I was just singing the follow songs, but there was some added on words where you're not supposed to sing.
Okay. What were they like?
Like the Dundee Hamilton after Pope in the Waterton, that one.
The banning orders made Abdul a pretty famous guy. He's well known both in the streets of Glasgow and on the internet.
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside, and I do like to be beside the sea, with a hammer in my hand, feet bashing on the sand, beside the seaside, beside the sea.
I've got friends that are Celtic fans, so it's only a game, it's only a bit of banter. And I've got to sign in at a police station in the first half of every Rangers game for the next 5 years. So I'm on my way just now.
Abdul's also famous for being the only Muslim member of right-wing nationalist group, the English Defence League.
If you're born in Britain, then it's natural to like your country. The flag of my country is red, white and blue, and Rangers play in that colours. I don't go to the mosque to pray 5 times a day or anything, but I'll still be a good person, Yeah. That's being religious as well. I'm a good person, I'm good to accept everybody, so that's being religious. So I would say I'm a religious in a way.
Okay. Do you think you get picked on because Rangers is, traditionally a very Protestant club?
Well, because of my connection with the EDL and the SDL, and then the police recognise me, so I do get I do get picked on by the police, you know. That day I got arrested at a football match, and obviously I was recognised, you know.
Yeah.
And it was a high-profile match because they were playing Chelsea, and the Chelsea fans were there chanting my name.
Really?
Yeah.
What were they singing?
They were just chanting Abdul EDL. I have had a few racist remarks from Rangers fans, just a few, but you're always going to expect a few anyway.
As Abdul lapped up the attention outside Ibrox, keeping the rain off his head with his Union Jack umbrella, I couldn't come to think of him as a spiteful guy. It just seemed like he wanted to be part of something, even if that something had turned him into a football bigot who hangs out with fascists. What is it that you identify with EDL?
Well, the EDL are against extremism. They're against all sorts of extremism. They're not against just Muslims, they're against all, even the Catholics, IRA and that. And I'm born and bred in Britain and I love my country, so I'm against any sort of extremism, you know. And they're open to anybody, they're not racist and that.
Do you not buy the argument that they are themselves racist people, the EDL?
But if they were racist, they wouldn't have me with them.
Do you think they might be saying one thing and doing another, trying to hide maybe the fact that they are racist by,
Well,
you know...
they're asking me to bring more Muslims to join up.
Okay.
And when we're walking down the street, they don't shout abuse at Muslims, they actually say to them, come and join us.
Yeah.
Yo, Cuff, how's it going?
Alright.
Are you banned for still banned for Ibrox?
Aye.
Are you?
I'm back with EDL, but he was from EDL.
Don't let them video you.
No, it's alright, they're not going against it, alright.
Fucking put it against you.
No, it's alright.
Abdul's mates didn't seem to like our cameras all that much, so to avoid a beating, we went elsewhere. How does it make you feel when you see?
Well, when you see that, you know, it makes me look out to be as if I'm a Catholic hater or something. But that's not the case, you know, because I just think that as banter.
Another notorious Rangers celebrity who's against the bill is Sandy Chugg. Sandy was one of the stars of the Scottish football violence scene of the 80s and 90s. He led Rangers' terrifying intercity firm into battle many times.
As much as I dislike Celtic songs, the IRA songs and that, I will defend their rights to sing them. The product's not great, the crowds are dwindling, and they want to lock up people for trying to provide a wee bit of atmosphere at football.
Finish! Well done, good.
Oh, I'll be back in a minute. Your lass is back. Needed my cardie. Darling.
What?
Fling me my refrigerators. Hopefully there's the bowl.
Chicken. You're lucky because I walked up, there was a big basket and I almost picked one of them up. That said spicy chicken on it.
Yeah, I've had those ones before.
So you got the chicken one.
See, look, he can learn. He resisted the urge to actually buy me something that's really quite spicy. I'll get him educated eventually, I hope.
Keep it going.
As far as we know, Sandy isn't a hooligan anymore. Instead, he spends his time here, training kids at this school in Glasgow's East End.
Come on, Mohan, wrap your feet round it, come on.
I started playing about 8-year-old, then was picked up with Rangers at under 14 level, spent 2 years there. Unfortunately, wasn't good enough to make the grade. Other things in my life at the time as well, the casual scene.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was a lot better football casual than what I was a football player.
Yeah.
So that's sort of a sidetrack.
Do you regret that at all?
No, I liked, see, to be honest, I loved the scene. It was the biggest youth culture explosion, in my opinion, since the mods. Boys from Yeovil to Inverness were involved in fighting each other, fighting the law. To be part of that, looking back, although I wouldn't say it makes me proud, I'm sort of glad that I was involved in it. I was lost to the rave generation for about 2 or 3 years. That was the next new wave of youth culture. It led me to 3 years in prison for dealing in LSD and ecstasy. That's my major regret in life. My one ambition was to be a Royal Marine and blew that out the water. I want to prove to the parents that despite my past, I'm the best person to coach your kid.
Even though a minority have complained about Sandy's past to the school, he didn't seem too worried about reliving it in front of the parents and their kids. When you see your picture next to words like scum and thugs, and, you know, wrecking a good name of the Tartan Army, I mean, how did that make you feel?
In a strange way, I was slightly proud to be recognised. But when I look back, and I'm looking back at a lot of stuff here, I'm kind of saying, nah, it wasn't really one of your cleverest moments in your life, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's something to look back on. It's maybe some people have maybe photo albums.
Yeah. I mean, was football violence an addiction for you, do you think?
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, no matter how hard I tried to walk away, I always seem to get dragged back in. A lot of people like the camaraderie. I like the violence, I'll be honest. I'm not going to beat about the bush, I like the violence.
So what for you is the biggest misconception that people have about the Glasgow football rivalry?
I think the biggest misconception is that it is primarily a religious aspect. In my own personal opinion, I believe it's now turning into a national identity.
Okay.
It's Scottish, British, or you're Irish.
That guy going mad with a bin is Sandy's old sparring partner, John O'Kane. John was one of the founding fathers of the Celtic soccer crew firm. His life with the Casuals saw him up before the judge 66 times. I'd arranged to meet him in a pub across town. Was there, when you were fighting, more that kind of unwritten, unspoken code?
After the Scotland game, we had a fight with Partick Thistle, and there was a few of them on the grounds after it, and the rest of them had run away, and we've got them up, made sure the guy's okay, and things like that. Do you know, you're alright, mate, all your mates have fucked off and left you, just make sure you're okay. It's an unwritten sort of rule. A fight's a fight.
Does that mutual respect extend to Rangers fans?
No, certainly not. Because I've been stabbed, like your ear cut off with Rangers, and slashed so many times. They actually threw one of our boys off a bridge you arrive at the stadium onto the M8 motorway.
The big guys with him were from Shebeen, Glasgow's premier Republican band, and lifelong Celtic fans.
I am for green fields, each one was a jewel.
Nil by mouth is the worst. They don't live in the real world. Celtic singing the Fools Are From Now and Names singing the Famine song.
Yeah.
Who cares? Who really cares about it? It's a bit of banter.
And my four green fields ran red with their blood, said she.
Do you feel like Shebeen might be under threat from the bill?
Well, if they come in and arrest me or Alan for singing songs of Ireland, and then I'm a political prisoner, in my view.
Satanism is divisive, republicanism is about unity.
And my four green fields will bloom once again, said she.
We had already met Celtic men in pubs. Now it was time to meet Rangers men in pubs. And they were all men. I've never seen so many tough-looking guys as those that poured out of Ibrox subway station on match day. Most of them called in at the Loudon bar en route to the ground.
There's a guy over there just being led away by police, and I think he's one of the two guys that came up to us just now outside the Loudon bar, started harassing us. They didn't like the camera or my accent very much. Called me an English wanker, which is difficult to deny. Then his mate came over and started shoving me and grabbing the camera stuff and kicked me. So yeah, I guess he's been having a bit more fun inside the stadium as well.
Darling.
What?
Is one of them close? Isn't one of them close now?
Who?
The Loudon or the Bristol? Or are they both still open?
Still open. There was a Rangers pub shut, but I'm not sure which one. But it wasn't the ones in Duke Street.
I thought one of them got closed. There's two pubs, which is oddly enough, if the bus that I would get down from where I currently sit to go to Celtic Park, you pass two major Rangers pubs. One's called the Loudon and the other one's called the Bristol, for obvious reasons. If anyone can figure that out, why did most Scottish and maybe some Irish people as well. Quite a lot of Irish people actually as well will understand the significance of those two names for those pubs. I thought one of them had got closed. My dad, he used to drink in each of them quite a lot actually. The first match that I went to with my dad was at Celtic Park, but it was an Old Firm game, but I was in the away stand and I had to wear neutral colours. Literally said, just wear one of your won your heavy metal band t-shirts or something. I did. He didn't get the reference. I actually wore an Iron Maiden t-shirt with the Trooper on it. He didn't get the reference. He said to me, I keep on forgetting that you're an Iron Maiden fan. More than just them. After the match, he took me to the Loudon, where I changed over because he dropped off. He tapped on the door on the way to the match and said, "This is for my daughter. This is my daughter here. She's going to be changing out of the clothes she is currently wearing. We'll go to the match." That's your Celtic supporting daughter, isn't it? Aye. Tell her to shut up. Oh, don't worry, she'll be fine. I'll put her behind the bar for her. Rather accommodating bar manager there. He is actually quite decent. I wore jeans. And my lovely DMs. I miss DMs. Far too expensive now though.
I think 99% of the Rangers and Celtic fans are well behaved. I think they get a bad press because it suits the politicians. I've no animosity towards anyone, including Celtic fans. I'm not a lover of their club. I think their club is corrupt and always has been since the day it was formed. But I mean, that's only my opinion. I'm allowed it. I'm Scottish and I'm proud to be Scottish. I'm not born in Glasgow and some sort of pseudo-Irishman. I don't know where they get that from.
The Rangers fans we'd met had been disappointed that so far we'd only been shown around the city by a Celtic fan. So they told us to seek out Dark Horse. Rangers fan, cab driver, raconteur.
She says to the next boat driver, I said, "What first? I need a toilet." She said, "Can I stop the boat there?" She says, "The garage about cut a mile up." She says, "No, you need to stop. She said, if you don't stop, I'll piss your seat." Told her I'd punch her cunt in, that's what I said to her. So she didn't piss the seat. I've took a lot of people like to the hospital after the Rangers Celtic game, after the derbies. It's a pretty bad sight. You know.
I would like to point out to everyone. Do you see this? Hang on, I need to. Do you see this here? That is a scar. He has been what is colloquially known as bottled. So basically a bottle of beer or a pint glass has been slashed across that man's face. You can tell by the curve because the way your wrist and your fingers work. So he's been glassed or slashed with the edge of a broken glass bottle or broken pint glass or broken glass of any description really. And someone's came at him. On his right hand side, so someone's either left-handed or they've came at him from behind. Delightful. Sneak attack maybe. That is pretty major.
Mostly slashings, bottles, knives, mostly. The last Rangers game, I picked up two fellas in the town and they were telling us they were up with their kids and two Celtic fans that attacked the father
in front of the kid. That was the last Rangers of the game. So there you go. Only because they're English.
On Derby Day, Glasgow was buzzing, and pubs were rammed with both sets of supporters. These fans had travelled all the way from the Falls Road in Belfast to watch the Crunch match at Celtic Park. One man who wouldn't be attending the match, however, was Abdul Rafiq, whose anti-Pope banter earned him a banning order. Can you remember your first Derby Day memories?
That's going back about 30 years.
Yeah.
At that time you were able to sing what you wanted. There used to be much more trouble at that time and there was more singing.
Do you prefer that kind of more resentful atmosphere?
Yeah, definitely, because the atmosphere is what makes it. It's the biggest club match in the world, and what makes it special is the atmosphere. But it's just a game, and to me it's a bit of banter.
Stick your right hand out and you punch a pig about. You kneecap the bastard when you get him down. That's what it's all about.
I've found some examples of anti-Celtic, anti-Catholic
yeah.
stuff. Is it okay if I show you?
Yeah.
You can tell me whether they're banter or not, or whether they cross the line. Jungle Boys against reporting paedophiles. So that's alleging that, you know, Celtic fans are all part of some big Catholic paedophile ring. Is that too far, or is that banter?
I'll just put that down in banter.
Yeah, just banter. Another sweeping child abuse under the carpet since 1972.
I'll just put that in banter.
How about that? A Celtic fan making a monkey sign at El Hadj Diouf.
Some people will take it as, some people will take that serious, but other people just look at that as banter, you know.
Okay, so that's 50-50. That's on the line.
50-50.
Okay. So there's a fan attacking Neil Lennon.
Well, that's obviously gone too far because he should never have come on the pitch to attack, you know. I know a lot of Rangers fans don't like Neil Lennon, but I've met Neil Lennon myself and he said he doesn't mind all the abuse he gets, but he doesn't like it when somebody comes to attack him on the street or whatever.
Celtic will get fucked up the arse like what those Catholic priests did to little kids. Hashtag paedophiles.
Just banter.
Yeah,
just saying
it.
That's not
so,
banter.
I don't know. Is that... All right, well, that's the end of the bantometer.
The only bit I see over the line there was when...
Rejoice, comrades. Sean again is here. Hi, Sean. How goes it? I'm on a bit of a football kick. I was listening to the match earlier on. Ended 0-0. Bugger it. It may be a beautiful game, but it is kind of infuriating at times. So, football's most dangerous rivalry. This is a Vice documentary about the Rangers-Celtic rivalry, really. How you doing, Sean? Great to see you.
Neil Lennon's getting attacked. When they're actually violence, when they're fighting each other, that's when it's over the line. But when they're just singing and taunting one another, I don't see why the police should bother moving in. Let them have their fun.
Looking for some of that fun that Abdul mentioned, we headed down the Gallagate to the Barrows, the Celtic stronghold in the east of Glasgow. There, we ran into ardent Celtic fan Johnny and talked to him about Derby Day in the city. So, we're in the Barrows on the day of the match. What's it usually like around here on match day, on Derby Day specifically?
The day will be busy, very early. There'll be a lot of Celtic fans congregate early, a few beers. Obviously just excited about the game ahead. It's an area predominantly with all Celtic fans, Republicans, you name it.
Is that kind of safety that you get here, knowing that you can drink in these with Celtic colours on, does that change on Derby Day? Will there be Rangers lads up here later looking for a fight?
There's every chance, but I can't remember in the last few years anyway that I've drank here that any Ranger fans or loyalists have came down here and they achieved that. Even came down here, the last thing was a wee story we spoke about the last time we met, which was nothing to do with Rangers, it was just another bunch of right-wing fascists that thought they would come down here and start their nonsense, and they just got a kick up the backside and sent home.
So what happens if the Rangers fans do come up here later and they're looking for a fight and the word gets around?
Well, this is the difference. I mean, looking for a fight's one thing. A Rangers fan walking down here just with a Rangers top on, nothing would happen. Even they get dragged off the streets and brutally butchered in the middle of an alleyway. I'm sure the vast majority of Rangers fans would just like to stay in Rangers pubs, listen to music that celebrate their culture and whatnot, as opposed to coming down here looking for trouble.
Is it good conditions for a fight today, with the wind howling and the rain lashing down?
Excellent conditions.
raining.
Father, why are you so sad on this bright Easter morn? When Irishmen are proud and glad of the land that they were born.
Alright, Sandy. How you doing, mate? You alright?
Yeah, sound.
Good.
Sound.
How you feeling today?
Nervous.
Yeah.
That's been 3-4 days in anticipation, so just can't wait to get it on.
I read in your book about, was it Mr. Blue when he stormed the Gala Gate? Were you there then?
Yeah. Well, basically, we used to meet in a pub called Minstrels down at the waterfront, and somebody came up with a bright idea one day. Mum will go up the Gala Gate. Now, anybody that knows the Gala Gate knows it's probably the most no-go area for Rangers fans. 40 of us decided to go up one day. 40 turned into 20. All the Celtic pubs emptied. Their Celtic casuals came out. Your John O'Kane's and that. He was, again, John as usual was quickly putting his backside. But it was pandemonium.
Do you think there'll be anything like that today?
For any young boy who want to get involved in football violence these days, I can I shake my head and with a wry smile, knowing like the surveillance techniques and that they're up against. It's not like you can go and have a row in the middle of the city centre now. And if you do that, you're in camera, you're getting your door booted in 6 weeks later, and you're looking at a year, 2 year prison.
So you mentioned John O'Kane.
I mean, I've got a lot of respect for John as a boy, because he's a game lad. He may get put in his arse a lot, but he gets up every time and wants to have another go at you. So hats off to him for that, you know what I mean?
So whereabouts are we now? Whereabouts in Glasgow?
This is Brunelaw or Quay Street. It was always a good place for having a battle because of the one-way system that used to be. It's easy to get away from police.
Have you yourself been caught up in any trouble around this area?
Well, because I lost my life one night here after a Celtic Rangers game. Just about those traffic lights there, that's where the Rangers mob have lined up, and we've lined up here, and we've charged into each other. As I've charged in, as the can of CS gas, it sprayed it, but there was none left. And in front of me was a guy brandishing a knife. So as I've turned, he's got me at the top of the leg, and I staggered along the road, fell in a heap. My legs were, my trousers were crimson, basically. And my mates had stopped a taxi. The taxi driver had actually stopped and dragged me in. I was like, what's wrong, panicking. And he took me to the hospital. If I hadn't taken me to the hospital, I'd burst a major artery. And touch wood, I wouldn't probably be here if it wasn't for the taxi driver's quick actions. But again, a scary thing.
Do you find that the trouble nowadays is more chaotic and less organised than it used to be?
When it comes to Celtic Rangers games, there seems to be more sporadic violence where you've just got groups of Rangers and Celtic fans just want to have a go at each other.
With kick-off fast approaching, we travel to Denny, 20 miles outside of Glasgow, where some excited Celtic fans had hired a lodge for a pre-match piss-up and a sing-song.
One show in town tonight. It's been bubbling up for 4 or 5 weeks, and this is what it's all about. Getting the Huns in their own back garden, giving them a good scene.
Have you got many mates that are Rangers fans?
Not really, no.
No? You keep it on side?
Aye, further than that.
As you know, we hate the Rangers, absolutely hate them. So just come in, a few drinks, listen to their banter, kennelled up, and off to the... Come on, you boys in green.
I think a Rangers fan, you basically think a guy about 18 stone, with a big handlebar moustache, with a greasy hair, He hadn't been washed for about 2 or 3 weeks. And I don't know if he's familiar with the Orange Walk, but he'd be the boy banging the big drum.
See like Rangers pubs and that, they've only got a capacity of 25 because they're that big. Can they get in? You know what I mean? They enjoy a lunch. Do you know the difference between an apple and an orange? Can I get an apple bastard?
Usually when you're in the jungle, the mighty jungle at Parkhead, you know, well, if it wasn't somebody chucking a ball at your feet, it was somebody pissing on your leg, eh?
Yeah.
But as long as you win, who cares?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So that's to protect you from
That's correct, for the balls, but there's fuck all to protect you from
Yeah.
something pissing on your leg.
So the local
you know?
area, your head's intact but your legs are full of fists.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
As long as your head's intact, you know what I mean?
I would like to reiterate here. We're not all like some of these people, okay? We are not on both sides of the divide. There is still a divide, obviously. We support who we support and things like that. But, most of us have progressed on for this. I was never like this. I don't get in. I didn't get into that side of it. Thank God. Or thank all the deities. Praise all the deities for that one. The needless violence and controversy and I don't like it. Don't get me wrong, still a revolutionary, don't mistake that part of me. But with this, just, it needs to get channeled somewhere else. I can think of where. For both sides, actually.
Up that fucking rock. Come on!
Up that fucking rock! I say now!
Yeah, good. Best of luck for the match.
Fucking certainty, mate. Fucking pump the gypsy.
This boy's getting that buck fast for the bus, right?
Fucking soap dodging fucks.
The police don't tend to let Rangers and Celtic play each other in the evenings anymore. They think the fans will drink all day and end up kicking each other's heads in. But, for whatever reason, tonight they'd made an exception, and with everyone well oiled, it was time to get on the bus and head to the ground. And why should the party stop just because you're barrelling down the motorway in storm weather? After days of talking about it with everyone I'd met, I'd finally arrived at the derby. It was fucking freezing, and I could hear fragments of forbidden songs caught in the gale winds that were whipping off the earth.
It's actually quite good.
I made my way through the turnstiles to see if the atmosphere in an Old Firm game was so horrible and poisonous that the government absolutely needed to step in. The mood inside was tense, but not as vile as the media and the politicians would lead you to believe. Tonight, Celtics fans went home the happier after a 1-0 win. The club were back at the top of the table. The Fenians had beaten the Huns. What is it about Glasgow that you think generates this kind of gang culture and this kind of tribalism?
It's hard to put your finger on. Look, Glasgow's it's a crazy city at times. There's areas where you can't venture into. I think authorities have just turned their blind eye to it, basically. So,
do you regret anything that you've done?
Too old to regret. You make your own bed, you've got to lie in it.
He's got a point.
In Sandy Chugg's book, he says he identifies you as the top boy at that time.
But no,
and he talks about the Rangers fans taking the Gallowgate and stuff.
I've not read it yet, so
okay.
I will.
Have I told you what he said about you?
No.
When I pushed him, I backed him into a corner, and he said he'd be quite proud if you'd grown up a Rangers fan and been a member of the ICF, because you're always a game lad, were his words.
But I'm going to get a tan. I'm going to get a fake tan like him.
You know, he said he respects you and stuff, but he said that he's suspicious about where your tan comes from. He says you spend too much time on sunbeds.
He might be right. Yeah. I don't think John O'Kane's seen sunlight, never mind a sunbed. I hope he's keeping well.
There's people that there's a mutual respect between, but there's other people who don't have respect. They've just got a hatred and they want to stab you and they want to kill you and they want to do things like that. If you do them, fair enough, that's what the buzz is about. It's not about inflicting pain and harm on people. It's just a big game. Waking up in a machine that's going beep beep, and you know when it stops going beep, you're dead. You know, it's one of the scariest things that can ever happen to anybody.
Has that happened to you?
It's happened twice.
How does that affect people close to you?
It's hard to say. I think it did affect my dad quite a bit.
How about your own children and family?
Touch wood, they're good children at the moment, but I wouldn't want them to get involved in anything that I've been involved in. I want my kids to have a life that I didn't.
How about your missus and or their mother?
Okay, she's. I don't know why I talk about that.
Okay. Pitched street battles between gangs of screaming men might be a thing of the past in Glasgow, but there was still the issue of the chanting. Would Scottish Parliament's new bill really be able to extinguish a loathing this deep-seated?
But if you look in the context of the whole stadium, the overwhelming majority of people don't want it to do it. They want to watch the football. You know, mouth want to help the centre majority find their voice.
There's too many people here getting offended, looking for reasons to be offended. Whether they like it or no, religious, cultural, national divide will always be here in Scotland.
After spending so many hours in the company of people whose thoughts and feelings are dominated by their football clubs, it wasn't surprising to me that I found myself taking their side. To me, it seemed patronising for people who weren't fans to take their words out of context, then insist that people should take offence to them. After the win on Derby Day, Celtics fans had celebrated as if Rangers would never be top dog again. I thought finality like that didn't exist in football, but a few weeks after the game, Rangers were forced into administration by an unpaid tax bill of £9 million. If they fail to find a rich white knight to rescue them from the financial mire, they'll die, taking the rivalry with them. Celtics fans haven't reacted to the news with much sensitivity. I saw this graffiti sprayed over the side of the Loudon bar and asked Joe Miller to explain it. What was your immediate reaction when you heard the news that Rangers might be going bust?
Jelly and ice cream. Yeah. Was my immediate reaction.
Can you explain the jelly and ice cream thing for people that might not understand?
Well, a group of guys used to always say we're having a party when Thatcher dies, and then it kind of carried on jelly and ice cream when Thatcher died, and then we went a wee bit further and went, let's have it when Rangers die. So jelly and ice cream when Rangers die. Yeah. Pass the parcel when Rangers die. All that kind of stuff. It's good-natured.
Yeah, jelly and ice cream, that's quite appropriate for Celtic, isn't it? Well, everybody knows about the cover-up of the child abuse in the early 70s with Jock Stein and the directors, allegedly.
What would happen to this pub if Rangers went out of business?
I would think we would probably closely follow them.
If the club's dying and you're celebrating, it's like celebrating the death of somebody. You know, that's sick, you know. But that's the nature of football fans here in Glasgow. Celtic need Rangers. They just think, okay, if Rangers are close, they can laugh at Rangers fans and think they'll win the league every season. But it'll kill Scottish football. You know, we need 2 clubs.
How is the kind of financial troubles the Rangers have found themselves in? How has that kind of affected the mood in the city?
Well, obviously one half's delighted, the other half it's been like a death in the family. I have a few close Celtic fan mates.
The team in this documentary doesn't exist. It got dissolved. The one that currently exists is a new team. It got founded again once it got allowed back into into Scottish football. This was 13 years ago. They got allowed back in between 11 and 10 years ago. So this team, this current Rangers team that you're seeing, this team that you're seeing here in this video, this documentary, doesn't exist. It got dissolved because they broke the financial rules around the football team, the way they were paying their players, the way they were funding the actual team, the actual organisation, which is Rangers football team. That all got dissolved because they broke the law. But they got guarded. They lost millions. Well, they were broke essentially. Then they got sent down to the bottom league. Not the semi-professional leagues, the bottom of the professional leagues. They got sent down there and they were rehabilitated. Some of these people still exist. But this football team doesn't exist anymore. As far as I'm concerned, that entire club should have been dissolved at that point, the same as Gretna did. The only thing that happened with Gretna, they ran out of money. They fiddled financial markets to pay their players and to fund the fucking upper echelons of the football club. They broke the law as far as I'm concerned. They should have been dissolved completely and stricken off the football record because they broke the rules. People went to jail over it. A few minor functionaries, really. But the main ones who were actually doing this and overseeing it all, slap on the wrist. No, you broke the law. It got refunded. How did I go into this? They got funded by invested interests, really. The British state basically paid for them to come back. Do not quote me on that one. I don't have any proof. I speculate. Not that we'll ever find out the actual truth. The troubles. There was a clear divide across Glasgow mostly, but other parts of Scotland. Yeah. Sectarianism, isn't it lovely? So, I can go into it if you want. You might see me get a little bit frustrated again. Yeah. Basically the troubles. There was a reason we never got hit or attacked here in Glasgow. On Scotland, especially on the west side of Scotland. They quite a lot of funding for both sides came from here. I might have given money to families in Ireland, let's just put it that way. Correct, Sean. Delightful. Oh, don't worry. That was Rylan.
And a few acquaintances, and it's been relentless. It's been, yeah, really bad.
I mean, how big a hole would it leave in your own life if Rangers were to go to the wall?
A massive gaping hole. I've always grown up, always think there'll always be a Rangers for my kids, for my grandkids. 140 years of history, we're not going to give that up all that easy. We will fight to the bitter death, but as we say, I'll follow, and I'm sure a great deal of many thousands will continue to follow as well. No surrender.
Would you miss them if they went bust?
Miss who?
Rangers.
Miss who? Loving Celtic doesn't mean anything about Rangers. Nothing about Rangers. Loving Celtic only means loving Celtic.
So I would miss the Old Firm games. To me, that's the biggest game you can get. To me, without a Rangers Celtic game, there's nothing in Scottish football.
I went to Glasgow an outsider, and I still am an outsider, but I understand the rivalry enough to know that the cliched black and white idea people have of the Old Firm is just ridiculously wrong. There's no doubting that some pretty hateful things have been done in the name of the rivalry, but while it's still here, it certainly makes Glasgow life richer. Savage it may be, but it's become part of the city's humour. Fans here have spent so long trying to get under each other's skin that the rivalry is now embedded beneath the skin of the city. And Glasgow is a city with a very thick skin.
I will be back momentarily and we'll change tack. Give me a minute, please, comrades. Stop laughing, you bastard. Rejoice! Your lass is back. Let us do some prep work. One of my latest fantastic... Where is he? There he is there. Give me a minute. Oh! Super Hubby bought me a bowl. This is a bowl of noodles with flavourings. It'd be chicken. It'd be tasty. It usually needs a little bit of soy or maybe a touch of chilli in it. But other than that, quite tasty. And there's veg pouch and flavourings and stuff inside it that you pour over. It is nice. I will add extra protein. One of the bag of chicken fridge raiders you saw me eat. There's another one sitting in the fridge that I'll kind of just chop up roughly and whack into the bowl. Let us go and check. This is going to be fun. This premieres at 6 PM UK time. Freda is based in Norway. So, 6 PM, an hour and a half roughly. So, where is it? Give me a minute. We'll go and watch the one that the Metatron and Shadowversary are bitching about, basically. There we go. Where is it? There we go. I'll go back to the beginning, don't you worry.
Look at tanks from former years from a contemporary standpoint and to evaluate them using modern criteria. When I was younger, like most teenagers who were into fantasy and history, I was also into medieval history, because it had knights and swords and all that cool stuff. I read the Jan Guillou Arn series as a kid, and later in life read James Clavell's Shogun. In my teenage years, I played Shogun 2 Total War and Crusader Kings 2. I'm sure this kind of thing tracks for many of you as well. In terms of actually learning about this stuff, I didn't really have much of an idea where to start. Enter YouTube.com. The early algorithm and my more sword and HEMA-obsessed friends very quickly started serving me videos from seemingly knowledgeable individuals talking directly into a camera and occasionally showing off their swords. Then, as I began my undergraduate studies and started learning more not just about history but also about how history is written, I started getting bored with these videos, verging on actively disliking some of them. I started noticing that a lot of the channels often relied heavily on rationalization and logic, not on evidence or sources. This is a phenomenon that I observe with a lot of reenactment content on YouTube. They sometimes use primary source materials as a jumping off point, but from then on begin to rationalize how, quote, things worked back then based on their own personal experience. You might hear them say something like, if they did X, then Y would happen. That doesn't make much sense, so they probably did Z. It's all argumentation and deduction based on what they believe, their preconceived notions, and their experiences. This approach to history can very quickly become problematic for many different reasons, but with these YouTubers I think something unique starts to happen. When the so-called history that they teach doesn't have to be backed up or justified by its connection to the sources, and when their personal experience takes primacy, then they start to believe themselves to be far more knowledgeable and qualified than they actually are. They begin to quote-unquote reason themselves towards every answer. And for some reason, the end result of this development almost always looks like an hour-long video essay about why women don't belong at video games. The plan here is to revisit 3 channels that I watched something like a decade ago, those being Lindy Beige, Metatron, and Shadiversity, to see where they are now and try to figure out what's going on with them. When I'm not bogged down in research for one of these videos, you might think I'm doing something otherwise intellectually stimulating. You would be wrong. I'm watching British reality TV. The other day I was going to watch Come Dine With Me with my girlfriend. If you're not familiar, 4 people each take turns inviting the others to their home for a meal. They rate their experiences and whoever scores highest gets £1,000 cash. The kicker is that the producers almost always make sure one of the 4 people is insane, and they have a colossal crash out by the end of the week. Come Dine With Me and other British reality shows are readily available on YouTube for people in Britain, but I'm in Norway. That's where Surfshark comes in. Thank you Surfshark for sponsoring this video. Surfshark provides a VPN service that allows you to access region-locked content all over the internet by connecting through one of their 3,200 different servers in over 100 different locations.
To save Freda from actually getting these kind of sponsors, doing nothing against Surfshark, obviously. Go and follow him. I demand of you. All joking aside, please go and follow him. He really is quite good. He is a leftist. He is a historian. And I love him now. He is amazing. And I can't wait for this response coming at 6 PM. I might actually reach out to Freda. That might be quite fun.
If I want to watch Come Dine With Me, I'll connect through a British VPN server, and then the service thinks my traffic is coming from the United Kingdom instead of Norway. Same applies for any streaming platform of your choice like Netflix, Disney+, HBO Max, and so on. Surfshark also lets you access region-blocked games on online storefronts. For example, I didn't know that The Sims is banned in Uzbekistan as a quote potential threat to social and political stability. Surfshark can be used on an unlimited number of devices and is available on mobile and desktop. If you're interested in a VPN, go to surfshark.com/Freda or use code FREDA, that's my name in all capital letters, at checkout in order to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. And if you just want to try the service, Surfshark has a 30-day money-back guarantee. So go to surfshark.com/Freda or use code FREDA at checkout for 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Let's get back to the medievalists. First up, Metatron. Luckily, he has provided us with a perfect Rorschach test to figure out his politics and understanding of history.
Was Nazism left-wing or right-wing? This question is a form of ahistorical syllogism. In my opinion, there are 2 major problems here. One, they use the American left-right dichotomy or political spectrum and they forcefully apply it to historical European political regimes and ideologies. 2, they use 21st century political spectra and juxtapose them over 20th century politics.
The core of his issue in regards to this is a phenomenon called presentism, though he doesn't use that word because it's a word an actual historian would use. Instead, he calls it an ahistorical syllogism. Presentism is a complicated subject and there's varying definitions and ways to use the term. But one use of the term is to describe the way in which the present exerts pressure on the historian's construction of the past. You are continually being shaped and reshaped by what you experience and by the society around you. This can push and pull you towards interests, approaches, and methods which can influence or shape the ways in which you approach history. The sources, the so-called facts that you observe are all the same, but the angle that you approach them at, the facts you decide that are relevant to the history and the ones that aren't, are all things influenced by who you are. The issue about this complaint about history that wants to put the historian outside of the historian's context is that it essentially wishes for a history without the historian. You're asking for an analysis of history that stands apart not just from the historian, but also from the time in which the analysis is being conducted. A history that exists as an objective and true story to be simply uncovered, untainted by interpretation. This is impossible to accomplish. History has to fit into modern understandings of the world, and this, alongside many other things, of course, might be a point where me and Metatron fundamentally disagree. But I don't actually think so, and I'll explain why later on. To close off this point about history being a conduit between the past and the present, let me quote American historian Ha-Seok Chang. Quote, "Even though history is about the past, history writing is for those who are living in the present. Even if you could climb into Aristotle's head, as Kuhn was fond of recommending, how would you know how to navigate inside it? And if you somehow really succeed in thinking and talking just like Aristotle and his contemporaries, how would you come back and tell the rest of us what you've learned? If you could truly attain this ideal of historiography, you would be Aristotle, and we would need other historians to decipher for the rest of us what you're saying. The completely faithful history, if one could achieve it, might just be the past itself. Like Borges's perfect map that is just the terrain itself and therefore completely useless." He proposes the following slogan, quote, "Like funerals, history writing is for the living." The analogy to the map is a really good one. Imagine a perfect recreation of the past. Everyone would be left to sift through all the data points themselves and to draw their own conclusions. We would have all the information available to us and we would know and understand none of it.
Expecting therefore 21st century American political ideas to overlap neatly and perfectly with 20th century European political factions in order to come out with an answer is a flawed analytical method.
Yes, trying to figure out if Hitler was a, quote, I'm with her guy or a member of the Republican Party in 2016 is silly. But luckily, that is not what historians and others are actually doing when they approach this topic.
What do we do now? Well, to answer this correctly, first, we need to ensure objectivity to our analysis.
These guys very often present themselves as, quote, rational skeptics who are just presenting the objective facts. I talked more about this method in my previous video, whereby it was used by a literal out-and-about Nazi. The general gist of it is to depoliticize history as a science, and to portray it as a series of crystallized, unchanging facts, which just so happen to correspond to the person's worldview. You assert things as, quote, just the facts and reason your way towards why these so-called facts you're presenting are true, without relying on much evidence produced by trained historians. You sidestep the actual debates and uncertainties of history in order to simplify the larger picture. The point is to cleverly avoid actually engaging with history and instead relying on debate and argumentation. I've talked about so-called objective history in past videos. I'll summarize by saying history is aspirationally objective, but practically cannot be objective because the fundamental nature of the field necessitates all sorts of selection and interpretation that cannot be fully divorced from subjectivities. Here's a quote by E.H. Carr from his book What is History? Quote, the facts of history cannot be purely objective, since they become facts of history only in virtue of the significance attached to them by the historian. Objectivity in history, if we are still to use that conventional term, cannot be objectivity of facts, but only of relation, of the relation between the fact and interpretation, between past, present, and future.
Focus on attitudes towards private property, individual freedom, and wealth redistribution patterns. If needed, even implementing a mathematical apparatus.
What does he even mean by this?
Also, we should explore and take into consideration the political allegiances that occurred historically and the sort of opposition to the regime in question, the Nazis. So let's do that.
Now, he says we're going to evaluate whether these regimes leaned left or right based on those criteria, but first he constructs a new category called totalitarian dictatorship.
What defines totalitarianism? Centralized authority, strength in the military, militarism with resources directed to domestic population, authoritarianism and dictatorial rule, repression of freedom of speech and freedom of the press, systematic elimination of political opposition by violence, expansionistic foreign policies, and conquest through military might. Already note that all three historical totalitarian regimes of the 20th century fit very neatly within this box.
Going back to his definition of totalitarian dictatorship, it has numerous issues. Imagine a brutal and repressive dictatorship that for one reason or another is incapable of carrying out expansionist foreign policy. By his definition, this may not be a totalitarian dictatorship because it's not invading its neighbors. Now imagine a dictatorship that does carry out belligerent and hostile foreign policy and even invades countries, but doesn't actually annex these countries, instead leaving puppet regimes in their wake. Maybe on the other side of the planet even. They wouldn't fit the bill. The only really good criteria on this list that is practically useful in any sense is, quote, dictatorial rule. It stands to reason that for something to be a totalitarian dictatorship, if such a thing exists, it must of course be a dictatorship. Beyond that, the definition is so broad as to encompass virtually every nation on Earth. Most states engage in aspects of these things to varying degrees. The degree to which you believe any of these specific points apply to any specific nation is completely down to your personal understanding of these terms and the nations. You personally have to make an assessment of how strongly you feel that a nation has enough of these things to qualify. This isn't the kind of objective measure he portrays it as. To demonstrate my point, he says he'll prove that these three nations fit the bill, and to do so he literally just goes down the list and makes an assessment and says that they do. He does a little, quote, thought exercise to prove that 1940s Germany didn't have freedom of speech.
And are we sure? Well, let me prove it to you. Let's do a little thought exercise. You are in 1940s Germany. You disagree with Adolf Hitler's opinions, so you go to Berlin and in front of the whatever government building that they have there, you say, Hitler was an idiot. Yeah. Do you think you're going to survive that?
This isn't how you work with history. You don't think your way towards an answer, you find evidence to back up your claim. His argument here is 100% reliant on your personal understanding of Nazi Germany, not related to any evidence whatsoever. His argument is compelling because you understand Nazi Germany to be oppressive, and you're right. But he's not actually teaching you anything. He's saying, you believe this, therefore my point stands. This isn't history. He's pandering to you, and even though what he just said was correct, it is still pandering.
So what this tells us is that these are not necessarily unique features of the right or the left, but they manifest as common ground on the extremes of said spectrum. It's the horseshoe effect. Extremes touch, even if, ideologically, when compared with communism, fascism is indeed right-wing.
Horseshoe theory is complete bunk. It relies on surface-level similarities between certain right and left-wing regimes in history. I don't think historians put much stock in the idea, instead opting for a more nuanced and holistic analysis that doesn't entirely sideline the ideological differences between these regimes. What Metatron is actually observing isn't the similarities between right and left-wing extremes, but the similarities between two different regimes wielding state power. The reason I think that the horseshoe theory is compelling is that both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were ideologically opposed to democratic liberalism, which means that those regimes in many ways were both quite different from the ones most of us live under today. The difference from us, is something they both share, even if at a closer look the regimes really aren't that similar. A comprehensive breakdown of the differences between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union is beyond the scope of this video, so I'll move on for now.
Now, in Europe, conventionally, Nazism is generally considered to be a far-right ideology, and communism, which is, of course, a left-wing extreme ideology. But once you start to look at this from the American political perspective, then the situation becomes muddy, if you will, necessitating a more nuanced, item-by-item approach.
If you recall, early in this video he said that one problem with this is that Americans are trying to apply their 21st century understanding of politics onto a 20th century European political movement. And now he's saying that because there are differences between Nazi Germany and the positions of American Republican voters, the situation is muddy and Nazi Germany isn't entirely right-wing. Why are you looking at it, quote, from the American political perspective? Surely there must be better criteria than the political understanding of the median American voter. Full offense intended to the median American voter.
You see, the Nazis, for example, had nationalized healthcare. Government was deeply involved in every aspect of industry, so we're talking about big government. The Nazis were not in favor of free market capitalists. And yes, I'll defend this one in the next section. And all of this sounds left of center to an American. So, it is mixed.
All of this is of course said with zero citations.
On the following section, I'm going to present the characteristics of the regime, and then you decide where it leans the most towards.
As so often happens, these guys pretend they're just presenting the facts, and then they pretend to outsource that analysis to you. A historian's job is to provide analysis, not to say, you decide what happened, smiley face. They're being lazy, dishonest, and cowardly, and they hide behind this veneer of objectivity to push impressionable people who are unfamiliar with the topic towards specific conclusions. In the following section, he doesn't cite anything at all, and for some reason brings up whether or not the Nazis had, quote, identity politics.
A central idea of communist ideology was opposition to private ownership of the means of production, which blended with economic intervention within the private and public sectors.
What do you mean a central tenet of communist ideology is economic interventionism in the private sector? A central tenet of communist ideology is the opposition to the existence of the private sector. What is economic interventionism in the public sector? That's already owned by the state. That's the public sector.
Now, to that, Nazism was different up to a certain extent. Let me clarify. Their overall economic approach favored big business and opposed labor unions, which of course doesn't make it sound socialist by any means.
All of what he just said is correct. See Adam Tooze's Wages of Destruction or my past video, Capitalism in Nazi Germany, if you want more info.
Friedrich Pollock says, open quote, I agree that the legal institution of private ownership was maintained and that many attributes characteristic for National Socialism begin to manifest themselves, albeit still vaguely in non-totalitarian countries. But does this mean that the function of private ownership did not change? I believe it reaches far more deeply and should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership.
He quotes Friedrich Pollock as to why Nazi Germany's private ownership was functionally destroyed, and I'm pretty certain he got this quote from the Mises Institute, which is also where Tick History, who I covered in the past, got a lot of his stuff from. The Mises Institute is a right-wing libertarian think tank. Metatron, of course, doesn't cite this quote properly, and in this instance that is more important than you might think. For one, he actually misquotes Pollock, and leaves out the ending of the sentence. When you want to cut off parts of a quote that aren't relevant, you should indicate that you have done so. He does not. The full quote reads, should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership, saving one exception. Pollock's argument isn't that capitalism is gone, it's that capitalism's management has been transferred into the hands of the state, while keeping the actual ownership and profits in private hands. He calls it, quote, divorce between ownership and control. It's conceptualized as state capitalism. I don't fully agree with that, but that's what Pollock believes, and it isn't quite what Metatron represents his beliefs as. This isn't the most important thing that Metatron leaves out, though. The most important part is that this was written in 1941, long before any serious historical appraisals of Nazi Germany had been undertaken, by the simple virtue of the fact that the Nazi period wasn't over yet. Even the economist writing here, not as a historian but as an economist, cannot hope to have all the information and data necessary available to him. What follows is an argument that Hitler would allow private ownership and management of business so long as the businesses complied with the needs of the state. And in Metatron's view, this isn't really private ownership or capitalism. He calls this
socialism disguised as capitalism.
This is central to his argument that Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were cut from the same cloth. He says that Nazi Germany looks like capitalism, but is actually socialism. What follows is a very funny section that might seem familiar to some that have watched my old videos on What of Old Hist. These guys all use the same talking points.
Alright, now I would like to dedicate a small section to race. With that being said, let's also remember that if you think that racism denotes right-wing position, then you would classify Karl Marx as a right-winger. And the reason I say that is because if you actually read the article he published in 1844 called On the Jewish Question, you would absolutely consider to be racist.
He claims to have read On the Jewish Question, but probably hasn't, or if he did, he didn't really understand it. It was written in response to Bruno Bauer's The Jewish Question, hence the title On the Jewish Question. Bruno Bauer's text is very anti-Semitic, and Karl Marx is arguing against Bruno Bauer's anti-Semitic arguments. Karl Marx himself was born to a Jewish family. To modern ears, much of the language employed by Marx and even the title understandably sounds shocking, but that's because we're viewing it outside of its historical context. That being said, there are examples of Karl Marx being overtly racist in letters, particularly towards Lassalle, which Metatron could have highlighted. Karl Marx undoubtedly harbored certain anti-Semitic and other racist beliefs, but bringing up this particular text is a very lazy and widespread right-wing talking point that isn't really convincing. I would argue that Karl Marx was perhaps less racist than the average German man in the 1800s, but that this also isn't saying much because German men in the 1800s were very racist. I won't belabor this point because the point Metatron is trying to make is silly. Racism is not an inherently right-wing position, and nobody sensible would argue as such. Anyone can be racist. I believe he's saying this defensively, because he himself knows that racism is more prevalent on the right. In fact, much of this video can be viewed as defensive, particularly the last portion in which he gets very hung up on whether or not Hitler is a Christian, which I don't think is very relevant. In the conclusion to this video, Metatron invites you to do a political compass test and try to imagine what Hitler's answers to each question would be, and then see where you end up. Once again, relying on your preconceived notions of who Hitler was, instead of actually educating.
Therefore, Nazism should not be judged by whatever words Hitler crafted, and it should not be considered neither left nor right-wing, at least in the political sense. The only thing in which Hitler believed was accumulating personal power, and we have a name for that: totalitarianism. Thank you for watching.
To conclude, I'd like to read a couple of quotes from Roderick Stackelberg, an expert on Nazi Germany. The conventional image of Nazi Germany as a totalitarian monolith in which every aspect of life was totally controlled from the top is misleading in several respects. For one thing, it implies that Nazi rule was maintained solely by coercion rather than, as was more generally the case, by popular consensus. The three dots indicate that I'm skipping later to the text here. It should be remembered that much that took place in Nazi Germany was not distinctively Nazi. Most importantly, perhaps, the monolith model fails to take into account the persistence of conflict and differences within and between government, party, and societal institutions, despite their hierarchical command structures. Quoting him again from the introduction. In my interpretation, Nazism is unambiguously a movement of the right, the conservative end of the spectrum. Stackelberg approaches some of the topics that Metatron brought up early in this video, like Americans getting confused about how to interpret Nazism from their perspective, totalitarianism theory, and on similarities between extreme movements and so on. I would recommend reading this book over watching Metatron's video if you would like to understand Nazi Germany. I think Metatron isn't a very big fan of Hitler, and is understandably also not a fan of his politics and his views being associated with Hitler, which is why he wants as much distance as possible from him and his movement. Of course, no reasonable person is going to look at the Nazis and think that they were left-wingers. Not even Metatron thinks that. So his only recourse is to say nothing and pretend like it's nuance. I remember Metatron as a channel that did talks on history topics, but now it seems to largely be low-effort React content. And I mean lower effort than mine. I at least write a script. And also it seems much of it panders towards right-wing young men who are frustrated about video games being too woke.
The usual politics in games and the culture war. In this case, the battleground is Oblivion Remaster. Man, Elder Scrolls 6, I really hope they don't put politics. I really hope they don't inject a lot of politics in these games. If it's a tiny little bit, it's not a big deal, I'll mod it out. And I'm just being honest with you. I'm not being hateful. I don't hate anyone. Live your life however you see fit.
He says if you're gay, if you use they them pronouns, if you've got blue hair, then more power to you, so long as you live your life somewhere where he doesn't have to see you.
Final Fantasy Tactics is one of my favorite games ever. That game is so political that it's insane, but it's not divisive. But it's also the idea of using the video game as a medium to inject your positions. That's when I'm starting to have a problem, because it feels like I'm being manipulated.
He's scared because the things he's seeing are different to what he's used to. He's not taking any sort of principled stance against people, quote, injecting their politics into games, because then he very much would not like Final Fantasy Tactics. Let me read what the original script, scenario writer, and editor's thoughts were on the politics of the game, published on June 5th with the announcement of the game's remaster. Quoting Yasumi Matsuno. Nearly 30 years ago, the collapse of Japan's bubble economy engulfed the nation's financial institutions in mountains of bad debt, triggering a wave of corporate bankruptcies, a sudden and extreme rise in unemployment rates, and stagnation of Japanese society as a whole. It was an era when many were robbed of hope, when dreams were measured by their price tag. Against this historical backdrop, I crafted a story. It was the story of Ramza, a young man who fought tirelessly against the entrenched social class system. It was the story of Delita, who sought to take advantage of this confusion and despair to advance his own social position. It was a story of a peculiar destiny in which friendship and betrayal intertwine. And now in 2025, a time when inequality and division are still deeply rooted in our society, I offer this story once again. The will to resist is in your hands.
What are you trying to inject in my head?
Let's move on from Metatron.
Global warming or whatever eco-disaster thing you want to sell.
Now, I've challenged many politically correct people. There were so many fifth columnists and communists and the like dissenters.
This much loved and admired design of tank that the Russians built in World War II. And I just want to show you how bad it was in so many ways.
I still remember one video that stuck with younger me quite a bit. I think it was around 2012 or so when I started playing D&D. I saw a video of his where he reasoned that adventurers spelunking through dungeons and caves probably wouldn't carry their torch in front of them, because the bright light would interfere with your eye's ability to adjust to the darkness. Instead, you'd carry the torch to your side and behind you, so you can see what's ahead while carrying some light with you. And I thought, wow, he's smart. So I mostly watched for that kind of content, medieval fantasy and role-playing type stuff. Like the rest though, I started to notice things as I started learning more about how one works with history. Lindebeige is a reasonably old man, I think, though he's aged quite well, probably by virtue of being an avid dancer and not having his brain broken by the 2010s. Out of my selection here, he's probably the most normal one of the group. Many of the things he says and believes are kind of indistinguishable from what that one slightly racist old guy at the pub might say after pint number 5. He complains about largely non-issues in a curmudgeonly way like Metatron does, but his issues are that someone at his dance rehearsal didn't like his gendered language, not that Nexus Mods is censoring his favorite anti-woke mod. It feels just as trivial of a topic to make a video about, but at least it's less terminally online. Lindebeige's history content is mostly sort of okay. It's entertainment. He mostly just talks about things he likes and finds cool. It's not super informative or well researched, but it's not terrible either. He's maybe going to say some weird things about women, non-binary people, climate change, the British Empire, or indigenous people, but if you look past that, then it's mostly okay, I think. Here's a video he did at the Bovington Tank Museum about the Soviet T-34 tank from World War II. I chose this video because it's relatively recent, it's something I find interesting, and as you'll see, it fits the theme of my video.
But the Sherman was not actually the most common tank of World War II. No, that honour goes to the Russian T-34.
He refers to the tank as a, quote, Russian tank throughout the video, and whenever he refers to the Soviet Union at any point in time, he keeps referring to them as, quote, the Russians, with one exception.
The Russians were the Russians, and the Russian tanks.
The Russians, big Russians, but the Russians.
This might sound like a nitpick, but this was not a Russian tank. This was a Soviet tank. The tank was designed and manufactured in Kharkiv, Ukraine. To many, this stuff is understandably touchy after Russia invaded Ukraine. Kharkiv sits quite close to the Russian border, and its civilian population is frequently victimized by Russian drone and missile attacks. Even if it wasn't for Russia's war of aggression, consistently calling it Russian is just wrong. It was Soviet. Strangely enough, at one point he calls the Soviets the Russians, says the Germans invaded the Soviet Union, and that the T-34 was made in Ukraine, all in the span of about 30 seconds.
The crudeness of this tank is just funny. I mean, the crudeness of the casting here, it's just so lumpy and bumpy. The quality of the metal is not the greatest, and some of the welds are hilariously bad.
Now, I'm going to complain about how he keeps talking about how aspects of this tank are bad, but
Is that a grazing shot or is that a bad weld?
Like a T-34, as a glancing shot.
Okay. What was the armour like on the T-34?
Wasn't as thick as the Germans, but it was sloped, so therefore 85 degrees slope means it's
Hence,
thicker.
glancing shot. Yeah.
Because the Germans ones were like that. The Tiger was fucking square,
It was, yeah.
but it was thick.
Thinner, but sloped.
So therefore,
Sclaffed off it.
it actually makes it thicker if it's sloped.
Yeah. Why didn't the Fars do that?
They didn't need to because they had
It doesn't work like that, but I'm looking at it from basically 80 years in the future.
I'm sure
Who gave you more information?
I'm sure the Panther 2's got sloped armour. Oh no, it's got protective armour, yeah.
I must admit, I do like the reactive armour.
On several occasions, it seems like he understands their purpose and understands that the T-34, which he says could be manufactured at a rate once every half an hour, is by that virtue better than the statistically equivalent German tank that took 6 months to produce. He oscillates between evaluating the tank as a whole as a seemingly good tank, and also calling every aspect of it trash. I'll get to why I think that is later on. I don't know much about metal quality or welding. I've never welded something in my life. I asked military history friends and an actual tanker about some of these things, but all that is anecdotal, unverifiable, and not very persuasive when making arguments about history. Does the lumpiness and bumpiness actually mean the tank's going to be less effective? Do the appearance of those welds mean that? What sort of actual effect does this have on the tank's ability to serve its purpose on the battlefield? Do any of these things actually matter? It's easy to look at things that look bad and reason that it must mean they are bad, but how are you actually judging the quality of anything you're looking at? He doesn't go into detail, he just says it's bad.
And some of the welds are hilariously bad.
Quoting from the first page of Chapter 1 of the Tanks of Operation Barbarossa, one of the most widespread mistakes is the tendency to look at tanks from former years from a contemporary standpoint and to evaluate them using modern criteria. Such an approach has its attractions. In the first place, it is simple, and secondly, it allows us to sense our superiority over the people of the past, who created and used those tanks, in which today we see so many imperfections and flaws. At the same time, often blaming of one or another detail of a tank for its shortcomings is in fact a result of the elementary misunderstanding of how, why, and for what purpose each detail was made part of it from the beginning. Whatever led to the welds looking so crude may be a deliberate design decision and actually be a bonus to how one should evaluate this tank. Quoting again, there is one more important category that influences the design of tanks, the level of modern technology. Not only at the abstract worldwide level, but in the manufacturing capabilities of each specific factory that planned to produce them. This also includes the number and qualifications of its workers, the presence and capabilities of its manufacturing equipment, its financial resources, the availability of time, raw materials and component parts, the possibility of cooperating with other factories, etc. In other words, an assessment may have been made that a satisfactory quality of weld was achievable at the plant production factories with the available skilled labor power, with available raw resources, and that a quote higher quality would not be worth an increase in labor power or a lowered rate of production. Now, there's actually a much more important factor to mention when it comes to the welds, that Lindebeige unfortunately does not mention. The so-called prettier German tanks often utilized interlocking armor plates which had to be hand-welded by highly qualified electric welders. As Germany had no shortage of skilled labor or machine tools, production wasn't limited by this. Instead, it was limited by raw resources. Soviet tank production faced different challenges. The T-34's production utilized, quote, the foremost technological achievements of that time, which included automatic welding, as opposed to highly skilled and time-consuming manual welding. A good rule of thumb if you're ignorant about something from the past is to start from the assumption that they knew exactly what they were doing, not that you're smarter than them.
They thought to themselves, well, a tank's going to last maybe, 3 months in action, so why make it so well crafted it'll last for 70 years? No, it's going to blow up in 3 months, so make it good enough to just about last 3 months, and then it'll have done its job. One way of looking at it is it's like a hand grenade. It's a disposable item that you use them up. Now,
is that so much different from any other tank? Yes, tanks were not designed to become museum pieces, yet here you are standing in front of one, and according to the very museum you're standing in, quote, after the war, T-34-85s continued in service around the world with over 40 nations for many decades. There are 3 T-34-85s at Bovington. I don't know which one he's referring to at any specific point because he never says, but all 3 have different histories. This could either be one that was used in the Korean War, one used by the Czechoslovakian army, or one built in Poland between 1951 and 1955. Only one of these 3 is confirmed to be wholly built in the Soviet Union. One's hull is confirmed to be built in the Soviet Union, and one was entirely built in Poland. These factors may all play a part in the way the tank appears.
So you can see it actually does overhang the front a little bit, and they just there's a bit of a bodged solution there with extra bar of metal added on.
Bodged, meaning botched, meaning make or repair something badly or clumsily. But he doesn't really go into why that little bit of metal is bad. Quoting once again from the same book, from the same first page of chapter 1. It should be noted that the success or failure of various models of tanks is determined to a great extent by their capability to be adapted in a timely manner to the constantly changing tactical demands throughout their service life. If an adaptation could be made by welding on a tiny bit of extra metal, that seems like a very cost-effective solution.
Look at the quality of the craftsmanship. Look at this just gap. They haven't welded it. There's a gap between the side plate and the back plate. And these bolt holes, you see, don't all have bolts in. But what the hell, that's enough to hold it on. They shove it out the factory, it'll be fine.
On the topic of the lack of bolts and the missing weld, allow me to quote again, this time from chapter 9. The result of fasteners used to build the tanks noticeably decreased, and a large number of superfluous parts were discarded. For example, by the beginning of 1942, 5,641 parts of 1,265 items were removed from the tank's design, and by the end of that year, this figure reached 6,237 parts. In the process, the list of fasteners was reduced by 21%. According to a graph on the same page, the labor input between January 1942 and July 1945 was at one factory reduced by as much as 62.4%. Granted, that factory had required a much higher initial labor input than others. At the seemingly more efficient Kharkiv plant, the reduction in the same period was 39.5%. These weren't just cost-cutting measures to make things cheaper, these were measures taken to adapt to the realities of the war, to maintain rate of production in the face of, quote, colossal human material and manufacturing resources left behind in occupied territories, the mass evacuation of industry, the loss of economic ties, and the overloading of the transport system with military shipments and the interruptions in deliveries of components, parts, and materials in connection with this.
And even today, so lovingly looked after by the people here at the Tank Museum at Bovington. You see it's dripping oil onto the deck, black. I've seen almost no oil dripping onto the ground from many tanks, but this one does.
He spots an oil spill, and that could have been formed for any number of reasons. I asked my tanker friend, who told me, quote, if it's a class 3 where a puddle is formed, that means it's deadlined, but not like a, oh, you can't use it. More of a, oh, regular maintenance needs to happen soonish. He also told me any military vehicle like this will face maintenance challenges like this under the stress of use. Even so, this speaks to a larger problem with how Lindy Beige approaches history. He saw that puddle and reasoned his way towards what actually was going on instead of figuring it out. He believes the T-34 is a shoddy piece of craftsmanship and spots a small oil puddle and uses it to confirm his preconceptions instead of asking, what caused that? He reasons that since he hasn't seen any oil puddle near any of the other tanks, this must mean this is an issue with the T-34. Then he moves on without considering what could have caused it. I'm not one to get involved in these weird discussions about what equipment was best or anything of the sort. I also have no special attachment to the T-34. Granted, it is the first and I believe the only tank that I've seen with my own eyes, so in a way that makes it special to me, but it's also just a tool of war. Lindy Beige oscillates between calling every aspect of the T-34's craftsmanship rubbish, and evaluating the tank as a whole as a tank that does its job. When he talks about how the tank sucks in various ways, he's looking at it not as a historian but as a fan of tanks. He's looking at it from a very subjective aesthetic perspective. He thinks elements of it looks ugly, so he critiques that. He thinks it's poorly constructed, so he critiques that. He sees improvised adaptations and doesn't like that. He makes reference to how British tanks do things better, because he thinks those are cooler and more practical. Those familiar with him know he's a bit of a British nationalist. But then he steps into the historian role and says that the T-34 is statistically just as good as the Panther, but the T-34 took 30 minutes to make, and the Panther took 6 months, which obviously would make the T-34 better. And then he goes back to talking as if the T-34 is something bought off of Temu. My problem is that he doesn't make it clear when he's speaking as a fan and when he's speaking as a historian. He could have just said, personally I think this looks ugly, or he could have said, you might think the lack of welds and bolts here looks bad, but actually it was found to be superfluous and its removal reduced labor hours for production significantly. While it seems he wished the tank looked prettier, Lindebech does arrive at a sort of conclusion that what matters in war is having equipment that does the job, and that something cheaper with downsides is better than having nothing at all, which is a correct conclusion to draw. Quoting from the tanks of Operation Barbarossa, the worst tank in the world, which manages to show up at the right time in the right place, is immeasurably superior to the best tank, which fails to arrive when and where it is needed. For all these citations for this book, by the way, I would like to apologize. I have an ebook version and it's difficult to cite accurately. Unfortunately, while Lindebech does seem to reach this conclusion, which I believe is correct, he does so after almost half an hour of talking about how every which aspect of the T-34 was, quote, bad. Quoting again, firepower, armor protection, and mobility are the most significant of the tactical and performance characteristics of tanks. That is, after you've taken stock of the tank's availability. And even so, it has to be operated by a trained crew and used in a cohesive tactical and strategic whole to be effective. In the period under discussion, the medium tanks showed this balance best of all. From the period of view of the level of development of these three characteristics and their optimal balance, the undoubted leader among both Soviet and German tanks was the T-34. That's not to say that T-34s didn't have flaws, wasn't lacking in certain things, and so on. I'm sure it was. It's just to say that at the time, by sensible non-video gamey metrics, it's probably all around what best suits the needs of its nation in World War II. I think the T-34 was probably a good tank. Lindebech has a website where he's posted little essays. In the opinion section, he's highlighted some of his most controversial ones. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a date stamp on any of these essays, but I also couldn't find any sort of retraction, apology, or corrections, so I assume they still in some way represent his views. I'm happy to be corrected on that, though. Your eyes might be drawn to his, quote, "What Holocaust?" essay. It luckily isn't what you think. He takes exception to the term Holocaust on the basis that overemphasizing the Jews killed in the Holocaust may erase the millions of others. Personally, I think Holocaust is fine as a term to encompass all the peoples whom the Nazis attempted to exterminate, and personally I prefer the Hebrew term the Shoah when I refer exclusively to the Jews persecuted during the Holocaust. One point I want to address in his post here, though, is his use of the term, quote, attempted genocide. This is a common misconception. The Nazis did not just attempt a genocide, they carried out a genocide. Genocide is a legal term, and its definition is set out in the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. It reads, quote, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. What's important is intent, and having carried out any of the acts under Article 2 with that intent. The intent must be to destroy it in whole or in part. And you can in fact be found guilty of genocide without having killed a single person. Here's how he introduces one of his essays, quote, in the far north of Scandinavia live people called Lapps. In a large country in Central Europe live people called Germans. The Lapps do not call themselves Lapps anymore, it seems. Interjecting here, they never did. Germans do not call themselves Germans. Political correctness now demands that I change my habits and start calling the Lapps Sami. Political correctness is inconsistent, however, and allows me to call Germans Germans. It's not the best source, but I don't have a source specifically on the term Lapps, so I'm quoting the Norwegian Online Encyclopedia's article on the term. This is authored by senior researcher Mikkel Berg Nordlia from the Oslo Met University and linguist Asbjørn Nesheim of the University of Oslo. Translation mine. Quote, Lapps is an outdated term for the Sami, which was used by non-Sami. Because of societal racism towards the Sami in the 1800s, the reigning term for the people gained a negative connotation. In Norway in the 1930s, the term Lapp was officially replaced by the Sami's own word for themselves, and following the Russian Revolution, the same occurred in the Soviet Union. Later it happened in Finland and Sweden too. This was a term used by the state towards a repressed indigenous minority, not a term they use themselves. It's taken on the connotations of an ethnic or racial slur, especially when utilized by people insisting on this word that hasn't seen official use in almost a century. The Sami understandably do not like it when you say, I prefer to use a different word to describe you, when that term coincidentally was also used by the people who carried out an ethnic cleansing campaign against your ancestors, and used the term to otherize you. He conflates a lot of different things like how the BBC pronounces Kabul or how people call it Germany and not Deutschland, none of which are ethnic slurs. Quoting Lindebech, I am told that these days the Laps have started to get shirty about whether people say Lap or Sami. This is an insane thing to say about someone not liking a slur, by the way. Quoting further, this is a case of the small group trying to get power over the larger by claiming some degree of oppression and insisting that the larger changes its habits as some sort of pointless and ultimately denigrating concession. It sounds to me like he's saying that Scandinavia is like a Sami-occupied government. His point here is to say that the Sami are denigrating themselves by basically being childish and not being able to tough it out, I guess. It's incredibly pathetic and funny that he views this as the Sami oppressing him. He also says, quote, "A word that simply describes you is only insulting to you if the person you are is bad. If you are bad, then surely you deserve to be insulted. And I would rather that you become good than merely change your name." Lindy Beige, I'm going to call you an idiot for this take. You're going to take exception to that, and you're probably going to get offended by me calling you one because you don't believe you are one. Mind you, this entire post happened because a Swede dared to correct him on a term that hasn't been officially in use in Norway at least for close to a century. Now, when I see someone launch down a tirade like this, I usually expect them to eventually say why they should be allowed to say the N-word. Luckily, he doesn't do this, but he gets really close.
This is a 57-year-old man.
Now, I really don't want to read this part. Not because I'm scared of saying any of these words in context. The sentence just sounds so fucking bad, I don't want a recording of me saying it out there. Now, I'm not even talking about this term in specific, but in a general sense, it's actually the opposite of what he's saying here. There's something shameful about letting someone refer to you by a term that's intended to assert their inherent superiority over you in racial terms and to belittle you. It doesn't matter if you know they're wrong, because if enough people treat you like this, then they've made you their lesser. This is not how you treat an equal, or treat someone with respect. Lindy Beige spends a great deal of time talking about how getting offended by this sort of stuff means that you're childlike and in need of coddling, not seeing the irony of saying this in a 19-paragraph essay spurred by a Swede simply advising him to not use an offensive term that's outdated by close to a century. You're the one who seems in need of coddling, Lloyd. Moving on from that, he also has an essay on women's role in society. Lindy Beige believes that a woman should be in the home and not the workplace. I think he best sums up how he wants to express his view by the following quote. "My feeling is that people should act in whatever way is more likely to make them happy. Coercion tends to prevent happiness, and freedom tends to promote it. I do not think that a woman's place should be forced on her. I think that women should be free. I also think that if they were truly free to pick the path that would, for them, lead to the greatest contentment, that many more of them would end up not going to work. Personally, I think the same applies to men, that both would prefer not to spend half their waking days in service of enriching the owner of their workplace. Lindy Beige here instead highlights what he calls instinctual differences between men and women that just so happen to correspond to his worldview. These are differences in things that cause fulfillment for men and women. And he says that women would be better served to get money from a man than having to labor at a job and in the home, and so on. The text is full of presuppositions and assertions of how things are and how they seemingly have to be. Quote, "It is commonly remarked that men do not like to marry women who earn more than they do. Society at large does not respect the kept man. Given that this stems from deep-rooted instinct, it is incredibly unlikely that this will change in the near future. We could try and educate people to respect kept men, and kept men to be happy being kept, but this would be going against the grain of human nature. Surely it is much better to go with the grain of human nature." He conflates much of what he observes with so-called human nature. Humans are social animals. All social organizations we create are a product of human nature, thus constructing complex social organizations are an inherent part of us as a species. This could be the family, the village, the nation-state, the trade union, and even capitalism. All of it is a product of human nature. It's in our nature to construct complex social organizations, and to sometimes replace those with ones that better suit us. He talks about how unaffordable housing is and how the mobilization of a greater number of the population into the workforce isn't necessarily to the benefit of women or men. That competition between these social categories isn't helping either. Quote, "Governments could not simply intervene and lower the price of housing. Attempts to force people to sell things for less than they could get them for always fail one way or another. Something is only ever worth what someone else is prepared to pay for it. It could be that men have ended up in a world where male virtues are criticized in all but the successful few, and in which their male instincts cause them to pursue lives that will bring them little pleasure. Meanwhile, women cannot feel respected without independence, but cannot get enough money without dependence on a man who might be gone tomorrow. So they still have to go out and get jobs." He ends with, quote, "There must be a better way." His problem is that his vision for how to improve things is constrained to his narrow conservative worldview. Emancipation from all these things that weigh on our lives and force us into molds we don't feel happy in is going to require rethinking a great many things. He brings up how many of the jobs that await women aren't fulfilling careers but just simply jobs, like scanning groceries behind a register and such. This isn't the reality of women he's describing. He's describing the reality of workers. If you're watching this video, you're likely either a worker or you'll become one very soon. You'll be competing for jobs against fellow workers, to the benefit of the owners of the workplaces, who are looking for whoever will do the job for the lowest wage, because the higher your wage, the lower their profit margin. You will spend a great deal of your waking life maximizing that profit margin. There must be a better way.
Warhammer have been getting more and more corrupted by the woke mind virus. Abraham had more than one wife, yet they were shown in visions as standing on the right hand of God in an exalted state. So clearly there's a mechanic or exception which permits someone to have more than one wife.
I learned of Shadiversity through a video called Names and Terms of a Medieval Castle's Parts that I saw in 2016. At the time, I thought it was reasonably informative. It's kind of like an illustrated list, like one of those visual guides you get as a kid with cross-sections in it. This is the kind of content he used to make. He still makes seemingly innocent content where he and his buddy play around with swords or pop culture props. However, the majority of his output, in terms of quantity at least, is on a channel called Night's Watch, started in 2020. This is your typical talking to the camera, low-effort, right-wing opinion channel, covering stuff like Twitter takes and the Amazon Lord of the Rings show. That channel will be the majority of my focus. Shad is a practicing Mormon, hence his defense of having multiple wives. He's very serious about his somewhat fundamentalist Christian beliefs, which logically may lead to a more conservative worldview. Whereas Lindybeige seems to mostly have his own homegrown, curmudgeonly conservative gripes with society, Shad seems to be wholly immersed in the culture war.
Already weird things are happening over the years. There was one thing where they're trying to say
That's
it's for
true.
everyone while
No,
actually excluding
polygamy isn't,
anyone
legal in
who
Australia.
politically disagreed with them.
Yeah. What he's referencing here is, I believe, a Norwegian YouTuber formerly known as Art Warhammer getting ordered by Games Workshop to remove the term Warhammer from his name because he was an out-and-about Nazi.
Initially it was just Art Warhammer, because I figured, like, okay, I'm going to do Warhammer, so it makes sense to mention that in the title of the channel.
Absolutely. Why did you
Games
do it?
Workshop's lawyers disagreed.
I'll cite a compiled list which itself has links to his videos. Arch's channel was basically him reading fandom wiki pages in a fake British accent that made it sound like he owned colonies in the West Indies, while calling goblins house N-words. When Warhammer took action against Arch, they also released a statement, which is what Shad is referencing here. I'll read the statement to you. Warhammer is for everyone. One of the great powers of our hobby is its ability to bring people together in common cause, to build bonds and friendships across divides. We believe in and support a community united by shared values of mutual kindness and respect. Our fantasy settings are grim and dark, but that is not a reflection of who we are or how we feel the real world should be. We will never accept nor condone any form of prejudice, hatred, or abuse in our company or in the Warhammer hobby. We will continue to diversify the cast of characters we portray through miniatures, art, and storytelling so everyone can find representation and heroes they can relate to. And if you feel the same way, wherever and whoever you are, we're glad you're a part of the Warhammer community. If not, you will not be missed. Games Workshop is saying that Nazis are not welcome in the hobby. Shad is offended by this, or at the very least pretends to be in order to appeal to his Nazi or Nazi-adjacent fans. This is pretty unambiguous because Shad specifically mentions Art Warhammer.
Yeah, not Arch Warhammer, not him, but it's for everyone, right?
Yeah. So much of this is 2014 to 2016 internet coded that they even managed to name drop Sargon of Akkad.
Because Sargon of Akkad said you can't have anything exclusionary, even when things are already represented. Oh man.
This is so nuts.
For some reason, Shad is also obsessed with AI. If you've seen his Twitter, you'll know that it's pretty much all him coming to the defense of AI as, quote, tool-assisted art or something like that. I don't really have a dog in this race, beyond the fact that I think AI art looks like dog shit. He's really up his own ass about it though, and berates artists about how AI art is better. For example, here he's saying Studio Ghibli's art style is, quote, plain and, quote, uninspired. This stuff is very personal to him, as evidenced by this part of his, quote, love letter to AI video, which sits squarely on the intersection between sweet and kinda weird, I think.
I had a big crush on Supergirl growing up and have a lot of nostalgic connection for this character. And what I love to do is to depict my wife as Supergirl because that's who she is. She is my Supergirl.
I don't know what to say about this stuff, but I thought it bears mentioning since a lot of people have very strong opinions on the use of this technology for so-called art, and it seems to be a pretty big part of who he is right now. Shad is a big fantasy nerd. I am too. I've been playing D&D since about 2012 with some of the same people that entire time. I read fantasy books growing up, and when I've traveled recently, I've been reading Ursula Le Guin's books of Earthsea. Shad did what a lot of fantasy nerds who also become YouTubers, gain an audience, and with it an ego do. He became an author. His universe, or book series, is called Chronicles of Everfall, and his first book is called Shadow of the Conqueror. It is a world of floating islands. The story takes place after the big fantasy villain was deposed by the good guys. The main character is this deposed fantasy villain. For some reason that is apparently never revealed, the deposed villain eventually feels remorse for his actions, and the setting's analogy to God then gives him a shot at redemption, transforming him into a 17-year-old version of himself, for some reason. I will gladly read an entire book on history for a video, but I refuse to read a YouTuber's first fantasy novel, so instead I'm going to read you some choice reviews. Before I do though, I need to give a quick content warning. Apparently the book contains copious mentions of sexual assault and some of it being against minors, so I will be using words that some might find unpleasant. Quote, "This is a difficult review to write. I'm biased to like the author based off of his YouTube personality / channel. Because of that I want to like this novel, however it is rough for one minor and one major reason. So the minor reason is that the book needs editing. Quote, as is, the novel is very often expository, dumping mechanics, systems, and seemingly logic asides all the time. The tone of the written prose is fluctuating wildly, with supposedly heart-wrenching monologue from a character in one line and utterly neutral side on some tangent to the next line. For example, quote, blood was easy to wipe off because it's mostly water. Wait, what? The biggest issue, however, that keeps me from rating this novel higher is the novel's constant obsession with sex and rape. The main character is largely defined by it. Almost all the female characters with more than one line dedicated to them are either trusty home-sitting wives, quoting, with breasts like melons, religiously obsessed with cooking for their men and sexing with their men. Or they're absolutely and utterly defined by having been raped and or kept for sex trafficking. And okay, if this had been handled with care, okay, but the way these events are treated, like offhand mentions with no apparent empathy from the characters or author beyond the briefest of lip service, is genuinely discomforting. From another review by Kevin Potter. Now, I have two large issues that almost made me drop the book and get a refund on numerous occasions. 1. Rampant and awkward sexuality and rape. There are multiple characters completely defined by their sexual assault. 2. The main character. There are so many issues here, but let me condense the list to a few key points. After being with him for 18 hours, I can also say there's not one thing about him that I like, largely because every positive thing presented just rings false. At the end of the day, he's still a bastard who raped young girls and killed millions. Here's another one by Chelsea, who said she did not finish it. I love Shad's YouTube channel, and this was a promising premise, but the novel is annoyingly unpolished and objectionable. As for the unsavory elements, there are copious references to rape, ravaging, and sex trafficking, as well as bestiality. What? I didn't pre-read any of these, by the way. I just scrolled down the Goodreads review list and looked for reviews that were sizable, not 3-word shitposts, and generally started with, I love this guy's YouTube channel, but... And a final review by Hope C. I'd really give this negative stars if I could. I'm just here in an attempt to reduce the inflated score. Making your protagonist a genocidal pedophilic rapist who gets away with it, becomes young and handsome, and then everyone forgives, that doesn't belong in published books. It belongs in long-deleted Wattpad stories. This guy's channel is almost all tired or angry opinion videos. It's hard to tell to what degree this stuff is meant to cash in on the online right-wing outrage farms, and to which degree they're actually genuinely bothered by this stuff. Sadly, there's also not a lot of history to criticize here. Shad seems to have moved somewhat away from that stuff and is now more or less submerged in the culture war. And, to my great misery, the only thing that I could find that was somewhat related to history and was somewhat recent was Shad sharing his thoughts on Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah, so I've had an interest in this from a historical perspective, but as to the race of the character, I don't really care, honestly. I mean, there's been black samurai characters, Afro Samurai is one that comes to mind, in the past, and give me a good character, I'm happy. But what I find interesting is the double standard, right, and what they are doing. Usually the really woke progressive crowd cry bloody murder when you have something that's depicting a more diverse setting, like say if it was in Africa or sometimes in Asia and stuff like that, and if the protagonist is white, there's a phrase that they usually use to describe if the protagonist is white. Have you heard it before?
Is it white saviour?
White saviour. Yeah. They call it the white saviour trope, right? And so according to their own standard, this seems a little hypocritical.
This stuff is really dumb. There is no double standard. People love stories about a guy not from medieval Japan who ends up in medieval Japan. It's about the way you tell that story. A quote white savior is someone who's portrayed as superior because of whiteness or their culture or something like that. It's not just any story about a foreigner in a strange land. In fact, nobody reasonable actually minds stories of a white guy getting stranded in Japan if it's told well. Shogun by James Clavell is a classic, and it was adapted into a TV show in the 80s and a TV show very recently, and that recent one won 18 Emmys, the most any show has ever won in a single season of television. The Stranger in a Strange Land trope is beloved and works really well, especially in video games. This isn't the first time they've done this. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, if I recall, you're a Norwegian who goes to England.
They are completely driven by the woke ideology of diversity, equity, inclusion, all that stuff.
DEI mentioned.
They are latching onto this, historical figure and then inflating his role.
Yes.
To a much larger degree, it seems, than he was in the past, and we know why. Some of the most disingenuous, comments are like, what, you're okay with, Animus, fancy, bullcrap magic, essentially, in Assassin's Creed with stuff, but you have a problem with, this bit of unrealism? It's about suspension of disbelief, okay? And what they have been consistent with, in the past games, and what they have shown respect to in terms of historicity.
In Assassin's Creed 2, the final boss fight is you fist-fighting the Pope. You don't even have to bring up the fact that he has alien magic powers, you're fist-fighting the Pope.
No more tricks. No more ancient artifacts. No more weapons. Let us see what you are made of, old man.
All right then, if that's how you want to play it.
It's all very selective outrage, and I'm not 100% sure if it's genuine, if he actually is upset about representation or people having fun with historical characters when making video game stories, or if he's just doing the grift that everyone does now.
It's worth talking about the historical aspect of this black character, because there's been back and forth and some misunderstandings on both sides, I've found. Metatron has a great video on it. I'll just basically suggest looking at, the Metatron video.
And we've come full circle. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do a lot of reading for this one, or a lot of history at all. It turns out these guys I used to watch for history don't really do much of that anymore, and maybe they never really did. Looking back at it, much of it was very surface level stuff, some of them just talking to a camera and being nerds, sometimes insightful nerds, but most times not really. If you look past all the weird stuff, my channel's not too different from theirs. I think part of the reason some of their content has fallen off and I'm growing is that they came from an older tradition of YouTubers. Back in their day, you could do whatever you wanted with zero effort, and they've kind of been stuck in that mindset. You just hit record and start talking to the camera. You're the guy everyone watches, so surely what you're saying is important enough to justify your video's existence. You're very smart and important. You've been doing this for a long time, so when it comes to history, you just go with your gut. There's no need to double check, to try to improve, be curious, learn, or anything of the sort. Metatron streams and just talks to the camera. When he makes a themed history-related video, it feels like it was written by ChatGPT. Lindy Beige at least visits a museum and shows you a cool tank, but also kinda just talks at the camera. No citations, no evidence of actually engaging with history, though he does seem knowledgeable. But who knows where that knowledge came from, or how correct it is. Shadiversity's channel started doing poorly after doing the same thing for a decade, and so to innovate, he started doing 2014-era Gamergate-style content a decade after its heyday. These guys are relics of their time who relied on their audience knowing less than them about history. When we actually started learning, we very quickly outgrew them. I hope one day you guys outgrow me as well. Thank you for watching. And I want to give a special thank you to the patrons at the $10 tier. Lucanas F, Hengamer, The Ghost of Henry Kissinger, Clydek, Bishire, Jordan M, and Monday's Last Brain Cell. Some of you in the special thanks and in the scrolling credits have been around for a very long time.
Aww.
I am incredibly grateful. Without you, this channel might not have been possible. Thank you all so much.
Love that name. Fucking brilliant. I will end here. I need to get myself prepped. I will read you all out to the rather lovely and always based Red Rust. He is awesome. They are awesome. Sorry, Red Rust. They are awesome. Let me find my comrade. "13 of yous are still here. Thank you so much. Give me money." Thank you all. You are amazing. Where is my comrade? Oi. Uh-huh. Huh. Where is he? I thought it went live. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, 4 hours.
To learn. Recently, I learned that the grade behind mine in elementary school years ago replaced cursive with Spanish. Spanish seems more useful. Yeah, I would agree. I took Spanish so many times in elementary, middle, high school, and college, and I can still barely be understood. Yeah. Didn't know the U.S. had German immersion? Not much. I mean, there's pockets of it. Central Texas has pockets of German settled areas. I don't know today how relevant speaking German would be in Texas. Again, I think Spanish would be the more useful. I got to study French and Russian in 8th grade. My public schools were pretty damn good for U.S. standards, to be honest. That's good.
Oh, it's not live. Okay. Let's go to Ferret King.
Improves plasticity of some parts of the brain. Physically alters brain structure. Yeah. In the Canadian Maritimes, there are Gaelic immersion schools. Interesting. I know as far as programming languages go, after knowing one, the subsequent ones are easier to learn. Yeah. My best friend used to make that joke since he was fluent in over 30 programming languages.
Stay hydrated.
Speaking of being
not necessarily
fluent in
with
like 30
alcohol.
fucking languages,
Self-care. Take your meds.
I haven't seen her on in a while, but, you know, follow my friend, my best pal Shakespeare. She's lovely.
Stay based.
Polyglot. Historian. Very interesting person, trademarked.